Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution. Explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/petclub, treating pets and their parents better.
On early childhood, elementary, and secondary education will come to order. I note that a quorum is present. Without objection, the chair is authorized to call a recess at any time. Good morning. Artificial intelligence has been advancing at such a rapid pace in recent months, weeks, and days that by the end of this hearing, anything we say this morning will probably be outdated. That's perhaps a slight exaggeration, but it is the essential reality. Leading labs continue to put out new models each week, shattering benchmarks, demonstrating incredible capabilities, and pointing towards still greater advancements ahead. Indeed, there does not appear to be any limit to this progress in sight. This rapid acceleration towards the future has brought a host of anxieties, not least of which is geopolitical. At this moment, America holds a clear but precarious AI advantage. There are also concerns related to jobs, privacy, safety, control, and more broadly, a sense of uncertainty about the social changes that coming breakthroughs will herald and what our world will look like for the next generation. As understandable and important as these concerns are, the bigger picture is one of opportunity and a truly limitless sense of possibility. Even with the state of the art as it now exists, let alone what it will be next week, next year, or a decade from now, we suddenly have tools to address many long-standing challenges in new and powerful ways. Education is one very clear example of that. I'm a former high school teacher, and I believe one of the greatest failings in our country's modern history is the way millions of kids have been deprived of a decent education. Our school system has shameful achievement gaps, nowhere more so than in my home state of California. Owing to the neighborhood they were born into, far too many young people in this country are not receiving the education they deserve and are robbed of the opportunities that a quality education provides. Meanwhile, the educational attainment of the country as a whole has been on a sharp decline. AI can change that. It has the potential to give every child in America a richer educational experience than any child in America had just a few years ago. It can give every teacher in America a greater ability to reach students than any teacher did in the past. It can empower parents to follow their child's progress and guide it accordingly. For a glimpse of this potential, here's a short video.
One teacher in a classroom of more than 20 students, it may be hard for them to get around to everyone during a class period. But now with the help of this artificial intelligence tool, students are getting more one-on-one tutoring without replacing that human interaction.
What was your nonfiction?
Catalina Toledo is enjoying the extra set of instructors in her 10th grade reading class at Santa Lucia's High School.
It's a tremendous amount of help because it reiterates everything that I've taught them, and then it allows them to go back and forth with it.
It is called Conmigo, an artificial intelligence powered tool through Khan Academy. That's a supplemental, secure educational program the district was already using.
It's the advancement of technology, guys. We're living through it.
Students like Tiffany Chofie are among the first to use this virtual tutoring program, giving her individual attention.
It doesn't give us answers at all. Actually, right now, it's asking me questions about the story, and he's like, oh, what would happen next? Instead of like throwing the answer at me, he's like, let's figure it out together.
Let me see what you got.
Toledo says diving into the world of AI can be scary and overwhelming at first. She doesn't worry about a computer taking her job, but knows it's part of the future, so better to use it in a controlled environment.
The kids are going to utilize the things that are out there. So I feel like if they're able to utilize it with us, then it's better because we can monitor it.
She says it can also give students more confidence who may not feel comfortable raising their hand in class.
It helps answer like different questions that I'm like concerned about, and like if I'm like worrying about how to spell a certain thing or how to do a certain thing, it'll answer it right away instead of having to wait for your teacher when they're busy with other students.
At the most basic level, AI tools like Conmigo from the Khan Academy give every child access to a world-class tutor in any subject. This is no small matter. Studies have shown that just a year of high-dosage tutoring can add up to a full 2 years' worth of additional learning gains. Yet, this is a very special kind of tutor, one that's available any time of the day for unlimited amounts of time, and that can't be stumped by any question. It's a tutor that is thoroughly familiar with a student's strengths and weaknesses and baseline knowledge, enabling personalized instruction that compels critical thinking without giving away answers. Perhaps best of all, this tutor is low cost or free. For most of history, access to this kind of personalized instruction would have been completely unthinkable. Yet AI has made it commonplace. These tools can customize the learning experience for each student, adapting their content, pace, and learning style to the student's performance and preferences. They can also bring learning to life in new and dynamic ways, learning physics from Albert Einstein, or engaging in a dialogue with a fictional character when studying a work of literature. We're already seeing AI widely adopted by students in limited ways. Nearly 50% of K-12 students use ChatGPT at least weekly. Of the students who use AI, 35% frequently use it to summarize information, 32% to generate ideas for assignments, and 26% to get initial feedback on their work. So the question is not whether students will use AI, that's already happening. Rather, the question is how schools can support students in using AI responsibly and in unlocking its full potential to advance student achievement. And it's not just students who stand to benefit. AI can empower teachers and school leaders to fulfill their vision for their classrooms and to connect with students in the highest impact ways. AI tools can help with tasks like lesson planning and grading, and can free teachers to focus on the aspects of education that only a caring human can provide. A recent McKinsey analysis found that AI can save teachers up to 13 hours per week. There are also, of course, risks when it comes to AI usage in the classroom. Recent studies show the ready availability of chatbots has proven an irresistible temptation to many students. Nearly 40% of middle and high school students admitted they used AI without teachers' permission to complete assignments, according to a survey last year. Now, while outright cheating is certainly a concern, the bigger challenge is to be vigilant in assuring AI never becomes a shortcut to avoid engaging in critical thinking, formulating original ideas, and persevering through challenging content. Student privacy is also a crucial issue. District leaders must be thoughtful about the data that gets collected and vigilant about securing that data. We'll hear testimony today about how district leaders and administrators can use AI responsibly without endangering students' rights. And finally, we must be mindful of excessively absorbing students into digital worlds. The negative effects of smartphone use for young people have become impossible to deny. And the last thing we want to do is compound this problem. I suspect the most successful approaches to AI in the classroom will assure human interaction remains fundamental to the educational experience. None of this, I should add, is a call for new mandates at the federal level. Quite the contrary. Education is fundamentally a state and local issue, and the best education solutions emerge when school leaders and teachers are given flexibility to do what's best for their students. This is especially true given the infinite variety of ways AI can be utilized in the classroom and the rapid pace at which it continues to evolve. The purpose of today's hearing is to cast light on the enormous potential that exists. And we can continue to highlight outstanding examples of AI in education throughout the country, so best practices can be shared. We have an excellent witness panel assembled to give us perspective on all of these questions, and I'm looking forward very much to hearing their thoughts. With that, I'll yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Kiley, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I'm encouraged that all of the witnesses submitted testimony that recognizes the opportunities and the challenges of artificial intelligence in K-12 education. We are at a pivotal time in education, and the path we choose will determine whether we can equip students and educators with the tools, the critical thinking skills, and the knowledge they need to succeed in an ever-evolving, technologically driven world. Artificial intelligence is not in the distant future. It's in our schools right now. It's shaping how students are educated and how they learn. And although this is an exciting prospect, it also presents significant challenges, particularly regarding equity and regulation. Without a doubt, dismantling the Department of Education will exacerbate inequities and set us back as a nation. The Department of Education is not just a building. Through its programs, it plays a pivotal role in closing achievement gaps and helping to meet the goal that all students, including those in rural and low-income communities and including students with disabilities, have an opportunity to access high-quality public education. It is the Department of Education that helps level the playing field and provides critical resources that many districts are not able to afford without federal funding. Title I, for example, provides resources for schools with high concentration of poverty, a lifeline for the schools that need it the most. In fact, every witness here today mentioned in their testimony the importance of access, which is one of the main points of Title I. It's unclear what will happen to Title I, but without experienced implementation at the Department of Education, it's likely, assuming it survives, we will see support severely cut or limited, and the prospect of waivers to block grant Title I, which some Republicans are advocating for, is troubling because without accountability systems, we won't know if the dollars will go to the highest need schools, resulting in deepening inequities and academic gaps. It's also important to mention that the Trump administration cut funding for a significant portion of federal grants that support educator professional development, including the Teacher Quality Partnership. Thankfully, federal courts have ordered the administration to restore these funds. Professional development opportunities are crucial to equip educators with evidence-based teaching practices, as well as prepare educators on AI technologies and other necessary skills needed to educate students for the 21st century. It's no question that a loss of funding or inconsistent funding or delayed funding disbursement will disproportionately harm struggling low-income and rural schools and students. Without a robust and equitable funding system with a strong accountability framework, the digital divide will widen, technology disparities will mirror existing inequalities, and that will leave vulnerable students with fewer opportunities to benefit from AI-integrated learning environments or to learn proper guardrails surrounding the use of AI. During the 1990s and early 2000s, as technology was rapidly evolving, it was the Department of Education that led efforts to close the digital divide. Without federal leadership, we would have seen even greater inequities. Unfortunately, today, the Department of Education is still reeling from a significant reduction in force, including the elimination of the Office of Educational Technology. This office was instrumental in guiding schools on the safe and ethical integration of new technologies like AI, providing resources on data security and best practices. With the OET gone, we risk leaving schools and students unprepared for AI's opportunities and challenges. And related to the topic today, the massive chainsaw cuts to IES, the Institute of Education Sciences, is absurd. Research helps educators and policymakers make good decisions, and that's not something local school districts and states can easily replicate. Several states, including Virginia, California, and my home state of Oregon, have started developing guidance and policies about AI use in the classroom. But without the Department of Education's leadership, states are left to navigate this complex landscape on their own, which again creates inconsistencies and exacerbates achievement gaps. And we recognize that local schools and districts have the authority already to determine local decisions, whether it be teacher standards, class size, curriculum, that is local. But it is this federal investment in research and leadership that makes a difference. So as we grapple with the role of AI in education, we must equip students with the skills necessary to survive in today's society and economy. The jobs of tomorrow will demand proficiency in technology, including in AI. And without proper education, students, especially those from underfunded districts, will find themselves at a disadvantage, unable to compete in an increasingly globalized economy. But this issue isn't just about access to technology. It's how we use the technology. As AI is integrated into classrooms, we must be diligent so it does not reinforce existing biases or create new ones. With the department's staffing cuts and an overwhelming caseload, the Office for Civil Rights in the Department of Education, which addresses discrimination in schools through investigation, they're struggling to keep up. We need federal leadership and research to help guide the use of AI in schools so all students, regardless of their zip code, income, race, have the opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive in this new digital age. That's clear from the testimony of the witnesses today, and it's also clear that eliminating the Department of Education, and for that matter, the National Science Foundation and other research-based entities, is antithetical to that goal. So as we move forward, Democrats are committed to providing equal access to public education for all students. We're looking for reasonable policymakers from either side of the aisle to join us in strengthening local schools by preserving these important federal investments in education and education research. This should not be a partisan issue. It affects every student, teacher, and family in the country, and it most certainly affects our potential for growth and competitiveness in a global economy. I look forward to the conversation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Committee Rule 8C, all members who wish to insert written statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically in Microsoft Word format by 5 p.m. 15 days after this hearing. And without objection, the hearing record will remain open for 14 days to allow such statements and other extraneous material noted during the hearing to be submitted for the official hearing record. I note for the subcommittee that some of my colleagues who are not permanent members of this subcommittee may be waiving on for the purpose of today's hearing. I'll now introduce our 4 distinguished witnesses. Our first witness is Dr. Sid Dobrin, the chair of the Department of English at the University of Florida in Gainesville, Florida. Our second witness is Dr. Julia Rafelberg, the CEO of the ILO Group here in Washington, D.C. Our third witness is Ms. Erin Moat, the CEO for Innovate EDU in Brooklyn, New York. And our fourth witness is Mr. Chris Chisholm, the superintendent of the Pearl Public School District in Pearl, Mississippi. We thank the witnesses for being here today, and we look forward to your testimony. Pursuant to committee rules, I would ask that you each limit your oral presentation to a 3-minute summary of your written statement. The clock will count down from 3 minutes as committee members have many questions for you, and we would like to spend as much time as possible on those questions. However, pursuant to Committee Rule 8D and committee practice, we will not cut off your testimony until you reach the 5-minute mark. I'd like to remind the witnesses to be aware of their responsibility to provide accurate information to the subcommittee, and I will first recognize Dr. Dobrin for your testimony. Microphone.
We were not given technical instructions. Mr. Chairman, ranking committee member, and distinguished members of the committee and others in attendance, I want to thank you first for the opportunity to speak with you today about artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence in education, specifically within K through 12 education. As noted, my name is Sid Dobrin. I am chair of the Department of English at the University of Florida, where I have been faculty for 28 years now. My primary focus of research falls to writing studies, specifically in terms of emerging technologies such as augmented reality, virtual reality, and artificial intelligence. I won't bore you with my other bona fides since you have them in front of you, other than to say over the last 2 years, I've had the opportunity to speak to more than 70 campuses worldwide about integrating artificial intelligence into curriculum. And I have to tell you, I very much appreciate getting those invitations and the invitation to speak with you today, because it usually goes something like this. Hey, Sid, could you come talk to us about artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence and education in these massive galactic subjects? And you just a favor and wrap it up in 3 minutes. These are big, complex subjects. No matter what I say today, we'll only be scratching the surface of the conversations we need to be having. Since the subject of and research about artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence in the workplace is such a complex and extensive conversation, what I'm going to talk about now really is just sort of introductory. The introduction of generative AI tools like ChatGPT have marked a turning point in education. While many became aware of these technologies in November of 2022, the groundwork for AI education was laid much earlier. Initiatives such as the Artificial Intelligence for K-12 initiative, developed by organizations like the Association for the Advancement of Artificial Intelligence and the Computer Science Teacher Association, aimed to create national guidelines and resources for AI education. However, the rapid evolution of AI necessitates a broader approach beyond computer science alone. Today, integrating AI into K-12 education is crucial for several reasons. First, technological advancements have made powerful AI tools widely accessible, and as was noted in the opening statements, access is a key conversation that we must be having. It's also changed how students learn to interact with information. It is not enough for students to merely consume these technologies, they must also understand how they work. This comprehension will prepare them for the modern workplace, where AI is becoming increasingly integral. Incorporating AI literacy into curriculum fosters critical thinking and problem-solving skills, essential for success in any career path. Employers are increasingly looking for candidates who can navigate complex AI tools, analyze data, and make informed decisions. By embedding AI education across subjects, we can equip students with these vital competencies, building a more adaptable, innovative workforce ready to meet the demands of a rapidly changing job market. Moreover, as we transition into an AI-driven economy, workforce readiness will hinge on our educational system's ability to prepare students for these new realities. We must ensure that our students are not just passive users of technology, but proactive participants who can leverage AI to enhance their creativity and productivity. Thus, in my comments today and in my written statement, I urge the committee to prioritize AI integration into K-12 education to prepare our students for the future By doing so, we not only enhance individual career prospects, but also contribute to American innovation and economic competitiveness on a global scale, which I address in my written testimony. I want to thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak with you about this pressing issue. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll now recognize Dr. Rafelbear for your testimony.
Thank you. Chair Kiley, Ranking Member Bonamici, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the integration of artificial intelligence in K-12 education. My name is Dr. Julia Rafelbear. I'm the CEO of ILO Group. We are a woman-owned, woman-led policy and strategy firm. We work with over 200 districts and states nationwide. Our work impacts 1 in 3 students in the country. I'm also the founder of Women Leading Ed. We are the largest national nonprofit network for women in educational leadership. We have members in every state in this nation. Today, I advise education leaders nationwide. I serve on multiple federal and national boards, including the National Assessment Governing Board. AI is rapidly becoming one of the most impactful innovations across all industries. It has the power to transform how educators teach, how students learn, how schools operate, and how prepared our future workforce will be to leverage emerging technologies. However, Women Leading Ed did a survey of hundreds of women across the country, and what we learned is that 81% of leaders feel that AI is significantly impacting their systems. However, fewer than 10% report that they have the adequate resources for effective and safe implementation. Given this reality, we must ensure that every student, educator, caregiver, and community member is equipped not merely with digital literacy, but with AI literacy. The 2024 Bipartisan House Task Force on AI rightly recognizes the importance of AI literacy and the need for resources for it. Our work has also found that to establish robust foundations for responsible AI usage, there must be meaningful and ongoing community engagement. Based on ILO Group's specific work on AI for the past 2.5 years, I offer you 3 specific recommendations for federal policy. First, the federal role should be intentionally limited. It should allow states and districts the flexibility and the autonomy to lead AI integration efforts that reflect their unique context. Given the rapidly evolving role and the nature of these technologies, decisions about AI literacy specifically should remain local rather than federally defined. Second, strengthening data security and privacy protections must be an immediate priority as AI adoption accelerates. Here, the federal government has an appropriate role to provide consistent cybersecurity and data guidance across all states and across all agencies. Education systems increasingly face sophisticated AI-enhanced cybersecurity threats, making standardized protections essential. Federal policymakers could develop a comprehensive data privacy bill that supports effective policies and best practices related to online safety and data privacy that are broadly disseminated to states. Third, the federal government has a critical role in funding research that rigorously assesses AI's impact on education. The federal government is uniquely positioned to research and evaluate where rapidly evolving AI tools enhance educational quality, relevance, and efficiency, and also to evaluate its risks and conduct cost-benefit analyses at scale. Federal support is essential for analyzing and sharing evidence-based practices and ensuring that educator and student privacy is adhered to. We recommend convening a White House summit on AI in education to examine both the opportunities and these limitations. In conclusion, thoroughly integrated AI can transform educational outcomes, but achieving this is going to require careful planning, prioritizing deep stakeholder engagement, comprehensive AI literacy, and robust security measures. Thank you again for your leadership on this critical issue and for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thanks very much. I'll now recognize Ms. Moat for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Kiley, Ranking Member Bonamici, and members of the committee. Thank you for the time and attention today. I appreciate the chance to address you about the state of AI in K-12 education. My remarks are shaped by decades of work at the intersection of education and technology. As a technologist and enterprise architect, I've been using AI and engineering technology for schools, including the charter school that I founded in downtown Brooklyn, for more than a decade. My comments today are informed by my experience working alongside state chiefs, district administrators, educators, families, communities through the EdSafe AI Alliance and Innovate EDU. The Alliance fosters collaboration and knowledge to prioritize student well-being and effective learning outcomes through the SAFE framework: safety, accountability, fairness and transparency, and efficacious use of AI in education. Though my most important role is that of a mother of 2 school-age children. And like some of you and all parents across this country, I want to ensure that my children are safe, that they're known and cared for, that their data is safe, their teachers are supported, and they have a pathway to join a future workforce where a prerequisite for any career, from lawyer to doctor to plumber, will be of how you work alongside and manage artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is an arrival technology. Arrival technologies like electricity, social media, or the internet are massively disruptive and rapidly reshape how we teach, how we learn, how we live. Right now, AI's use is uneven and limited across school communities, with only about 25% of educators reporting that they have used AI in the classroom or even in their preparation. Access to this technology and the resources to support building AI literacy are unevenly distributed. How we support AI in education and its adoption must be about embracing opportunity, access, fairness, especially for our under-resourced rural, urban, and suburban schools and communities. The story of AI in education is one of both promise and peril. AI offers the promise of personalized learning and improved student outcomes. AI's growing capacity to tailor content to each student's pace, including those with disabilities, represents a significant advancement in education technology. However, to unlock personalized learning, AI needs a vast amount of data. This need can raise significant risks regarding how the data is stored, who has access to it, and the potential for its misuse. AI promises to enhance the efficiency of educators and administrators by supporting them with through a range of time-consuming administrative tasks. However, tools must be reliable, safe, and effective. We must work to mitigate the existing biases that exist in these tools, increase algorithmic reliability, and trust in the outputs. A critical aspect to balancing this promise and peril, as my fellow witnesses have said, is AI literacy and investing in professional development for educators and support for students to ethically use this technology. America's education is at a critical juncture, hindered by significant gaps in our own public infrastructure that present barriers to innovation that put our economic prosperity and, frankly, our national security at risk. Relying solely on state-level action for AI literacy and AI deployment is a recipe for fragmentation and missed opportunity. In education, we've seen this before, with a patchwork of student privacy and data laws that create market failures for industry, stifle startups, and limit our ability to harness technology to support educators, students, and families. AI's nature transcends state lines, making a federal framework critical for interstate commerce and essential for maintaining national competitiveness. Industry alone cannot carry this burden. Across-the-board cuts to the U.S. Department of Education, National Science Foundation, Department of Commerce, and other federal agencies pose a significant threat to our nation's ability to meet these demands, including vital education technology support directly to states and districts. Imagine an education system empowered by artificial intelligence, a force as transformative as electricity, the automobile, the internet. With decisive national action, America can create robust infrastructure for AI in education, unlocking personalized learning, enhancing teacher effectiveness, and securing our global leadership by supporting schools and districts. The stakes could not be higher. Either the United States boldly leads, securing prosperity, human flourishing, and technological sovereignty for future generations, or we lose a race as important to this nation as the race for space was. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, I'll recognize Mr. Chisholm for your testimony.
Chairman Kiley, Ranking Member Bonamici, and the rest of the members that are here today, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. It's been a really interesting 18 hours getting here. I didn't think I was going to make it with the flight cancellations, but I am here, and I'm honored to be here to answer a few questions for you guys. I want to take this in a little different direction. You have my written testimony, but and my written testimony goes all over the place. There's 10 or 12 topics there, so I really want to cover a couple today that I think are the most important. First and foremost is workforce development. That is something that we need to be focusing on in the K-12 world. I can tell you this, I did a presentation a couple of weeks ago for business and industry. It was open to anybody that could come or wanted to come. And we had people from IT, we had people from insurance, we had people from banking, we had people from all walks of life coming into this. And really, the point of all of this is AI is going to be involved in every branch of business moving forward. It doesn't matter where we go or what we do, and that's global. That's not just Mississippi, that's not just the US, that's globally as well. We're going to see AI in everything that we do. It is going to be the new industrial revolution. And a lot of times in education, we're the last ones to change. You know, it takes us a long time to get things moving. So I've really tried to be on the front end of this and doing a lot of training in our state and teaching people how to use this and the right ways to use it. The second thing is I really want to touch on efficiency. This is a big part of what I do in giving these presentations to other school districts, to other states as well. Efficiency is where this train is driven from. AI can make all of us so much more efficient, and that is teachers, that's students, that's administrators, that's central office personnel. Everything that we do, creating our own agents that can do things for us is how we create that efficiency. And again, it's not as hard as people think it is to create these things. So in the end, ultimately, that's what we're trying to do is create efficiency within schools. And again, I agree with a lot of things that have been said here already. I'm not going to rehash a lot of those. A lot of those are in my written testimony as well. But in the end, what we need to do is continue to move forward. This is not going anywhere. And so we in the K-12 world, we need to respond to this as quickly as possible. I want to end with a story quickly. And I have an English teacher who has 29 years. She can retire anytime that she wants. In fact, she called me this fall and said, I'm going to retire. And I said, I need you to come and talk to me for a few minutes. I don't need you to retire. So she came over and had a discussion with me. And she said, I just can't do it anymore. She said, I'm grading papers every night for 3 and 4 hours a night. It's taking me 8 to 10 days to get this information back to kids. I just can't do it. I need to be a mom. I need to be a wife. I just can't do it anymore. And I said, well, can you spend about an hour with me? And she did. So we created an agent for her. We uploaded the state writing rubric, and basically we took everything that she teaches in writing, from introductory paragraphs to conclusions, transitions, sentence structure, all of these things, and we created an agent for her to use in the classroom. So now she doesn't have to take those papers home and grade them. And understand the AI is not doing the grading. The AI is a tool that she is using to help grade. So I think, again, that just gives you an example of where we can be so much more efficient in the classrooms as administrators, as teachers across the board. And again, I will certainly take any questions. And again, I am so very proud and honored to be here with you guys. Thank you.
Under Committee Rule 9, we will now question witnesses under the 5-minute rule. And I'll now recognize Mr. Rulli for 5 minutes, the representative from Ohio.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I appreciate that. Mr. Chisholm, I think everyone's a little nervous about AI just in general, but also optimistic for what the future could possibly hold. Could you share some of your stories with you about students and this tool and the ability to excel them as a student in America?
Absolutely, I'm happy to do that. It really begins with the teacher, you know, and again, I don't want you to think that I'm saying that we need to teach elementary and middle school students how to use AI. That's not what we're doing. We're really focused on kids that are in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. And again, the idea is to teach them to use this, but also to teach them to use this in an ethical way. And in our trainings and the things that we do with teachers in training students, what we talk about are really two things. And that is if you can use this as the perfect assistant and the perfect search engine, you know, you're using it in an ethical way. There's a big difference between having an AI program write for you and an AI program write with you. Those are two completely different things. And what we've seen, especially in the writing, I just gave you that example from that teacher, right? You know, she can now do these things. What I wasn't paying attention to at the time, I was helping her. But what we're now doing, instead of writing a paper every 10 days, we're writing a paper almost every day. So again, and then this opens up other things, you know, in some of our tech classes as well. It gives them new ideas and new ways to take this. And I think that is the power of AI, is the idea that it can give you ideas that you haven't thought of because it's got access to the full internet. So again, there are 1,000 stories that I could share, but that just gives you an overview of the direction that we're going and the way that we're using it. But I will tell you, it starts with the teacher. It starts with administrators and teachers. If they're not on board first, our kids are not going to use it in the right way.
I really appreciate that. And, you know, being a parent and also looking back in my own mind's eye, when you look at a subject like AI, it's a little contradictory in my own mind about the love and the hate and the scariness of it. I think, you know, the idea that could cure cancer with AI and you could have these kids learn in ways they never possibly could. But do you have a little quick piece of advice for mom and dad that maybe are a little bit worried about the guardrails? You know, some of us were raised, you know, watching the Terminator. And I mean, that's obviously hopefully not going to ever happen. But do you have anything to calm down mom and dad?
You know, I get that a lot in every presentation I give, is there is a healthy fear, and I think we should have a healthy fear of it. You know, I think for parents, it is the communication piece with their own kid, and it is making sure that they are also teaching good habits to kids with this. You know, I think one of the scary things is, and there are models out there that are completely open that have no guardrails, and I think that's one thing that scares me a little bit. You know, you can actually go to olama.com and you can download any model that you want. Some have the guardrails taken off. If a kid is in the tech world and knows how to do this, that can be a scary proposition for a child. So I think, again, monitoring what your kids do and having good conversations on what good behavior on this looks like is no different than social media or using the internet in general.
I appreciate that also. And finally, probably my most passionate question I have for you. I was on school board for 8 years and I worked with students very closely. I was very hands-on approach, especially when I was the president of the school board. But I want to take focus on AI and I want to concentrate on a IEP or a 504 plans are probably my top priority that I've always been in school. And I know a lot of moms out there and dads are worried about this. Can you talk about AI and the potential to help our students with disabilities and how exciting that could be for their future in learning?
Oh my goodness, that's fabulous. My wife is actually a special education director in the district. So I've created several things for our teachers to use. And I think the best part of this is you can take a student's data. And again, this is something we may bring out at some point. We have our own AI server in the district, so we don't have to worry about FERPA laws. Okay, so we could take the students' assessment scores and we can match those to state assessments. And then we can use the power of these AIs to actually script an individual plan for that kid with a path to proficiency. So I think that's the exciting part about this. And literally that is done in 20 or 30 seconds. We upload a couple of PDFs. We tell it what we want it to do. I've already pre-trained this in the background to do what I want it to do. And in the end, it gives that kid a short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans that are developed around that individual child as opposed to just the entire classroom. So again, that's one of the things that excites me the most about this.
And that could probably be even flipped on to like higher ed if you go to the university or whatever, because it's so individualized for that particular student. It could be a growing tool that child grows into adulthood with that, correct?
Yes, sir, 100%. I don't think this stops at K-12. Honestly, I don't think this stops at college. I think we're going to see this moving into the business world. Knowledge is going to be something for everybody now, and I think that's what's changing in the world of AI. You know, we pay doctors lots of money, right? But now everybody's going to have access to this specialized training that they've had for years. So again, I don't think it stops in K-12 and college. I think that rolls right into adulthood as well.
How exciting. Thank you. I yield my time back, Chair.
Thank you very much. The ranking member, Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Moat, we spoke about the Trump administration's plans to dismantle and abolish the Department of Education and what that would mean to not only the K-12 system, but institutes of higher education, informed policymaking, civil rights, et cetera. So could you summarize what, in your opinion, from your work as a technologist, what would dismantling the Department of Education mean for students and our locally driven public education system, especially regarding the use of AI in K-12 schools? And then I want to have time for another question too about professional development.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think we have to recognize that, as you shared in your opening statements, conversations about curriculum, conversations about what's happening in the classroom are inherently a local context. But the Department of Education provides critical support to districts across this country and resources, particularly around education technology. There are over 13,000 public school districts in this country. Not all of them can have a Mr. Chisholm who builds his own AI server. They need cybersecurity expertise. They need interoperability and privacy expertise. They need the ability to pick up the phone and call someone at the Office of Civil Rights and ask questions about whether or not the use of this tool is within the bounds of the law. We can't expect that expertise and capacity to be built in every school district in this country. And so if we remove those supports, if we remove the critical research and development function about what works for whom and under what conditions at the U.S. Department of Education, I worry that local schools and districts won't actually be empowered to make the decisions that they should be making about what's taught, what tools, and how we support educators and students throughout this country.
Thank you. And I'm sure everyone here recognizes the importance of professional development, and educators have various levels of skills when it comes to technology. So I want to ask you, you noted in your testimony at one point that there was a risk of over-reliance on AI that may in fact diminish critical thinking and creative problem solving. I also want to just acknowledge Dr. Durbin said something about the importance of the most sought after skills: communication, critical thinking, problem solving, teamwork. So how would professional development, how does that make a difference, and how would it present new opportunities for educators? How can it inform educators about the risks of AI, and how does the elimination of the Office of Educational Technology and cuts to these professional development programs affect opportunities for teachers who are using or want to use more AI?
So I'm going to introduce a critical concept, I hope, to this committee called humans in the loop in terms of technology. This is the idea that when an IEP is generated by AI, there's still a special education teacher or a special education coordinator who's looking at that IEP and saying, does this match the student that I see in front of me? AI is never going to replace the fundamental human enterprise that is education. So how do we equip every teacher with the necessary literacy skills to work alongside this technology, to be stewards of minor data, to protect data privacy and security, to choose the right tools, and to stay engaged in this technology? We can only do that if we support AI literacy and professional development for educators throughout this country. Let's be honest, when I was running my school, I had a lot on my plate. Frankly, like, teachers have more on their plate today than they did when I was running my school in Brooklyn. There are challenges with youth mental health. There's ways to meet the workforce demands. There's questions from parents. There's increased need to close academic achievement gaps. We need to be able to support educators and not just add another thing to their plate. They need the learning, they need the skills, and they need the understanding of this technology if we expect them to adopt it for the efficiencies that we're talking about here today, the personalization, but also the ability to move forward.
Thank you. And you mentioned data security and privacy, key issues. I also serve on the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, and was a member of the bipartisan AI task force. And I hope everybody in this building is listening to all of the testimony here today, where everyone is emphasizing the importance of data security and privacy. And I hope that we can get that done on a bipartisan basis. I just, in my remaining few seconds, I want to ask Dr. Raphael Bear, you talked about the importance of federal research. Where have you seen the most beneficial research being done when it comes to artificial intelligence and education?
I think the role of federal research is absolutely critical. Federal research helps to signal what is important. It provides at scale an ability to look at whether things are truly relevant, under what conditions they're working, and whether or not we're getting the kind of return on investment that we would expect from that level.
And
of
where are
research.
you seeing that research? The beneficial research, what agencies have been doing that?
What agencies at the federal level
Yes.
are doing that? I think you have a number of different agencies on the federal level who've been doing strong research. I think for states, it's about the signaling that the federal government does in putting out that research and being able to stand behind that research.
Thank you. And as I yield back, Mr. Chairman, when it comes to artificial intelligence, I always have 5 hours of questions and I only get 5 minutes. So.
Thank you. The representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, Ranking Member, thank you so much for this hearing. First of all, Ms. Mood, I want to say I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, AI is incredible opportunities, but it doesn't replace our teachers. It makes them more effective. And AI without either HI or RI, human intelligence or real intelligence, it's just not going to get it done. It may mislead us. So As we've heard today, artificial intelligence presents a unique opportunity to rapidly advance the educational landscape for students with disabilities. In just the last 2 decades, we've seen enormous growth and success of assistive technology in aiding these students. And I believe AI presents the next frontier in helping to ensure all students have access to a high quality, appropriate education that best fits their abilities. Maybe that's why we haven't gotten around to doing our job of reauthorizing Individuals with Disability Education Act. Because with this new frontier, we could be taken into consideration as we actually do the reauthorization of IDEA. It's long overdue. Dr. Rafelbear, I know AI is making possible the development of new screening tools and assistive technology such as screen readers. Given your previous experience as a special education teacher, and thank you for doing that, could you talk more about the benefits AI adoption might have for students with special needs?
Yes, thank you for that question. I'm really excited as a former special education teacher about some of the power and the potential, particularly when it comes to things like screeners. I think there are so many opportunities to learn more about our students and to be able to use that information in connected ways to give us a fuller picture about each individual student, helping to unlock new ways to think about supporting them. But I also think that, like all things, this is all very new. And I think being able to really understand and look at the impact of this and see whether or not these screeners and these tools are working the way that we would expect and for what types of students and under what conditions is such an important research function that we need to continue to explore. I think that there has been some really promising early research recently out of Ector County in Texas, where they were looking at the way in which AI could support not the students, but the actual tutors, the individuals who are going in and providing support to those students and looking at tutors at different skill level. So those who were lower on their skill level, those who were medium in their skill level, and those that were said to be higher performing. And what they found was that AI supported all of them, but particularly those that were lower and middle performing. As a special education teacher, that's really exciting. That means that once we have that information from these screeners and we can better pinpoint areas that we need to support our students, that there are promising and encouraging results from the research around how AI might help all of the adults who are working with our students, but particularly those that need more support themselves to better differentiate and scaffold for those students. And that's something that really excites me.
Do you believe that both teachers and schools at this point have the resources they need to ensure students with disabilities can take advantage of these potential benefits?
I think the resource question is always a really tricky one. There's a role at every level in terms of resources. There's a federal role, there's states prioritizing resources, and then I think the private sector has a really critical function to play in this world of AI. I think being able to bring everyone together and doing so in ways where they're partnering effectively and sharing research and information is a vital function, and it's a vital function of our states. It is imperative that our states are leading on this and that our states are collecting data and information and reporting transparently and publicly so that individuals understand what this looks like and how these resources are being used and to what impact.
Well, with benefit usually comes some type of risk. And so, for example, imagine the risk of AI-generated images, the spread of bullying tactics, or even AI that has not been properly programmed to work with specific learning disabilities could impact special needs students more than others. And I look forward to talking with you offline because I'm going to run out of time here, but basically looking to see what risks do you see AI adoption posing, particularly for those students who you would advise school leaders to balance those risks with the AI benefits. I think that's a conversation that we need to have as we pursue this. So
I look forward to speaking with you further about it. I think it is one of the most important and critical topics that you all could undertake.
Thank you so much. And Chairman, I yield back.
The representative from New York, Mr. Mannion, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Kiley and Ranking Member Bonamici for holding this hearing today. Thank you to the witnesses for your detailed testimony and recommendations. AI holds potential in the classroom and outside of the classroom, and it can improve, I believe, K-12 education and be an important tool for teachers that utilize it, particularly as it relates to students entering the workforce. I, of course, share the same concerns of many members of this committee that we must be thoughtful in our approach and that the opportunities that come with AI also come with a variety of risks. As we further integrate AI into the classroom, we have to ensure that it supports and not supplants the essential roles of teachers and the broader purpose of education. As a former teacher, I believe that it's much more than academics. It's about developing well-rounded individuals that can think critically, constructively engage with their peers and communities, and successfully navigate an ever-complex world. My question is for Ms. Moat. Your testimony mentions a common concern about AI that, if not used properly, may negatively impact students' social, emotional development. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Absolutely. So I think all the witnesses have talked about the skills that employers are going to demand in an AI-empowered world. critical thinking, working in multifunctional teams, thinking about how to do creative problem solving. That happens when you work alongside and with humans. So I'm just going to ask you about the future that we might want. So recently, a Stanford study found that a tool called Replica AI, which allows young people to create a digital twin to engage in conversations with, reduce suicidal ideation by 3%. That's great, 3%. If we get any change in young people's mental health and suicidal ideations, that's great. But last year, the CDC released a study which said one meaningful connection with a human in a school, a bus driver, a teacher, a coach, reduces suicidal ideation in young people by 33%. Do we want 3% or 33%? I would prefer for my young children to have those meaningful connections with adults who are helping them navigate this technology, work alongside it, and thinking about how to have those skills that employers will demand.
Thank you for that. My follow-up question was actually going to be about the identification of suicidal warning signs. So I think I'm going to leave your testimony right there and yield back to the chair.
The representative from Indiana, Mr. Messmer is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Ray Fulbert, in your written testimony, you said the states are ideally positioned to support districts in making locally grounded decisions that align with their unique goals. You touched on this during your testimony, but what role do you think states can play uniquely in AI adoption where individual districts might struggle?
Thank you for that question. States are, first and foremost, the ones who set the vision for where things are going within their state, and they do so through deep community engagement and understanding where their constituents are, and that is only more true in this moment around AI. I think states also play a critical data collection role. We saw this with internet access and the differences in the kind of quality of access and the unevenness between what students had access to even within a school setting versus what they might have at home or in after school. And we need to look at that in the same way with AI. We know that students are going to have very different experiences, and we're already seeing that in early survey work where we're seeing higher socioeconomic status students who have more access to paid versions of AI. Those are important things that states should be looking into and should be collecting data about. The second area that we suggest in ILO Group's framework for state education agencies is the concept of an AI assurance lab. We think states are uniquely positioned to set up a lab that creates public transparency around what tools are being vetted by scientists and researchers from within the state, thinking about bringing task forces with other representatives on it, including having parents and caregivers a part of those labs, and not just doing the approvals on the front end, but also rigorously and often doing more research on the outputs of tools that are approved can help to give people more confidence and just understanding about all of this, and we think is an important role that states can play.
Thank you. Dr. Dobrin, you mentioned that about 25 states have or are developing official guidelines and policies for K-12 AI education. On the whole, do you think these states are rising to the challenge and giving the districts the information they need, or do these guidelines lack specificity and clarity?
Thank you for that question. In regarding what different states' legislation, like I had mentioned in the written, there are about 45 states now that are considering AI. Most of those are not directed specifically at education. However, the trickle down will inevitably be that will affect education. The thing that I think that comes out clear, and I can point to yesterday's Florida Senate discussion in the Commerce Committee about AI, is that the majority of these states are focusing on further research, which is, as my panelists have, other witnesses have noted, that's the important part at this point. We need more data before we make these decisions. So those states that are beginning to really look at what AI deployment looks like, both in workplace and in education, they're the ones who are going to, they're the ones who are going to lead that conversation.
Have there been pretty robust collaborative efforts between states that you've seen?
I honestly don't know how states are talking to other states.
Okay. Thank you. You'll back the rest of my time.
Representative from Connecticut, Representative Hayes is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today to testify. Advanced instructional technologies can be transformative, enhancing both teaching and learning. However, any implementation of AI technology in the classroom should maximize both safety and privacy, while also advancing equity and fairness. Ms. Smote, recently the Office of Education Technology, or OET, at the Department of Education was eliminated as part of a reduction in force at the agency. OET played an integral role in developing and implementing policies and initiatives on education technology. What has been the role of OET, and how has this office assisted states in the implementation of AI technologies in the classroom from your perspective?
Well, I think it's important to name that OET really puts out guidelines and really best practices for states and districts to follow, providing that necessary expertise and knowledge that frankly would be impossible for there to be an AI expert in every district to be able to do. Ways to communicate to parents who say that their schools right now aren't communicating with them about AI. 83% of parents have said in a common sense survey that they haven't heard anything from their schools about generative AI. As a parent, we know that we need to be working alongside our educators to provide that critical guidance. But I want to talk to you about something very quickly, which is a foundational layer of data privacy, security, and interoperability, which every technology needs, whether it's AI or it's cybersecurity. From 2022 to 2023, there was a 105% increase in known ransomware attacks against K-12 and higher education institutions. State and local cybersecurity grant programs were provided not only by the Department of Education, but also by CISA and other entities that provided critical support for not just AI, but technology as a whole. Without that guidance, without that knowledge, without that expertise, states and districts will have to navigate this changing technology on their own.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And to your point, it is very important. This is something I've been saying all month, that people understand the role of the Department of Education in providing frameworks and guidelines. These things are implemented at the local level, but in many districts, they don't have the resources or the knowledge or even basically the skill set to pursue aggressively emerging technologies and things like that, especially in a field that is moving as quickly as AI. Earlier this month, the Department of Education eliminated half of their staff. Additionally, President Trump signed an executive order calling for the dismantling of the department. Ms. Moe, again, how does the elimination of OET and the calls to dismantle the department entirely impact the role of the federal government in supporting access and deployment of safe AI technologies in the classroom?
Well, I think everyone here has talked about access and how important it is for us to be thinking about access. And so I want to think about the role of the essential frameworks and connectivity that have powered our communities and the ability to use that technology. The U.S. Department of Education has provided that support. The U.S. Department of Commerce has provided that support. CISA has provided that support. We talk about the need for states to be able to drive connectivity, to drive access, but they wouldn't have been able to do that without universal service funds. They wouldn't have been able to do that without the Digital Equity Act, Title II, Title IV dollars in order to lead professional development. So if we really want there to be the type of infrastructure that allows all students to thrive, we need to invest in institutions that can provide that capacity.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because I can tell you, even within the school district where I worked in my school, our computer and technology classes were taught by teachers, not practicing professionals in the field. So the ability to have outsiders come in with additional support or professional development, which is something that the Department of Education provides for school districts across the country, is not only critical and fundamental, but it is necessary, especially when we're talking about something like AI, where the technology is advancing so quickly. The safety of our students has to be a critical focal point. I don't have much time, but I'm going to ask a question. If maybe you could submit the answer for the record, that would be great. But just some ideas on what local school districts can take, steps that local school districts can take when vetting AI technology to ensure that student access is tailored to educational content and improves engagement, but also does not allow disruptions in learning or many of the other things that we saw. Thank you. And with that, I yield back.
The representative from Utah, Mr. Owens, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I want to first of all thank the witnesses for participating in this very timely use of AI in education. If we want our children and our education to be at the forefront of the world, we need to start adapting the latest technologies for the use in classrooms in a safe and responsible manner. And I look forward to, again, talking with the witnesses about this. It's probably one of the more important conversations we're going to have in a bipartisan way. Dr. Dobrin, one tricky aspect of AI adoption in schools is assessing the cognitive impact. You mentioned that further research might be helpful to understand how AI-generated content and automated problem solving might affect students' ability to think critically. And that highlights a real concern. While it's obviously a rapidly growing field, how does research base tell us so far of AI's impact on critical thinking, and what type of additional research would be helpful?
Thank you for that. And yes, indeed, that, as other witnesses have said, research right now is one of the keys. And what we don't have regarding cognitive development right now is long-term effect research. And we have data that both shows the improvement in critical thinking and problem-solving skills when AI is in use. And we also have data that also shows that some students are turning to the technology to do the work for them. I think that the real key here for educators has a lot to do with demystifying how these technologies actually work. In the conversation we've had thus far, we tend to talk about AI as a single thing. AI does this, AI can do this. AI is an umbrella term for a lot of different kinds of technologies. And so when we start looking specifically at cognitive development, part of what we have to think about is how we're using those various kinds of AIs in various contexts. This is one of the reasons that in my work and this was also brought up by one of the other witnesses earlier, that I emphasize that this is about augmentation, not automation. All AI requires three things: fantastic computing process, lots of data, and human expertise, what was referred to as human in the loop a moment ago. If we can influence that, then part of what we're inherently influencing also is that role of cognitive development, that the human is the one running the process. That, to me, is where the research has to unfold, is how that expertise gets manifest.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Ray-Fulbert, you highlight the importance of state autonomy and implementing AI literacy and integrating AI tools into the K-12 education. As AI adoption grows across school systems, how can we ensure that all states can develop the necessary frameworks and support structures to ensure the safe and effective AI integration?
Well, ILA Group has built now two frameworks, one that is been developed for state education agencies and one for district superintendents. That was based off work that we've been doing with a working group of 40 different districts and states across the country. Beyond creating these frameworks, which are grounded within the political, operational, technical, and fiscal realities of AI implementation and giving department by department questions to start to consider, we've also rolled out a three-tiered process that begins with deep stakeholder engagement. Our belief is that there is no work that should be getting done on AI that isn't starting first with an incredible amount of listening within your community and within your state. We think that you go from that part of the process to developing ethical guardrails and principles based on the kinds of conversations that are coming up in your community, using that to then develop guidance. And then from there, you can go into larger scale optimization. I think what ends up happening so often, though, is that states start to feel pressure, and in turn, districts start to feel pressure that they need to do something. They need to show that they're being responsive. Well-intentioned organizations will provide templates of resources, and then often you'll hear all these data points that, 90% of states have guidance that's up on their websites, but it hasn't trickled down. And it's to the comment that was made earlier about the reality that many parents don't feel like they're even hearing about AI. Well, that's because there's too many templatized guidance and resources being provided without starting with deep stakeholder engagement and listening and bringing these conversations to our communities. We're hearing over and over again from the leading providers that we're moving closer to AGI. Right? The idea that artificial intelligence will have human-like capabilities. That means that we have to be doing even more around stakeholder engagement and communication to make sure that all parents and citizens really understand that.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I just want to, and I'm running out of time here. I just want to say real quick to the point of Department of Education. That ship to sail has sailed. We now have to make sure that innovators like yourself are part of this conversation and not bureaucrats in DC. And I'm excited about the fact we're finally going to be putting this power back in the hands of parents and school teachers and those in the local level. So I'm excited about that process. With that, I'll yield back.
Representative Lee of Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to the panel for your testimony. Artificial intelligence and its algorithms are built by humans and they're trained on data that's created by humans, which means it shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone that AI often reinforces the same implicit and explicit biases that humans carry, classism or sexism, racism, ableism. I just want to really lift up that we can't ignore the capacity of AI to deepen the systemic inequalities already facing marginalized communities, and AI in K through 12 schools isn't any different. With a dismantled Department of Education, where a drastically reduced Office of Civil Rights, or Office for Civil Rights, is being weaponized to undercut students' civil rights, K to 12 schools are unprepared to address the vast inequities that can come with AI. So we should be especially concerned about rapidly expanding school surveillance AI that includes facial recognition technology with error rates of 35% for Black girls, and online chat monitoring and so-called aggression detection that is layered with racialized assumptions about communication. Much of this surveillance technology is an extension of histories of scientific racism and eugenics. Ms. Moat, in your testimony, you referenced a resource created last year by the Department of Education on avoiding the discriminatory use of artificial intelligence. The Department of Education under the last administration created this resource to inform schools of how AI can violate student civil rights. It included examples like facial recognition, consistently misidentifying Black students, and predictive algorithms flagging Black students as more likely to carry out disciplinary infractions. So without resources like this from the Department of Education, are schools equipped to keep students' civil rights intact when deploying AI surveillance?
It's important to name that there's no tool, as you mentioned, in education that is without bias. Every tool in use in America's classrooms today has algorithmic unreliability or bias built in because it's built by humans. And as you so aptly mentioned, it repeats the bias that's already in existing data sets or the bias that is held by the developers themselves. There's tools to mitigate this effect, something called reweighting, which allows you to actually index for students with disabilities or students from subgroups. But in order to do that, to have the data to be able to train those models to be more equitable, to be more fair, to offer opportunity for every student, you need data and data infrastructure. And right now, we are seeing a dismantling of our data infrastructure at the federal level. The very data sets that would allow industry, that would allow researchers, that would allow others to use that data to be able to train these tools to mitigate bias. It's really important that we name that there's no way to eliminate bias, but we can provide guidance, like the guidance you mentioned, provide data for training, and work alongside industry to mitigate bias that exists in these tools.
Thank you. But the fact that we can no longer rely on the Department of Education to serve its key functions, including its jobs of safeguarding students against discriminatory AI surveillance, is especially concerning since school surveillance technology is a multi-billion-dollar industry that seems to really elude oversight and accountability. So, Ms. Moat, do the companies selling their AI surveillance to schools typically evaluate their algorithms for racial bias? And how important is it that these companies evaluate and monitor their products to mitigate that bias?
One challenge for all companies that are using AI right now is they can only look at the data that they have themselves. So let me go back to my days of making copies in the copy room. Has anyone ever made a Xerox of a paper and then you make a Xerox of it again and then you make a Xerox of it again, and over time that copy degrades? If you only test your tool against the data that you have yourself, it's not going to be able to surface the bias or to surface the challenges that might be within that tool. And so we need to provide an infrastructure for industry to walk alongside schools and districts to be able to make sure their tools are equitable.
Thank you. I just want to really quickly, in the 2023 survey by the Center for Democracy and Technology, almost 40% of teachers reported that sensitive student data was being shared with law enforcement and being used in predictive policing algorithms to identify children who may commit future criminal behavior. And this was closer to 50% of teachers at schools receiving Title I funding and closer to 60% of special education teachers. I wanted to mention that before I kind of just conclude, because without guidance, accountability, and oversight from a functioning Department of Education, AI surveillance in schools will exacerbate the school-to-prison pipeline and cause irreversible harm to Black, brown, and other vulnerable communities. It's why I introduced a piece of legislation last year that will require the federal agency using AI to establish a dedicated civil rights office to identify, prevent, and address algorithmic biases. But that's just scratching the surface. We know that there's so much more to do. So I thank you so much for your time, and I yield back.
I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. One of the reasons that I wanted to hold this hearing on AI in education is not only because I think the potential is so incredible in the specific context of education, but also because I think it offers a window into just how transformational the technological changes that we're experiencing right now are going to be across all sectors of society, which I think is something that really policymakers and the public at large is starting to get to wake up to a little bit. And there's been some references to that during today's hearing. Specifically, Ms. Moat, you mentioned this is a technology on par with electricity. Ms. Rafael Bear, am I saying that correctly? Close enough, Rafael Bear. You mentioned that the leading labs are increasingly talking about the arrival of AGI, artificial general intelligence. I wanted to give each of you a few moments to expound on those ideas.
Well, an arrival technology, right? This is electricity, this is the internet, this is automobiles. You used to have to pick up the phone and call a dispatcher to call a taxi. Now you can do it from your phone. And so arrival technologies displace workers. They can require new skills and competencies, but they also require a level of support in disrupting of existing systems so that they can be embraced across industry rather than having them replace humans. I think the work that is happening right now in terms of what Congress can do, our colleagues have really mentioned the need for research and development, the support for public data and infrastructure, the need for some set of guidelines and guardrails, supporting educator professional development, providing equitable access, and this body really convening collaboration and dialogue. If we're to meet this moment, we need to do it together.
Great,
I look
thank you.
forward to the opportunity.
You bet.
Thank you for the opportunity to share more on this. I think that the fact that we are hearing over and over again that we are getting closer and closer to AGI is something that concerns me a great deal, that this is not a conversation that is more commonplace across America right now. The fact that once again, we're in a moment where it feels like we're asking our education system to take on something that's actually a societal issue. And I see this and hear this every single day from state and district superintendents who earnestly want to move forward on this work, but are really concerned about cybersecurity and data. They need to have far more expertise, and that is a critical role of the federal government. That is a critical role of a role like a national cybersecurity director, who should be helping to make sure that we have the safest systems possible around cyber and data, so that states and districts can do their correct role, which is to lead these conversations locally and to make sure that they have visions around artificial intelligence and the kind of workforce upskilling that's required that matches their local context and their local needs, with them being able to take off their plate this level of expertise and oversight around keeping their systems cyber free in terms of cybersecurity issues.
Thanks very much. And Mr. Chisholm and Dr. Dobrin, I wanted to, if we had time permitting, to pose a question to you as well. There's been a lot of discussion about further research that's needed, some of which has already happened. If you could pose one kind of urgent research question when it comes to evaluating the effectiveness of certain AI tools, what would it be? Like, one possibility for me would be the immersiveness of the tool. You know, you could have a sort of animated Einstein teach you physics. You could have a text-based Einstein teach you physics. If we have a sufficiently developed VR, you could actually float through the cosmos as it happens. So that might be one area to look. But what would be the research questions that are most urgent?
I'll go ahead. I really think I love the idea, especially with students, but I'm really focused on the teacher side of things, because we have to have teachers to get to students. So for me, it's really teacher efficacy. I think that's the big thing. How can we use this to make them better and more efficient at what they do? So again, I don't have that 28, 29, 30-year veteran that wants to walk out the door. She wants to stay. You know, the teacher that I talked about earlier, she's staying with us. She's not going to retire. So to me, it is about teacher efficacy, and I think that is the primary focus for me.
Great, Dr. Dobrin.
I would pick up on something we've already been discussing, and that's access. I think there needs to be longer term research on not just where access is available, for instance, in Appalachia and the Southwest, where broadband is not as easily accessible, but more so what happens in the distinction between our students who only have access to the free data sets, the free LLMs, GPT, Gemini, Copilot, as opposed to those students who have the socioeconomic access to proprietary data sets and to platforms that are more disciplinarily specific. We need to figure out the differences of what happens with those access points.
That is an interesting question. I mean, one of the things we see happening, though, is that what is the paid tier this month is available to the free tier next month. So there is this sort of democratizing aspect to the technology. With that, the representative from Florida, Ms. Wilson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Kiley and Ranking Member Bonamici, for today's hearing. Thank you so much. And thank you to our witnesses for being here today. As you know, public schools are the backbone of our democracy. And as AI continues to be implemented in our education system, we must work in addressing its potential and worry about the disparities that come with its implementation. Clearly, education has some big challenges with AI, but this committee is missing the real crisis: the dismantling of the Department of Education. It's absurd to envision a bright future for our students when the Office of Education Technology, vital for AI oversight, has just been shut down. And it's even more absurd for this subcommittee to ignore the wrecking ball crashing into our public school systems across the nation right now by abolishing the Department of Education. This is like worrying about the ship's Wi-Fi access while the Titanic is sinking. With this, I have a few questions. Ms. Note, can AI work without human input? And what are the consequences of gutting the very workforce responsible for ensuring AI is used ethically and effectively?
So can AI work without human input? No. And in fact, generative AI and artificial intelligence systems have to be trained on both our responses and the data that's being used. Now, let's just talk about what happens when we take away data that could be used to train these systems effectively alongside humans. Right now, we're seeing families lose access to information on the college and career scorecard, being able to make critical decisions about what's happening or what choices they make with the loss of IPEDS data, or the loss of EdFacts data, where if you're moving from one community to the other, not being able to know the quality of your schools or how to compare one school to the other. This vital support that is provided not just by the humans who are helping guide local districts and states, but also that are guiding families through the provision of open access data sets and knowledge is a critical role that if we lose, our families will be less informed, our students will be less prepared, and our educators will be left without the resources they need.
Amen. Ms. Note, with the Office of Civil Rights being sidelined or weakened, how are students, particularly those from marginalized communities, supposed to ensure their rights are protected if AI tools amplify existing disparities? Because they will.
I want to return to, I don't think an educator wants to harm a student, but they need to know about these tools. They need to know about the tools that are being used. They need to have research about what's the most effective tool in order to make the right choice for a student. Every educator in this country wants students to succeed. I know that because I meet them every single day. But they don't necessarily have the expertise to know that this tool or that tool is better, that the $99 edition of Conmigo is better than the free tutor. And they don't have the resources to make those choices and to navigate those deep, deep challenges that they have to meet young people. If we want to overcome achievement gaps, we need to make sure that our educators have the knowledge, expertise, and capacity to make the right choices for students alongside families. That can only happen when we have that knowledge, when we have that capacity, that data, and that expertise.
Ms. Note, how do we prevent AI from becoming just another tool that benefits already advantaged and leaves behind the same Black and brown students who have historically been underserved and who have no computers?
Thank you. I think equitable access is something every single witness has talked about. And so I think Congress needs to renew their investment in public connectivity infrastructure. They need to have targeted programs to ensure that all communities have access to the technology, the hardware, reliable internet connectivity, and the adequate technical support to benefit every community in this country.
Thank you. I yield back.
The representative from North Carolina, Mr. Harris, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of you on the panel for the incredible testimony you've given today. I appreciated the opportunity to read through your testimony that was submitted to us prior. I have a couple of questions, and really the first one is going to be to you, Mr. Chisholm. Your written testimony mentioned that inaccurate or biased content is a big challenge with AI adoption. And as you pointed out, AI models are only as good as the underlying data that they're trained on. And that's what concerns me. Research from Carnegie Mellon University revealed that large language model bots trained on the internet since 2016 show more polarization than bots trained before Donald Trump's first election. In fact, the research also showed that bots trained from books were more socially conservative than bots trained through the internet or social media. There's, in fact, numerous examples of left-leaning political bias that shows up. When asked if a white Christian man should be ashamed, Google Gemini lists a variety of liberal buzzwords like systemic injustices and marginalized communities. When asked if a black female lesbian should be ashamed, it says absolutely not. The free version of ChatGPT is unable to acknowledge Donald Trump as the current president and even says that Joe Biden is in the White House in 2025. Now, I point all that out, Mr. Chisholm, to come back to you as superintendent of a school district there in Pearl, Mississippi. How do you make sure in that role that your district's AI use doesn't amplify existing biases or spread false information?
I think that's a fabulous question, and that's got a lot of answers to it. But I will tell you that some of the big companies are working on this. I mean, they do realize that some of that bias is built in. And in the end, I mean, there's going to be bias in every computer program that you create. So for us as a district, we have created our own server. So we get to do the training ourselves. So I think that's one big advantage for us. And I will say we've discussed equity as well. We are actually working with a huge internet company in Mississippi, C-Spire, and we're actually working on trying to make our model available for all school districts in the state of Mississippi completely free. So we're working on that. So again, is there a way to script it all out? Absolutely not yet. But I think we're moving forward to that. So I think it's good training, and it's really it's good communication. It's people, when they see those things happen, is pointing those things out, and then we can go back and make adjustments to that model, even on our end, on our server. But I can tell you again, even using the models such as ChatGPT, they know that this is a problem, and they are working on it. I'm on a computer call with them about every 2 weeks with OpenAI. So this has been a discussion that we've had, and I don't think there's a perfect answer for it, but I do know that they are working on it, and certainly that's something that we will monitor 24 hours a day, because we want to make sure that the information that we get back is good. And I will also say, even using the larger language models like ChatGPT, if you're on the paid version, or even the free version of that, you can go in and script some of this out yourself. You know, if you tell it how you want it to respond, you tell it the websites that you would like for it to go to look for information. You know, I have that scripted into mine. So now I know where that information is coming from. So I realize that now that information that's coming back is not from Wikipedia. It's good information from the sites that I determined that I want it to come from. So there are ways around that, even though the model itself doesn't fix it.
And are you finding that schools should be wary of the development behind AI bots and be selective about the programs they use in their schools?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I think going through all of this information and getting really good information, again, if we were to go with a company, a large company, that would be a multi-week investigation into what they do and how they do it before I put it in front of kids.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir. Dr. Raphael Behr, in your recommendations for policymakers, you mentioned that the federal role should be intentionally limited. I agree, especially since this administration and obviously the direction we're moving will be working to eliminate the federal role in education entirely. What would you say to someone who argues that the federal role should be unlimited rather than limited, and what kind of detrimental effects would overregulation have on schools?
Well, I think we've been talking about this so much in this committee. This is moving too fast. There is nothing that the federal government would put on paper that isn't going to be outdated even a couple of months from now. And it is imperative that states have the ability and the flexibility to make these decisions within their own context and allowing districts the ability to innovate. It's critical that the federal government not play a role in defining things like AI literacy or AI curriculum. Curriculum and content all should be left to local levels. However, I think the place that is really critical is around cybersecurity and data privacy.
Okay. Well, thank you. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
The representative from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Last month, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools, one of the largest districts in North Carolina, launched a bold district-wide effort to shape a community vision for AI in education. They're inviting parents and teachers and students to the table, not just to respond to change, but to lead it. And that's the kind of leadership that we need. But instead, the leadership that we're seeing at the federal level is It's tying our schools' hands with budget cuts, with confusion, with political agendas that have absolutely nothing to do with what's best for our most disadvantaged kids. The kids on free and reduced lunch, the kids who rely on Medicaid, the kids whose only option is public school. AI is already reshaping our classrooms. So the real question is, how are we helping schools use it responsibly, or are we leaving them to figure it out on their own? And so here's what I've been hearing from educators, from parents, and my own daughter, who was a public school principal. The promise of AI is real, but so are the risks. And we've already seen cases where, as I reiterate, my colleague Representative Lee has said, AI tools flag Black parents for plagiarism at higher rates than their peers. And that's not innovation, that's bias, plain and simple. So Ms. Moat, AI isn't just showing up in lesson plans. It's now embedded in how students are evaluated, how feedback is given, and how learning is tracked. And so how can schools ensure that AI tools are actually supporting equity? I know some people think that's a bad word. I think it's a good one. In classrooms, not reinforcing bias. And what role should the federal government play in setting guardrails to make sure that these tools serve all students fairly? Ms. Moat.
Thank you. You actually offered the answer when you're talking about the great work that Charlotte Mecklenburg is doing right now, which is building AI literacy with parents, with communities, with educators, and really putting students and parents and communities and educators at the center of the work that they're doing. You have to be able to ask questions of these tools. You have to be able to understand if the results that they're putting out from these models have inaccurate information or might not potentially have the right types of inputs. So if we don't build AI literacy in our educators, with our parents, and with our communities, we're not going to be able to use these tools to the best of their advantage.
Well, thank you for your great comments about Charlotte Public Schools.
They're wonderful down there at Charlotte Mecklenburg.
Our chair of our school board is sitting out here, and I'm happy to see her. But while Charlotte Public Schools are trying to move forward with innovation, we're facing real setbacks. Just last month, we lost over $5 million in federal grants, funding that helped high-need schools recruit and train diverse teachers. And those grants were simply cut because they supported DEI. I still think those are good words. But let's be clear, students learn best from teachers who understand them, who reflect their communities. That kind of representation isn't a luxury in a district where students represent more than 175 countries. It's essential. Ms. Moat, we know AI is a powerful tool, but it doesn't replace teachers, especially not teachers who reflect the lives and identities of the students they serve. So what are the consequences of cutting off funding for programs that recruit and retain diverse teachers?
Well, I think every member of this committee can say that we need to keep teachers at the center of the education enterprise. And so when we don't have teachers to serve the communities that they are from, when we don't have classrooms that are reflective of the communities that students are coming from, we know actually that affects student outcomes. Research shows us that having a connection with an adult in school, not only, as I shared before, reduces suicidal ideation, but is the single greatest determinant of whether or not student learning outcomes will excel.
So let me move on and talk about the data. So good policy depends on good information. But last month, the Trump administration eliminated nearly $900 million in contracts from the Institute of Education Sciences, the research arm of the Department of Education. And that's the same office that helps districts and policymakers understand what's working and what's not. So Ms. Moat, how does cutting IES funding impact the school's ability to use AI responsibly and equitably? And could that data gap leave underfunded schools even further behind?
Yes, if we don't know what works for whom and under what conditions, how can we choose the right tools for students from all backgrounds?
Thank you, Ms. Moat. And if we want students to succeed in the age of AI, we can't just chase shiny new tools. We have to invest in the people, in the research, and the infrastructure that make innovation safe and meaningful. And I thank you all very much. Mr. Chair, I'm going to yield back those few other minutes that I have. Thank you.
Representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you to the chairman, and I appreciate all of the testimony being provided today, a very important topic. Integrating AI into our education system has huge potential benefit for our students. I think we're all aware of, even right now in its early stages, what it can do to increase educational opportunity and customization for students. So a lot of benefit there. We are also talking about some of the elements that we need to be aware of to make sure that we protect privacy and security for our students. Great topics. But earlier, we heard from a number of testifiers about bias that can be built into the AI systems that are being incorporated into the classroom. And I think we're all aware that depending on who nurtures or trains the AI, they're going to end up putting out different results at the end of the day. Ultimately, I think what we want for our students is a maximally seeking truth AI. We want the truth to be provided to our students. So it shouldn't be a corporation. It shouldn't be a foreign entity that is maybe weighing in on the results that are coming from AI. It shouldn't even be a politician on this panel saying that we need to reweight results so that we get the accurate outcome that we want for our students. So how do we, and how should everybody, be thinking about what AI we are selecting, what actual critiques or reviews of that AI is being made available publicly when we see that bias or misinformation is being included in results, and how does that get communicated to the decision makers in school districts or local entities that are actually picking the AI systems? And I'll go first to Dr. Ray Fulbert.
Thank you so much. Incredibly thoughtful. I think there's a couple of layers to that answer. I think from our perspective, we think states having AI assurance labs is one place to be able to examine this. Having one place where the public has a level of transparency about how the model on the front end before it is approved for use, what it has gone through to be rigorously tested, but then in an ongoing way, looking at the outputs of the model, knowing that these models evolve over time as people are using them. But I think you're also hitting a larger topic that we've talked about a few times about AGI. What happens when we get to a place where we are working alongside models that are doing things at the same level of humans, knowing that there's levels of bias within that? I think that's where the importance of critical thinking and helping to really infuse in our students understanding about ethics and ethical considerations is such a critical role of our K-12 system, and to be able to make sure that we're bringing those conversations often into these community engagement sessions and thinking about this, because we'll never get rid of bias, but we can help to make sure we're shaping a generation of learners who deeply understands the power and importance of human relationship and when and where to use AI and under what conditions and how to evaluate those outputs consistently.
I'll go to anybody else on the panel. Do you guys have any thoughts, or are there resources available where people can go and see which AI systems are actually providing, on a whole, collectively, maximally truth-seeking information? Because I think this is going to be a real challenge for everybody that is adopting this to have this kind of decision made in a classroom. It's akin to selecting your curriculum or your textbooks. But at the same time, there is a lot less information out there right now about these AI systems. So how do you, as educators, see that?
I think that's a fantastic question, and I want to reinforce what Dr. Rafael Bear has said. But I think there's a step back in asking that question. I think making the analog to textbooks is very important, because we're going to have to think about adoption in the classroom of various platforms in the same way we think about curricular adoptions of textbooks, both in finance models and in content models. But I think in answer to your bigger question, this is where the importance of demystifying these tools becomes critical. Because if we're going to move into the critical thinking position about having students be able to evaluate the information that's put before them, they first have to understand how those systems work, what an LLM does, where the data is pulled from, so that they can begin those evaluative processes. In other words, by demystifying the function of a generative AI tech, allows the student then to see the working model and understand these are now the questions I have to ask. As to resources for identifying which platforms are more viable than others. The first thing we have to acknowledge is that what we need is more research and development for platforms specifically designed for education. We do a lot in education of retrofitting to technologies that have already existed and been put in play in industry and other places. We actually need platforms that are designed for education specifically. This is why Mr. Chisholm's approach to having his own independent server and his own model is a very kind of forward-thinking model. So I think the demystification process is critical.
Well, I will wrap up. We are over time, but I want to thank all of you again for your very thoughtful input today. I think this is, again, an incredibly important topic as we look to advance education in our country. And I appreciate particularly that last point about demystifying the systems, because I'll date myself very quickly here. When I was growing up, scientific calculators were a new invention. But at the same time, we were always trained to actually understand the fundamentals and the processes before we used the scientific calculators to get the answer in a quicker fashion. So thank you again, and I yield back.
The representative from Illinois, Ms. Miller, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you to all the witnesses who have come. This is a very interesting conversation. And Mr. Chisholm, we've heard a lot about the potential benefits of AI in schools, but one of the longstanding priorities of this committee has been student privacy. And so there's a lot that people don't understand, or we're rightly concerned about when it comes to AI's impact on student privacy. You mentioned this a bit in your testimony, but what student privacy pitfalls do you think districts should be aware of, and how has your district handled this?
That's a great question. And again, student privacy, we have to fall under FERPA laws. So we got to make sure we're in compliance with that. It's real simple. I don't want to make this oversimplify this, but it really is simple. If you're using a public entity, I don't care if it's OpenAI, Grok, any of these others, you can't put student identifiable information on it or teacher identifiable information. So really teaching people to scrub files, that's the biggest thing. If you're going to use an Excel file that has this information, knowing what you need to take out. So that's a way that we handle that if you're using something like OpenAI. However, we alleviate that by using our own server. So I don't have to worry about FERPA laws because it does not face the internet in any way, shape, or form. So again, we've done trainings with teachers and administrators. We can put any file that we want on our own server, and we don't ever have to worry about student privacy there because it's housed on our own campuses. So we don't have to worry about that. So I think that's a way to do that. And again, it's a pretty expensive way to do it. However, on the flip side, if you're using this as a district, such with OpenAI, you're eventually going to start having to pay for tokens. So in the end, we as a district have decided that it's going to be more cost effective to just go ahead and pay for our own server than try to pay for tokens with one of those as well. So hope that answers your question. That is the crux of what we do. It is good training first if you're using a public server, and then on the other side, we just create our own, so we alleviate the problem altogether.
Thank you, and I appreciate how you're leading the way there. Mr. Chisholm, I have another question. One of the most frequent concerns we hear about AI in schools is that students will use AI as a crutch. For example, students will ask AI to write their essays or answer their homework questions. I know there's limits to how much a school district can do, especially once a student goes home for the day, but how are you thinking through these challenges?
That's probably my favorite question. And really, we have to rethink what we do in education. I have told our teachers and in all of the presentations that I do that we've got to rethink what we do in the classroom. Basically, we have to control the 8 hours that we have. We can't worry about other things outside of school because understand they're going to use it. So really, we need a heavier focus on what we do in the classroom and control the 8 hours that we have. And that means heavier weighting on grades for the things that we do in classrooms. It means that, again, we have to shift instead of sending things home for kids to write. We need to take care of those things within the classroom and worry about the controllables. And again, we can't worry about what happens outside. We just have to shift our focus to things like having projects done in class or having students explain their work. Why do I care where the information came from if the student can actually give that information back and teach someone else? They know the material. That's the ultimate thing that we're trying to do within the district. So control the 8 hours that we have.
Thank you. And Dr. Dobrin, one especially exciting aspect of AI adoption is the potential that this technology can transform education for special needs students. And I have two grandsons with special needs. For instance, AI-powered programs can facilitate speech-to-text software or help visually impaired students participate more fully in class. Can you talk more about how AI is being used to practically enhance special ed?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And the first thing I need to say is that I do not have experience in special education specifically. And Ms. Moat earlier had addressed some of this, and so I defer to her on that. What you're talking about specifically are assistive technologies. For me, in terms of special needs students, and also really for any student, one of the most enriching possibilities that we're seeing with AI right now is in customized learning pathways. The ability for a student to move through information and content and all the things associated with education in a way that is more effective for that learner. Now, I tend to also put a stopgap on where that becomes beneficial once we get past higher ed into credentialing. But I think that customized learning pathways right now are one of the most important things we're developing, particularly in terms of real-time assessment and the ability for students in that moment of assessment to adjust their learning path to see, I did not understand this concept, I now have this other way of learning about it. That to me is one of the most important things we're doing.
Thank you, and I yield back.
I'll now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Moat, I think it's clear that there's some benefits and some concerns about AI, some of the benefits. Are there any question, is there any question that AI can expand the capability of a classroom teacher? And if so, are there other areas where it's particularly good or bad? Language, maths, science?
Well, I'm of the view that AI literacy is a foundational literacy. And frankly, AI itself is the best revenge of English teachers because it's all about how do you ask good questions. And so when we think about
and investigations will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the subcommittee at any time. The subcommittee is meeting today to hear testimony on unleashing the golden age of American energy dominance. Under the committee rule 4F, any oral opening statements at hearings are limited to the chairman and the ranking member. I therefore ask unanimous consent that all other members' statements be made part of the hearing record if they are submitted in accordance with committee rule 3. Without objection, so ordered. I ask unanimous consent the following members be allowed to sit and participate in today's hearing: the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. I'm excited about the opportunity to have a conversation about unleashing the golden age of American energy dominance. Now, while we may have some disagreements across the aisle about the best path forward for making energy in America great again, I do think we can agree that making energy prices more affordable for all Americans is something we can all get behind. With that being said, the Biden administration's unprecedented 4-year war on American energy made it nearly impossible to produce domestic energy on public lands and was nothing short of catastrophic. This catastrophe was made even worse by frivolous and vexatious litigation intended to not only slow energy exploration and production to a halt, but also drive the cost of energy projects up by millions of dollars. Right now, we have a great opportunity to unlock the vast potential of all American energy sources, from onshore and offshore oil and gas leases to permitting new mines right here in America to investing in natural gas projects, including in my home state of Georgia. These are important steps that work not only to drive down the cost of energy for households, but also to provide a reliable source of income for both state and federal governments. For example, the projected cost of energy consumption in Georgia per capita in 2025 is $1,614. By enacting policies that produce more energy here in the United States, energy prices will begin to go down. According to some estimates, households in Georgia could save $484 per year with a 10% decline in energy cost. With a 50% price decline in energy costs, that number goes up to $2,420 per household. Now, these are real numbers in the pockets of Georgia's citizens, and these numbers are achievable. Another interesting example, Georgians will spend $17.8 billion in total energy consumption this year. Enacting more proactive domestic energy policies would drive down the cost of energy for families at home in Georgia, cutting costs by as much as $8.9 billion. Now, if we look at both onshore and offshore lease sales and the impact of these leases on the federal revenue, the numbers are incredible. For example, a scenario in which we lease just 2 times the number of baseline sales, which is not much, that increases the receipts of the federal government by $44 billion. Now, as we continue to expand the number of those onshore and offshore leases, that number could go up as much as $271 billion. Again, this is a very achievable scenario. Increasing revenue to the federal government isn't limited to the production of oil and gas. Minerals play a critical role here as well. Georgia's natural resources include dozens of industrial mines, each of which have thousands of uses. And though minerals are mined in 133 of Georgia's 159 counties, demand for minerals will continue to rapidly outstrip supply and production absent major change. This is fueled by regular market growth as well as investments in new technologies and data centers. With the amount of state and federal land available throughout the United States, including in my home state of Georgia, we have a great opportunity to invest in sustainable, environmentally friendly mining practices here at home in a way that will also fortify our federal estate. Now is the time to prioritize permitting these critical mining, oil, and gas investments here at home, which will allow not only a great return on federal revenue, but also provide for a more dependable and robust energy supply chain upon which we depend on every day. I hope today that we can have a robust and insightful discussion from those whose lives are impacted daily by decisions that have been made here in Washington, and look forward to working with the new administration on policies that improve the lives and pocketbooks of all Americans in the future. With that, I yield to the ranking member for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all our witnesses for being here today. Today's hearing on so-called energy dominance presents us with a clear choice. We double down on fossil fuels that pollute our communities and drive up costs for working Americans, or invest in a clean energy future that creates jobs, strengthens national security, and lowers household energy bills. For decades, the fossil fuel industry has devastated frontline communities, leaving them with exorbitant health costs and environmental cleanup bills. Pollution disproportionately harms low-income and minority communities, leading to higher rates of asthma, cancer, and other life-threatening illnesses. And as a pulmonary critical care physician who's taken care of these folks, I can attest that this is not made up fantasy. This is real and experienced every day across this country. In Louisiana's Cancer Alley, a predominantly Black community, cancer risks are nearly 50 times the national average due to the concentration of oil refineries and chemical plants. Indigenous lands are eroding from pipeline infrastructure, and historic Black neighborhoods have been abandoned due to toxic contamination. And these are exactly the kinds of costs that are ignored by most economic models that are supposed to estimate the financial impact of oil and gas extraction. The majority's witnesses are plugging unrealistic numbers, backed by rosy assumptions, into economic models to tell a story about how digging up all the oil and gas under public lands will be great for this country. Their economic models do not consider the costs of causing or exacerbating extreme weather events like Hurricane Helene. They ignore the rising healthcare costs from pollution-related illnesses. They fail to account for the fact that industries, consumers, and global markets are shifting toward clean energy, not out of ideology, but because it is increasingly the more affordable, stable, and secure option. They sidestep the fact that the volume of increases in extraction of oil and gas that they plug into the model are not even feasible for a host of reasons that have nothing to do with the policies they are asking for. Don't take my word for it. This is the CEO of ExxonMobil, Darren Woods, in November 2024. Their economic models do not consider the cost of causing or exacerbating extreme events. Yep, sorry. His quote, sorry. I don't think the level of production in the US is being constrained by external restrictions. I'm not sure how drill baby drill translates into policy. Certainly we wouldn't see a change based on a political change, but more on an economic environment. I don't think there's anybody out there that's developing a business strategy to respond to a political agenda. That's the end of his quote. Why the emphasis on these models? Ahead of a massive reconciliation bill, this subcommittee is trying to inflate the economic impact of unrestrained drilling on our most cherished lands. They want the Congressional Budget Office, who estimates how much our legislation will cost, to think their estimates are real. If the CBO can be convinced that drilling would make a lot of money for the federal government, Republicans would be allowed to give even more of your hard-earned taxpayer dollars to big oil. Even the promise of fossil fuel-driven job growth rings hollow. Over the past decade, US oil and gas employment has declined by approximately 40%. At the same time, taxpayers are footing the bill for big oil. The fossil fuel industry receives $15 billion in subsidies each year. And what do we get in return? Price manipulation, collusion with foreign cartels, and rising energy costs for American families. The Trump administration's energy policies have cost America dearly. Since Trump's election, over 50,000 clean energy jobs have been lost, delayed, or threatened, along with $56.3 billion in new investments. And House Republicans are working to gut the Inflation Reduction Act's clean energy tax credits, the very incentives that have spurred a clean energy manufacturing boom, creating over 400,000 jobs and saving Americans $8.4 billion in energy costs in just 1 year. And we're already seeing the consequences. Utility companies in 16 states have hiked rates, some by as much as $32 per month, due to the uncertainty surrounding clean energy investments. If Republicans succeed in rolling back these tax credits, energy bills will increase by $32 billion over the next decade, costing families over $100 per year on average. There is a better way. Investing in clean energy strengthens national security, drives economic growth, and delivers real savings for consumers. In 2023, global clean energy investments surpassed $1.7 trillion, outpacing fossil fuel investments for the first time. The American people deserve real solutions, not more handouts to the oil and gas industry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
I now recognize the full committee chair, Mr. Westerman, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. You know, the importance of our natural resources and the role they play in America's energy supply is no surprise to my colleagues here who are in this room, and I would say to really anybody that's in this room. And we all know that the demand for power is only growing. We're seeing 5-year growth load projections increasing by a staggering 550% since 2022. And I think if you looked at this data objectively, you could see that we're facing an energy crisis if we don't do something different from what we've been doing. We need an all-hands-on approach to producing as much new energy as we can. This explosion is being driven by data processing, by AI, and by manufacturing here in the United States. We cannot risk falling behind other countries such as China as we compete in these growing sectors. It's amazing the amount of energy that some of this data processing takes. And quite frankly, I'm for renewable energy. I'm for any kind of energy we can put on the grid, but it has to be in sufficient amounts that we can meet our needs and not drive the cost so high that the American consumers can't afford energy anymore. It's foundational to our economic growth and to our national security. We do have a solution, and part of that solution is the fact that we have abundant natural resources here that we can use to grow the energy sector. And the benefits of releasing American energy exploration and production definitely extends to our economy. There are some current economic models that indicate that domestic energy production using emerging technologies and sound federal policy decisions could result in $25 trillion in U.S. GDP growth by 2050 and the annual creation of more than 5 million jobs. And I will remind everybody that since the 1960s, the federal revenue from coming from taxes is about 17.5% of the GDP. So if you see a $25 trillion increase in economic activity, that means there's going to be more money flowing into the federal government to help balance the budget. There's a debate. What's going to happen with prices as energy production increases? It all comes back to that simple supply and demand curve. How much energy can we produce for the demand that's out there? And if we don't keep up with the demand, obviously the price is going to go higher. So there's a lot of economic data that's been presented in the testimonies today. I look forward to hearing that and to debating it and using that to help drive the policies that we'll be looking at in the Natural Resources Committee as we look at different ways to bolster new energy production and ways to meet the demand that keeps America competitive, that keeps energy prices reasonable for consumers, and that really looks out for the best interest of our country and for the future of the global economy and our national security. So again, thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I look forward to the discussions, and I yield back.
Thank you. I will now introduce our witnesses. We have Mr. Matthew Jensen, who is Director of Office for Fiscal and Regulatory Analysis, the American First Policy Institute in Washington, D.C. Mr. Glenn Sweetnam, Distinguished Fellow, Energy Policy Research Foundation in Washington, D.C. Ms. Megan Gibson, Senior Attorney, Southern Environmental Law Center here in Washington. Dr. Kevin Dayuratna, Acting Director, Chief Statistician, and Senior Research Fellow with the Heritage Foundation here in Washington, D.C. Let me remind the witnesses that under committee rules, you must limit your oral statement to 5 minutes, but your entire statement will appear in the hearing record. To begin your testimony, please press the on button with the microphone. We use timing lights. When you begin, the light will turn green, and at the end of 5 minutes, it will turn red. And I will ask you to please complete your statement. The chair now recognizes Mr. Jensen for 5 minutes.
Chairman Collins, Chairman Westerman, Ranking Member Dexter, members of the committee, thank you for inviting me. Let's begin today by confronting what's a hard economic reality of our current circumstances, which is that after 4 years of the prior administration's policies, many Americans are still finding that everything they buy is far too expensive. Yes, the 12-month core inflation rate fell below 3% in February 2025 data. And yes, core inflation reached the lowest level since May 2021. But the level of prices, not the rate of increase, is still more than 20% above where it was in January 2021 when President Biden took office. Affordability for the American public demands and is receiving serious attention from the second Trump administration and this 119th Congress. Where we can bring down the prices of energy and other essential inputs to daily life, those opportunities should be pursued with vigor. President Trump has targeted a major reduction in energy prices for consumers. And energy prices are baked into just about every good, product, and service that Americans consume. A reduction in energy prices would lead to strong downward pressures across all the prices in the economy. It takes energy to get seed into the ground, to get grains and machines to the factory, and to get your Cheerios to the grocery store. A study from Dr. Parna Mather indicates an indirect energy cost multiplier of nearly 2. So for every dollar of direct energy costs that families face, they bear another dollar in indirect costs. A BCG study puts that multiplier at 3. What does this all mean for the American family? Let's look at the numbers if energy prices come down by 10 or 50% compared to the baseline, starting with just the direct costs. In Arizona, reducing energy costs by 10% would mean statewide household savings of $1.7 billion. In Colorado, the number is 1.4, and in Oregon, it's 1. The average household would save $700 in Arizona, $720 in Colorado, and $650 in Oregon. That's every year. And what if we reduced energy costs by 50%? The average household would save $3,500 in Arizona, $3,600 in Arizona, $3,300 in Oregon. Indirect savings from energy price reductions could double to triple these estimates. Now let's turn to the fiscal effects of onshore and offshore oil and gas leasing. And here I rely on a modeling framework developed by Dr. James Brohl, an economist, energy expert, and author of the excellent book, Regulation and Economic Growth. It's been applied by my colleague, Dr. Weifeng Zhang, an economist with the Office for Fiscal and Regulatory Analysis. The model is freely available on GitHub. You can access it, you can interrogate it, you can use it for your own estimates. Starting from an appropriate baseline of the previous administration's activities, the model shows that increasing onshore leasing to the past decade high and offshore leasing to 3 sales per year could raise up to $58 billion over 10 years. A more aggressive reform to increase onshore leasing to 2 times the past decade high and offshore leasing to 10 sales per year could raise up to $173 billion over 10 years. And a realistic but more aggressive still reform to increase onshore leasing to 4 times the past decade high and offshore leasing to 20 sales per year could raise up to $350 billion over 10 years. Those are just the effects for the federal government and don't include the very significant benefits to state and local governments. These estimates are in line with CBO's estimating principles and don't rely on dynamic effects, although dynamic modeling would show likely more significant benefits. Additionally, the Trump administration has undertaken significant actions that should increase the value of federal leases, but are not fully captured in these modeling results. This could mean even greater benefits. Some of the administration's early actions relate to energy specifically, others are broader, but all should increase the value of onshore and offshore federal oil and gas leases, resulting bonus payments, and direct fiscal effects. Beyond writing key provisions into statute, Congress has an opportunity to lock in savings through proposals such as the REINS Act, which would provide congressional review of regulatory actions with significant negative effects, preventing future administrations from rolling back the fiscally positive actions of this one. The REINS Act could easily provide hundreds of billions to over $1 trillion of direct fiscal savings based on my estimates. The Foundation for Government Accountability found REINS could have saved taxpayers at least $844 billion if in place during the last administration. And as a final note, I encourage this committee to review mining and resource use regulations more broadly. The more critical a resource, for instance, potash for agriculture or rare earth minerals for electronics, the more important it is to identify regulatory and statutory barriers to domestic production, to eliminate those barriers through legislation. Thank you. I welcome your questions and discussion.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Sweetnam for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Westerman, Chairman Collins, Ranking Member Dexter, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm honored to be able to participate in this hearing today. I have prepared some slides, and I'm hoping each of you have a copy in front of you. The U.S. oil and gas industry is the most dynamic, price-responsive, efficient, and technically capable in the world. Although this has been true for many decades, probably since the start of the oil industry, modern oil industry in the 18th century, the superiority was clearly demonstrated in the last 15 years. If you look at slide 2, you can show this. We show the level of oil production from the U.S. and from the rest of the world relative to its level in 2010. During this period, global oil production, including condensates and natural gas liquids, increased 13 million barrels a day. U.S. oil production increased as shown in blue. The rest of the world increases are shown in orange. We display the data this way so that it's very clear to see the U.S. contribution to the increase in world oil production, and the U.S. industry accounted for 90% of that 13 million barrels since 2010. Over this, we can also see that in 2020 and 2023, the rest of the world's oil production actually went negative relative to 2010. I'll return a little later to this issue of curtailing production. Slide 3 shows the story for natural gas, and it's basically the same. The U.S. accounted for just over 50% of the world's increase in natural gas productions from 2010 to 2023, and this meant an increase by 2023 America was producing a quarter of the world's natural gas. The US industry is able to outperform the rest of the world for a variety of reasons, but an important aspect is the competitiveness. It is intense competition that forces US companies to continually become more productive. Slide 4 shows this phenomenon of increased development efficiency in the gas industry over the last 16 years. In 2008, US gas producing was less than 60 billion cubic feet a day, and we had almost 1,600 rigs running. Since then, rig rates have continued to decline, and employment, as the ranking member mentioned, has declined, and yet US gas production has increased from under 60 to almost 100 billion cubic feet a day, and we're running rigs at only 100 rigs per day and sustaining that growth in production. In order to estimate the benefits of increased oil and gas leasing in prospective federal lands, two of my colleagues at EPRINC, Max Pizer and Matthew Sawarski, undertook a comprehensive analysis of prospective federal lands in 4 regions. Slide 5 shows the results of that analysis in terms of incremental oil and gas production. The analysis is based on representative oil and gas projects in each of 4 regions: the OCS in the Gulf of America, the Naval Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, the lower 48s, and Arctic National Wildlife Reserve. Slide 6 shows the results of the analysis in terms of incremental revenues from bonus bids, royalties, corporate taxes, and individual taxes. And even though oil and gas production doesn't peak until 2039 from these projects, the slide summarizes federal revenues only during the first 10 years. And that, using that approach, we estimate incremental revenues of $122 billion, incremental federal revenues. Now, that's a single point estimate, and it's really important to recognize the range of uncertainty in estimating future oil and gas production. Slide 7 summarizes a landmark study by Richard Nearing. Now, the increased production is important, but actually what's most important is the flexibility and the responsiveness of the US industry. And in the following slides, I show how, as we increase the responsiveness, what economists call the price elasticity of supply, we actually reduce the profitability of OPEC to make more money by cutting production. They're currently cutting production 6 million barrels a day, which has an effect of raising oil prices about $10 a barrel. If we make the US industry more elastic, more responsive to price changes, we can cut that incentive to restrict production, and OPEC will have less power. I'm happy to answer questions. Look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Ms. Gibson for 5 minutes.
Chairman Collins, Chairman Westerman, Ranking Member Dexter, and distinguished members of the subcommittee and committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Megan Gibson. I serve as a senior attorney at the Southern Environmental Law Center. We're a nonprofit rooted in the South, committed to ensuring clean air, clean water, and a livable climate for all. If we are serious about ushering in a new era of American energy dominance, one that benefits every American household and business, we must not look backward to fossil fuels, but forward to technologies of the future. And the future is renewable. Renewables are no longer a distant ideal. They are the engine of American energy growth. In 2024, over 90% of new utility scale capacity came from renewables: solar, wind, battery storage. These technologies are now the cheapest, fastest to deploy sources of power. They're creating jobs, they're lowering bills, and delivering resilience in the face of extreme weather. In Texas, long seen as a fossil fuel stronghold, renewables are transforming the grid, making it more reliable, more resilient. During last summer's record-breaking heat wave, solar and storage supplied over 25,000 megawatts in Texas, keeping the lights on for millions. In North Carolina, after Hurricane Helene knocked out the grid, solar microgrids powered entire communities when nothing else could. These are not hypotheticals. These are real life-saving results right here, right now. Clean energy isn't just reliable and resilient, it's also an economic powerhouse. In 2023 alone, 149,000 new clean energy jobs were added nationwide. These are good paying, accessible jobs. Most don't require a four-year degree, and they're lifting up communities across the country, especially in rural areas. In North Carolina, solar has increased property tax revenue without burdening local infrastructure. In Texas, renewables and storage are expected to deliver nearly $50 billion, that's with a B, $billion in lifetime payments to local governments and landowners. At the same time, fossil fuels are faltering under their own weight. Today, 99% of coal plants cost more to run than it would cost to build a new wind or solar facility nearby. In the Southeast, uneconomic coal generation alone costs customers $5.3 billion. And natural gas, at best, it's a gamble. Price spikes like those we saw in 2022 hit families and businesses hard. One utility in the Carolinas saw its fuel costs jump by nearly $1 billion, and those costs get passed on to people. True energy dominance is about reliability, affordability, and security for Americans, not what more fossil fuel reliance will bring us. Fuel price shocks, stranded assets, blackout risks. It's about modernizing the grid so clean power flows freely, efficiently across regions and within them. But right now, our outdated, fragmented transmission system is holding us back. We need to triple or quadruple our transmission capacity to meet rising demand, unlock clean energy's full potential. Fortunately, smart programs like the Department of Energy's SITAP program, an initiative that streamlines federal transmission permitting, could help us do just that. But we need more strong federal coordination, support, and the use of existing tools like the National Interest Electric Transmission Corridor designations, or full use of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's backstop siting authority to help get us there. Let me be clear, leading the world in energy isn't about drilling more wells or building more pipelines. It's about developing and owning the technologies that will define the 21st century. China is racing ahead in clean energy production. If we slow down now, we risk ceding American leadership in the very industries that will power the global economy. We are at a crossroads. We can cling to the fossil-fueled past and call it dominance, or we can invest in the clean, modern, resilient energy system our future demands. This is our moment to lead. Not more of the same, polluting uneconomic systems, but in wind, solar, batteries, high voltage transmission lines that will serve as the backbone of a resilient, modern grid and American innovation. Let's build an America where no family is left in the dark during a storm, where no family has to live next to a facility that spews pollution or send their children to school where they go outside and struggle to breathe. Instead, let's continue to build an America where electricity is cheap, clean, homegrown, where we are not only energy independent, but clean energy dominant. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Dr. Dayaratna for 5 minutes.
Chair Collins, Ranking Member Dexter, members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about energy policy. My name is Kevin Dayaratna. I'm the Acting Director, Chief Statistician, and the Senior Research Fellow at the Heritage Foundation's Center for Data Analysis. The views I express in this testimony are my own and should not be construed as representing any official position of the Heritage Foundation. Access to affordable and reliable energy is not just a convenience, it's the foundation of a thriving society. From brewing a morning cup of coffee, to powering life-saving hospital equipment, to conducting this very hearing, energy is woven into every aspect of modern life. And throughout history, every major leap in human progress, from the steam engine to the smartphone, has been powered by greater access to energy. At the Heritage Foundation, my colleagues and I have explored energy access in great detail. Our research has overwhelmingly shown that countries with high energy access consistently outperform others on virtually every metric of human well-being. Between 1900 and 2018, global energy consumption rose dramatically, and so did global life expectancy, which more than doubled from 32 years to over 72. At the same time, Real per capita income rose by well over 500% both domestically and worldwide. In fact, no country achieves high income without also consuming large amounts of energy. It's a near universal pattern. More energy, more prosperity. And access to energy doesn't just improve economic output, it saves lives. Countries that consume more than 30,000 kilowatt hours per capita have lower child and maternal mortality and higher life expectancy. In contrast, countries such as Malawi or Sierra Leone, with severely limited energy access, face crushing public health challenges. Clean water, modern sanitation, and life-saving medical technologies, all powered by energy, have slashed mortality rates. Denying this access is not just a policy failure, it's a moral one as well. Energy-driven innovation has also transformed agriculture. For example, from 1961 to 2018, agricultural output has soared by over 70% both domestically and worldwide, as brilliantly designed machines took on much of the heavy labor. To put it succinctly, affordable, reliable energy is the engine of human progress. So now let's take a closer look at energy policy. Two facts become clear. The first fact is that ill-conceived energy policy retards progress. Under the Biden administration, a range of mistaken regulations had been aimed at phasing out carbon-based energy. These included halting new oil and gas leases on federal lands and pushing zero-emission vehicles mandates, among others. At the Heritage Foundation's Center for Data Analysis, we evaluated these measures using the Heritage Energy Model, a clone of the Energy Information Agency's National Energy Modeling System. The findings of these ill-conceived measures over an 18-year time horizon were stark. An average employment shortfall of over 1.2 million jobs, income losses for a typical family of four exceeding $5,000 per year, and a total GDP loss exceeding $7 trillion. And yet, what do these costly measures achieve in terms of climate benefit? We ran climate projections using the Model for the Assessment of Greenhouse Gas-Induced Climate Change, an IPCC model. Even assuming the US completely eliminated fossil fuels, a highly unrealistic scenario, the temperature mitigation by 2100 would be less than 0.23 degrees Celsius. There's no way around it. Enormous economic sacrifice, negligible environmental return. Now let's turn to our second fact. Clear-headed energy promotes progress. America is rich in energy resources. The Institute for Energy Research has noted that the United States has over 1.6 trillion barrels of oil and over 4 quadrillion cubic feet of natural gas below our very feet. At current consumption rates, that's over 200 years of oil and 130 years of natural gas. At the Heritage Foundation Center for Data Analysis, we simulated a high oil and gas scenario using assumptions identical to the EIA's. The results are quite striking. Namely, over a 25-year time horizon, the results show an average employment gain of 5.3 million jobs annually, a $12,000 annual income increase for a family of four, and a $25 trillion boost to GDP. And the climate impact? Practically zero. Even under extreme assumptions, our climate simulations show that this would raise global temperatures by no more than a measly 0.03 degrees Celsius by 2100. So the path forward is clear. Ill-conceived policies that restrict energy access and pose real harm while offering virtually no environmental benefit. But policies that promote energy abundance through innovation and regulatory reform can deliver massive gains for economic growth, public health, and long-term prosperity. So it's no exaggeration to say expanding energy access isn't merely smart policy, it's a moral imperative. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
I thank the witnesses for their testimony. The chair will now recognize members for 5 minutes each for questions. Okay, and the chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. My first question is for Ms. Gibson. Ms. Gibson, our ranking member cited traditional energy subsidies of $15 billion annually. Given your expertise in alternative energy, how much in subsidies was provided under the Inflation Reduction Act?
Thank you for your question. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your question. I don't know the exact number offhand.
Okay, well, let me see if I can help a little bit. According to the University of Pennsylvania Wharton School, the CBO dramatically underestimated the $391 billion in energy and climate provisions, and that the true estimate is actually $1 trillion over a 10-year period. The Cato Institute placed the number actually much higher, at between 2 trillion and 4.67 trillion. And that is over 100 times the cited subsidy that was mentioned in the opening remarks for an industry sector that makes up less than 10% of domestic energy production. The truth is that the subsidy that appears to be required for so-called renewable energy to be competitive as an economic energy source only masks the true cost of that energy and dramatically increases the debt our nation passes on to the next generation. My next question is for Mr. Sweetnam. Your analysis makes a critical point about energy transitions. They take time, and they tend to be additive, not subtractive. That aligns with what Alaskans know, my home state. Wind and solar can complement but not replace baseload power in a state with 30 below zero winters and thousands of miles between grid connections. So let me ask you, given what we've seen with recent grid instability and surging demand, how dangerous is it economically and strategically to overestimate the speed of the renewable transition, particularly when it leads to sidelining proven resources like Alaskan oil and gas?
Thank you for the question. It is true that the grid has become less reliable as we increase our dependence on renewable energy. It also makes the energy more expensive, and we see that all around the world. Because the wind and solar are weather dependent, they're intermittent. And so they can produce when the sun's shining and the wind's blowing. But there are periods, and sometimes they're long periods, when the wind is not blowing. And of course, every night you have to worry about not having solar, but even cloudy days, you don't have the peak capacity. So what happens is that if you want the grid to be reliable, you have to have dispatchable capacity equal to your peak load. And so that means that you need to have gas or coal or nuclear, something that is, you can turn on and off. It's not weather dependent. And when you have to have that capacity, but then you bring in the renewables and you run the renewables, the load factor, the capacity factor, those other facilities goes down. And that's what makes the electricity more expensive. And we've seen it all around the world, in the US and Europe, state by state, in Asia where I'm working. You can see as you increase the renewables, the price to the customer goes up. And that's because you have to have two energy systems. And that's just more expensive. The issue of so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
We've noted a follow-up question. We've noticed in Alaska, in areas where there are microgrids deployed, the attempt to utilize renewable energy sources as an adjunct to traditional diesel fuel generation has led to actual increases in the consumption of diesel fuel. Can you comment on perhaps why that may be the case?
No, I think I'd have to know the specifics. You're saying increases, what if they're replacing? I don't think that should cause an increase. So I'm sorry, I need to know the specifics.
Yeah, and I'll provide you with some additional specifics. So,
thank you.
Yeah, so what we've observed is that that in order to continue to restart that diesel generation capacity, it actually increases the amount of diesel consumption because of the intermittent nature of the so-called renewable sources of energy.
Yes. You've raised a very important point, which is that because the renewable sources like wind and solar are direct current, they have to go through an inverter to create the alternating current that our electric grids run on. And they don't have the physical inertia associated with the rotating machinery, the generators. And in fact, they follow the generators. And what happens is if there is a reduction in renewable energy, you can have a shortage and then a trip off and a blackout. In Australia in 2016, they had a black start problem where they didn't have enough rotating machinery. So the inertia associated with the rotating machinery is very important to the stability of the grid.
Thank you for clarifying that. Now, I'd recognize our ranking member, Dr. Dexter, for any questions for the witnesses.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Gibson, you have read the testimony from other witnesses and heard some of it today. Do those economic estimates of impacts from digging up even more oil and gas from public lands seem realistic to you? And why or why not?
Thank you, Dr. Dexter, for the question. No, they do not. And I'll just say quite simply that we've seen this movie before, and that in 2017 and 2018, there were pretty exaggerated cost estimates as to what could be gleaned from the auctioning of leases in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge in the billions. And what resulted from that auction was less than 1% of what was originally put on the table.
Thank you. And what evidence do we have that renewables lead to lower energy prices for consumers? It's been refuted here this morning, and I just want to hear from you on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every year, there's increasingly mounting empirical evidence that renewables are our economic future. They're driving economic growth. In the top 12 states in which renewables have penetrated the grid more than anywhere else, 10 of those states, prices are less for consumers. People don't have to pay as much on their energy bills. The proof's in the pudding.
Okay. And if we meet our energy needs with renewable energy, how will that impact our economy?
Overall, positively. I mean, the economic benefits are tremendous in terms of consumer savings, industry, development, jobs, manufacturing, sales, as well as we will lead the world in energy innovation and get ahead of our competitors such as in China.
And I'm just going to add to that as someone who does care for folks who are impacted by toxic fumes and other smoke exposures, that we know that the exposure to those substances in the air absolutely impact our health, and the dramatic impacts of adverse health outcomes need to be factored into these economic modelings. I think that we'll move on to public health now. We pursue at this point, or we're discussing whether we pursue a transition to clean renewable energy. And Ms. Gibson, can you speak to how continuing to prop up the oil and gas industry in the name of energy dominance could increase public health risks and affect the well-being of communities across the country?
Well, I would say, Dr. Dexter, you probably know more than most, but dramatically, it increases the likelihood of premature death, of cardiovascular disease, of respiratory illnesses. And I would invite anybody, including esteemed members of this committee, to come take a trip of Cameron Parish, Louisiana, and talk to the multi-generational fishermen that live there, who we represent, whose families have been impacted by the LNG facilities that they're building on top of their communities, and the impacts it has had on their family, the very real health impacts that it's had on these people's families and lives.
I also want to ask whether you believe that NEPA is the barrier to expanding clean energy infrastructure and development.
No, NEPA is not the barrier. NEPA is not a permitting statute. I know it's often the scapegoat in a lot of conversations with NEPA. In fact, if used correctly, can increase efficiency of the build out of infrastructure.
Excellent, thank you. And in our last few minutes, Ms. Gibson, can you please briefly describe the work the Southern Environmental Law Center does on the ground for communities impacted by natural disasters?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that the most recent example that comes to mind, unfortunately, is what happened in Western North Carolina when we were hit by Hurricane Helene. Our organization worked directly with communities on the ground. Solar, I should add, was absolutely integral to supporting those communities and providing power when gas and fossil went offline. after the hurricane hit, and our own staff members are members of these community that lived through this horrible, horrific, extreme weather event. And right now there's fires burning in North Carolina, South Carolina, New Jersey, and we're of course seeing an increased rise of weather events across the country. And we need to address these issues, and we need to address them now.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the committee chairman, Mr. Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you to the witnesses for your testimony. Ms. Gibson, do you support nuclear power? And does your organization support building more nuclear power?
We believe in safe, reliable energy.
Does that include nuclear power?
With increased research and more efficiency, there is a possibility in the future.
So right now,
but
it doesn't include nuclear power. Mr. Sweeten, I believe the data shows that oil, gas, and coal produce 84% of the energy in the United States right now. And without getting into a lot of detail, we know that solar panels take up 4,000 to 10,000 acres of land per gigawatt, whereas you build a nuclear power plant, it's much, much less land than that, and the energy density on oil and gas and coal is much greater. But do you see any foreseeable way in even the next 100 years to not have any fossil fuel component to our energy supply?
Well, you'd have to have dispatchable power if you want to have an electrical grid. And so relying solely on interruptible power, you would need to have some way to store the electricity. And so batteries are efficient and economic for storing about 4 hours of electricity. But when you get into long-term storage and seasonal storage, it's very uneconomic. So to me, it's possible to have a completely renewable system, but it's only been done in areas that are very small and very specific. You really need to have the dispatchable energy or very large electricity storage, which is difficult.
Which would more than likely include nuclear power and advancing more
Yes,
hydraulic.
Yes. So the nuclear power,
hydroelectricity.
excuse me.
And as we look at oil and gas production, we saw a kind of a peak in conventional oil production in the 70s, and then fracking came along, and we saw an uptick again. I believe it was this week I saw an article in the New York or the Wall Street Journal that suggested the Permian may be peaking on oil production using fracking, but we also know there's a new technology out there called CO2 enhanced oil recovery. And I believe some of the projections show we could get another 10% of the oil out of conventional wells and fracked wells using CO2. Can you comment on how important new technologies, and Mr. Jensen, you may want to comment on this too, are to being able to get more energy production, and what our focus should be on these new technologies?
Yeah, the new technology is extremely important, and you're absolutely right that we were concerned that the U.S. was running out of oil and gas. And now, as a result of the fracking technology, we are the largest oil and gas producers in the world. In addition to the new technology allowing more recovery of resources, it also expands the competitiveness of the industry. In the 1980s, with a higher computing capacity, as computers became stronger, small companies with just 2 or 3 people could compete against the majors, who up till then were the only ones who could do the seismic processing that was required. So the new technology not only allows you to recover more resource, but it also makes the industry more competitive.
Mr. Jensen?
I'd add to that, as we expand the production and we expand leasing, it'll give new opportunities to develop new technologies. And so through a combination of executive orders that are limiting the barriers to energy production, and then legislation that might expand production farther. These things will work synergistically and with new technology, and they'll all work together to increase energy output more rapidly.
So we hear the argument that oil is a global commodity. If we produce more, it could drive the prices down, maybe get to a point where we couldn't afford to invest in producing more oil. But oil is easily traded across the globe. But can you explain how gas is different from that? How there's such a huge demand for gas, but the transportation restrictions on gas are really hindering our ability to produce and sell more gas?
Yes, so the gas is, transportation is a much larger component of the cost of distributing gas than of oil. So you're absolutely right. Oil is very much an international commodity because the transportation cost relative to the value of the commodity is so low. Natural gas, it's different. Natural gas may sell for $2 or $3 an MCF, but you need to spend an additional $5 to refrigerate it, ship it across an ocean, and then regasify it. So that's why the international gas market is growing more slowly. But it is continuing to grow, and we do fully expect that gas trade will continue to expand, especially in countries who need more electricity, need more dispatchable power, want the clean energy of natural gas. And so they'll be using more and more natural gas. This is especially true in Asia.
And we have over 4 quadrillion cubic feet of natural gas, which is pretty mind-boggling. Yield back.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Hernandez for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. So I understand the fossil fuel industry is one of the major drivers behind the climate crisis, and that climate change in turn is intensifying natural disasters by increasing the frequency and the severity of extreme weather events. Ms. Gibson, can you speak to the role that renewables can play in bolstering community energy resilience and supporting critical local infrastructure after such disasters?
Absolutely. Renewables are more resilient, more reliable than fossils. During Winter Storm Uri and Winter Storm Elliott especially, wind produced 4 times the amount of energy than was originally anticipated. And meanwhile, fossils were completely offline, and they were providing much needed power to people in desperate times.
And, I come from Puerto Rico, and we have some of the highest electricity rates in the country, partly because we rely on imported fossil fuels for energy. How could expanding renewable energy in disaster-prone areas reduce dependence on fragile fuel supply chains that can be disrupted by storms, wildfires, or other disasters?
It would increase reliability, resilience, and quite frankly, safety and security of the communities and people.
And would you say that, utility scale solar and battery installations are easier to scale up rapidly in response to energy crises than fossil fuel infrastructure?
It's not me that would say that. It's the evidence and the empirical data, the writings on the wall. It's faster to deploy and it's cheaper.
Right now, Puerto Rico faces a shortage of close to 800 megawatts. It's expected in the summer. And, I'll be very transparent. I'll take whatever I can find in terms of energy sources to prevent power outages in the summer. Even if tomorrow we discovered the dirtiest source of energy in the history of the world. Obviously, it doesn't have to be that way. If we had to find a temporary solution to that generation problem, could renewables be an alternative, given the ease of scaling them up quickly?
Absolutely.
Could you provide maybe more concrete examples as to how you could address a 700, 800 megawatt shortage using renewables in a very short time frame?
Well, Representative, I'm not an engineer, but I'm sure that there are people smarter than me that could provide that answer to you. But I will say that, again, it's faster and cheaper, period. That's
Okay.
what the evidence shows.
Okay. Mr. Sweetnam, I think you were nodding in disagreement. I would love to hear your opinion.
Well, you do, my recommendation would be to get a gas turbine on a barge. In other words, people who need power rapidly on the order of 800 megawatts. And you could, if you bring a gas turbine on a barge and use that, you can hook right into the grid, and that would be done. You'd use a floating gasification, a regasification floating vessel, which is also easily leased. Puerto Rico, I think it's very interesting you mentioned that, because the island communities are tougher for energy, and it does make energy more expensive. The island of Kauai, if I might, committed to going to renewable energy, and so they've gotten very close with lots of solar, but it's a very small system, and it's taken up a lot of land for a small population in Kauai. But that would be an example to look at. But they did need to find a way to guarantee reliability. And so they took their existing coal plant, shut off the coal burner, and replaced it with a biogen generator, but they haven't got that up and running yet, so they're still using diesel. But that would be a way you could get dispatchable source with solar and storage. But it's a big project. And so if you want to get 800 megawatts this summer, you just need to find a barge with a generator on it and fuel it with LNG.
No, and I appreciate that. That is very helpful. That is something that we have heard and that I believe the administration is considering. And like I said, I'm more interested in solving the problem right now than necessarily in the issue of energy. Now, I have heard that the supply chains for natural gas turbines are also very backed up, and it may take years to get the necessary equipment. Do you have something to say about these challenges?
It is true that there's a backlog for new turbines for a permanent installation, and a lot of those are being purchased for artificial intelligence funding, but there are companies that rent them. So if you need 800 megawatts this summer, that's what you're not going to be purchasing a permanent installation for that.
Right. I appreciate your responses, and thank you both. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Stauber for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank to our witnesses for being here. I'm going to change gears just a little bit. Here in the United States, we responsibly and ethically produce our abundant energy and natural resources better than anywhere else in the world. And when we do, we're able to bolster our economy, create good paying union jobs, and raise much needed revenue for the federal, state, county, and local governments. We have a decision before us today. We can either develop our own energy and minerals resources here, enjoying all of the economic benefits that come with it, or rely on foreign adversarial nations like China or Russia. I'm glad that under the Trump administration and congressional Republicans, it's clear which path we'll take over the next 4 years. While this morning's hearing has focused primarily on economic impact of developing Americans' abundant energy resources, I want to focus on the incredible prospect we have to develop our nation's critical and other non-fuel minerals, including the tremendous mineral wealth we have in the Duluth complex and elsewhere across northern Minnesota. According to the U.S. Geological Survey's latest data published earlier this year, the development, processing, refining, and recycling of non-fuel minerals in the United States contributes nearly $29 billion to our nation's GDP annually. That's even while this nation is stuck currently with the Biden-era policies that have locked up a vast majority of our nation's critical minerals, like those in the Duluth complex in northeastern Minnesota. It's policies like the Biden administration's mining ban and the Superior National Forest in northern Minnesota, which locked up over 225,000 acres from responsible mineral development. And as my colleagues all know well by now, this jeopardized development of the Duluth complex, where there are trillions and trillions of dollars of mineral wealth. If we are able to develop our tremendous mineral wealth in Minnesota, Arizona, Alaska, Colorado, Idaho, Nevada, Michigan, Wyoming, Montana, and everywhere in between, that $29 billion annually added to our nation's GDP will skyrocket. I want to point out a figure that that when we talk about mining from the raw material, the gross domestic product to our economy, I just mentioned 29 billion. That's just the original estimate on the GDP. It doesn't go downstream, which is hundreds of billions of dollars that we can add to our GDP annually if we're allowed to mine those critical minerals here. We have to mine them, process them here, and then we can manufacture here. Mr. Sweetnam, while your testimony and research has focused primarily on oil and gas development, including the impact that domestic production of oil and gas can have on OPEC's ability to control oil and gas prices, I believe the same arguments can be made for global mineral commodities. Would you agree that just like the oil and gas development, domestic critical mineral development would weaken China and other adversarial nations' control over global mineral prices and their ability to artificially manipulate mineral commodity prices?
So the concentration of these strategic minerals, especially those needed for wind turbines and solar panels and batteries, China dominates not only the extraction and processing, but also the refining of those materials to an extraordinary degree. So where OPEC Plus has a market share of about 35%, for many of these minerals, China has a market share of 80%. And they've been happy or willing to use that dominance when they want to put economic leverage on other countries. So I absolutely agree that the concentration of those minerals and processing in China is a security risk, and it would be helpful to address it with U.S. production.
I really appreciate, with my 20 seconds left, I really appreciate that comment. We can mine here, we can process here, we can manufacture. We do it better, in my opinion, better than anybody else in the world. And when we know better, we should do better. We cannot allow adversarial nations to control our destiny. As the Undersecretary of Defense and Undersecretary of Defense said when I asked, what would it do, what would it be like if China stopped selling us our critical minerals? And it'd be devastating and dangerous. Department of Defense and Energy Undersecretary said that to me. It would be devastating and dangerous. When we know better, we do better. We do it better here in the United States of America than anywhere in the country. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes myself for 5 minutes for questioning. Ms. Sweetnam, I just want to pick up right where Mr. Stauber left off. Not to mention the fact that China uses child labor to mine these critical rare earth minerals. But let's look at China. China processes nearly 90% of the global rare earth. I think you were alluding to that a few minutes ago. 60% of production and 83% of processing, and China is the primary import source for 50 critical minerals here in the U.S., the primary processing source. So given that China's dominance in the extraction, process, and refining of these critical minerals that are essential to the manufacture of wind and solar equipment, what are those energy risks that Mr. Stauber was talking about that created by accelerating our reliance on this renewable energy?
So it's truly economic risk because China, with such a large position in these minerals, can decide what price they'll sell them at, and they can cut off customers. So if in the U.S. we have manufacturers who are depending on those materials, they can easily be cut off or the price can be raised. And because they have so much more market power than OPEC did, similar to the effects of the Arab oil embargo and the Iranian oil crisis, when we saw prices skyrocket, cutting off those materials would also have that effect. I think if I may, I'd also like to point about, we hear very much about how the renewable energy is clean, the wind and solar, but in fact, what you're doing is you're not eliminating emissions, you're exporting emissions, because the mining and processing and manufacturing of those strategic critical minerals for the renewable technologies are being produced with coal energy in China. So the emissions, as you'll see, the emissions of the world are continuing to go up. So even though it's correct that we've seen a lot more installation of renewable energy, CO2 emissions are not going down. And the reason they're not going down is that the developed countries are exporting their emissions to the developing world in China. And that deindustrialization that we're observing in Germany, the deindustrialization is also happening in Japan because of high energy costs. And so hopefully we'll not do the same thing in the United States.
You're right. As a matter of fact, China's opening up numerous coal plants every week. So we are just exporting emissions. And the fact that China has made no bones about it, they want to be dominant by 2045 in every category from economic to military. And so we need to, we've got to get our processing and our own refining and our mining back to America. Mr. Jensen, I want to thank you for testifying today. I want to talk to you about the energy costs for Georgia families. In your written testimony, you talk about the price reductions and say that the Georgia household of 3 in 2025 with a 10% price decline will save $763. With a 50% reduction, Georgia families could save $3,800. Can you tell me what is needed for Georgia families to be able to save this money?
Yes, thank you for the question. And I will tell you, but first I'll note that those numbers you just cited, that's only the direct costs. And so when you take into account the indirect costs associated with energy prices, those numbers could be 2 to 3 times as high savings for Georgia families. And for that to happen, there needs to be an all of the above energy strategy in the United States to increase every stage of energy production. And we've seen this administration start to implement that strategy through executive order. But if we want that to be as successful as possible and to be lasting, then the way to do it is through legislation as well.
Well, expand on it. Why is the cost of energy so high that families could save anywhere from $700 to $3,800 depending on that price reduction?
We've seen for this previous administration a severe constraint on the types of energy sources that are most widely used: natural gas, oil, and we've seen those constrained for the last 4 years, driving up prices. And so now if we, and we've also seen other kinds of energy like nuclear constrained. And so if we start to unconstrain America's potential to produce these resources, then we can snap up and start to see a dramatic increase in production. The United States, I've been poking around these data recently, we're huge in these energy markets. And so we actually govern the global price of energy. And if we produce more, we can influence the price of energy, both in the United States and at a global level.
Thank you. I see my time has expired. I tell you what, I think we're going to go with the second round of questioning. And the chair now recognizes Mr. Westerman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you to the witnesses. Mr. Dayaratna, can you explain how the Congressional Budget Office scores energy projects and how you would do that differently?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. My understanding is that the Congressional Budget Office will take legislation that is given to them and score it in a static manner. What I would recommend doing is incorporating a dynamic macroeconomic feedback, incorporating the larger manifestations of the increased supply of the various sources of energy that are being altered by the proposed policy.
Thank you. And so I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about the importance of permitting reform to be able to not only produce energy, but also to do mining. I know a couple of these gentlemen to my right have vast mining deposits in their states, and America is blessed with a lot of minerals and elements, except we don't get them out of the ground. And if you look at the report from USGS on critical minerals, we're 100% dependent on imports on a lot of these minerals and elements, even though we have them right here in the U.S. And recently I've had companies come to me and say they've got deposits of like graphite, which we're 100% dependent on graphite. If you look at who's the dominant world supplier of graphite, it's China. So why wouldn't we develop our graphite? And the feedback is because there's a concern that China will dump graphite on the global market, drive down the price, and make it uneconomical to have a project here in the U.S. So if we could get past all the hurdles to permitting on some of these mines, then you got the economic problems of dumping by foreign countries. And these are things that are not only critical to our national security, but also critical to energy, because when you're talking about energy anymore, and especially electric energy, you're talking about mining and minerals and elements. So Mr. Jensen, I'll start with you. Can you comment on the importance for permitting reform, for developing more mining materials, and how to combat dumping by our adversaries to keep production out of the United States?
It's a combination here where if you combine the tariff approach that this administration is taking for national security reasons, and you combine that with permitting reform to speed up the permitting, with smart deregulation, to make it so that there are not too many barriers to getting these things out of the ground, then it'll solve that issue, where it will at once allow for us to increase the domestic production here, and at the same time it'll put up barriers for our trading partners who are have their own barriers against us, and it can create this reciprocity in the way that we treat our trading partners. And so I think the key here is to combine the strategies where you have tariffs and you have deregulation and you have permitting reform, and you put the three together, and then we can see this all of these resources that are on the ground here start to be dug up and produced and refined and then used in the markets.
And Mr. Sweetnam, could you elaborate on that as well, and maybe talk about, the tariffs are a way to incentivize more production here, but it's still going to take time to get these mines up and permitted up and operating. I know Mr. Whitman, who's on this committee, has a bill called the Secure Act that would create a national repository for critical minerals and elements that could maybe help in that area in the interim while we get the mining up. And also, can you comment on how important that is to the overall energy picture?
So the permitting's extremely important for the mining and also for the gas industry. So with the mining, the permitting's very important, and I agree with what Mr. Jensen just said about the importance of permitting on mines. Even when you do get the permitting, it's my understanding that you're still talking about 10 to 15 years to open new mines. So doing something in the interim, perhaps a strategic reserve, is a very sensible thing to do with respect to those strategic minerals. With the other area where permitting is very important is in natural gas transportation. And we've seen in the past where the inability to permit pipelines has situations where we have enormous reserves of natural gas in the Marcellus in Pennsylvania, and yet in Massachusetts, they're still importing LNG at a much higher cost simply because we can't get permits to build pipelines from Pennsylvania to Massachusetts. So I think the permitting reform's extremely important, and also with the increased electricity generation, increasing electricity load associated with artificial intelligence, data centers, and electric vehicles. On all of those, you're going to want to be able to have the permitting reform that allows natural gas to get to where those generators are, in addition to the renewable transmission lines.
Thank you. I know talking about CO2 enhanced oil recovery earlier, some of the stuff I've been reading and getting information on said we could use all of the CO2 produced in the United States in recovery, which would be sequestering the CO2. But you obviously can't do that without an elaborate pipeline network, which
yes,
you've got to have permitting to be able to do
yes,
that.
and in fact, the CO2 molecule is much larger, so the pipelines need to be even larger. The CO2 technology is not new. They've been doing it in the industry for decades. And so you just have to have the right reservoir to be able to enhance the oil recovery with CO2. Right now, we use naturally produced CO2 from the ground, but if you capture the CO2 from an industrial plant or a generator, then you can use that to enhance the oil recovery. They're doing that in Abu Dhabi right now, and we're actually doing that also in Texas.
Thank you. Went way over time, Mr. Chairman.
That's all right. You're the chairman. The chair now recognizes Mr. Begich for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question here is to Dr. Dayaratna. You did a fantastic job providing some high-quality information. I know that some of the conversation that we've had so far this morning has focused on health outcomes, and health outcomes are important. Public health is important. If we're polluting the environment, we need to understand that. What is fascinating about the data that you provided is global per capita energy consumption and its relationship to 4 key health metrics. One of those metrics being the number of doctors per 1,000 people, another being life expectancy in years, another child mortality rate, and another maternal mortality deaths per 100,000 live births. What we see in your data very clearly is an extraordinarily strong relationship between energy production and positive health outcomes. And we hear from folks on the other side of this issue often that producing energy creates negative health outcomes, but the hard data says the exact opposite. Can you provide us with some additional context to your research on these matters?
Oh, absolutely. And that's a great question, Congressman. So as I was alluding to when I began my testimony, many people take energy for granted. Like when you flip on a light switch or turn on your car, many people don't understand the beauty that goes on behind the scenes. This is exactly the case in terms of healthcare. For example, energy is needed to enable doctors to do their jobs, to train doctors. So this is why you see more doctors in areas that consume more energy. In terms of life expectancy and child mortality and maternal mortality, life expectancy increases, child and maternal mortality plummet because in countries that consume more energy, they have more access to this life-saving medical equipment and they have the ability to power them. But this is, to me, actually one of the most interesting parts of that analysis. And the paper that's coming from is titled Powering Human Advancements with my colleagues Diana Furchtgott-Roth, Richard Stern, and Miles Pollard, and it's published on the Heritage Foundation website. If you look at deaths due to dirty air and deaths due to dirty water, they plummet in countries that consume more energy by over 90% compared to the less developed counterparts on the other side of the world. And the bottom line is affordable and reliable energy is paramount to being able to have clean air, to being able to filter water and engage in modern sanitation techniques. So the bottom line is access to affordable and reliable energy is paramount to a flourishing society.
Thank you. Thank you for that additional context. I couldn't agree more. You know, we have a moral imperative in this Congress to ensure that we have inexpensive, abundant, reliable energy, no matter where that source is coming from, because the data, the hard data shows that that is what is in the best interest of the public health. And I appreciate that research that you've done, the hard work that you've put in. One additional question for Mr. Sweetnam. Expanding our strategic reserve for critical minerals, we have an opportunity, I believe, in this Congress to take a look at the critical minerals that we have that we hold in reserve and the critical minerals that we do not currently hold in reserve. Can you give us some additional context or maybe just some of your own thoughts on why we should have strategic mineral and energy reserves and why they're important to our national security and economic interests?
I think the one way I think about it is an example of when Japan was trying to protect its fishing areas from the Chinese, and the Chinese kept encroaching, and so the Japanese Coast Guard captured a Chinese fishing vessel. The Chinese immediately shut off the supply of iridium to Japan, which is the blue in CRT and computer displays. The Japanese caved within a week and gave the fishing vessel back. So that ability to have so much control over critical materials and ability to cut them off, I think provides an economic risk to us that we don't want to live with.
Thank you for that insight. You know, Alaska has nearly every critical mineral on the critical minerals list. As our chairman mentioned earlier, it does no good if they stay in the ground. We've got to get them out of the ground. We've got to mine those resources, process those resources, and then ensure that we have the requisite storage of those resources in strategic reserves in the event that they become necessary for economic or national security purposes. And with that, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Moore for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for inviting me to the hearing. I really appreciate it. It's one that comes from an energy state as well. So just want to start off here. So I'm from West Virginia. Obviously, we do coal, gas, and oil, so we do all three. And so in my entire life, I've watched our industries under attack. I mean, that's what's been going on, especially around coal. And so regulations have really been a primary driver in that, and as it relates to the fossil fuel industry. And so for 2025, you got utilities planning to retire 12.3 gigawatts of capacity, a 65% increase in retirement compared to 2024. And of that, you're going to see 4.7% of the total U.S. coal fleet get retired in 2025. However, as been pointed out here, the energy consumption in the United States from AI data centers alone could require as much as 14 gigawatts by 2030. So let me ask, the regulatory environment has continued to destroy the coal industry. FERC takes nearly 3 years to approve for large-scale infrastructure projects. What are the ways in which we can decrease the length of time for approval of this process? Anybody?
I can take that one,
Yeah, sure.
Representative. I would say that we have little to no issues in permitting with interstate gas infrastructure. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission approves 99 point, close to almost 100% of the projects that's before it. And these are large, complex projects, and they complete an environmental impact statement for the larger ones, as well as their jurisdictional authority over LNG facilities. Those 99% of those get approved as well, and they sail their way through permitting. If we want targeted smart permitting reform, we need to be thinking about interstate transmission lines. We need to be thinking about renewables.
Do you know how long it took to build the Mountain Valley Pipeline, Ms. Gibson? Do you have any idea?
I know that the Mountain Valley Pipeline likely never should have been built, Representative.
Yeah, it took 14 years. 14 years to build it. In a country where we built like the Empire State Building in 1 year and 45 days, it's a real tragedy what's happening in this country. And, you know, just out of curiosity here, Mr. Sweetnam, this is your, just out of curiosity, I see, you know, maybe you're just focused on oil and gas, but I don't see coal mentioned in this at all. Why is that?
So I think the issue at the Energy Policy Research Foundation, we are focusing on oil and gas permitting, and I thought that was the primary focus of this.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. Well, in any event, yeah, I just don't understand. I mean, and we've faced it. We have like 1,000 years of gas in West Virginia, and we can't build a pipeline in less than 14 years to get it out. And I'm just curious, since you are focused on that, maybe you could touch on that a little bit.
No, I think absolutely the permitting of pipelines is, it does take way too long. I don't agree that they get permitted in a timely manner. And we also saw the pausing of the LNG export facilities in the Biden administration, which was of great concern to potential importers in Asia of U.S. natural gas. But specifically with respect to pipelines, the inability to permit the interstate pipelines, the example of getting Marcellus gas up to the Northeast would greatly lower energy prices for consumers.
All right, thank you. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Stauber for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before I begin my second round of questioning, I would like ask unanimous consent to enter into the record from the USGS the figure 1, the role of non-fuel minerals commodities in the U.S. economy, estimated values of 2024. And it's this page in the book, Mr. Chair. With that being said, Mr. Jensen, you had talked about, you mentioned
Ms.
that.
Stauber, without objection, so ordered. Sorry about that, a little slow.
Mr. Jensen, you mentioned the all of the above energy strategy. I couldn't agree with you more. And then the best will rise to the top, right? So wind and solar may work in different parts of our nation, but don't force northern Minnesota, who's going through a snowstorm right now, to depend on energy that's not reliable, that's intermittent, not affordable. So I love your comments about all of the above, and I would add the best will rise to the top. Mr. Sweetnam, you had talked about, you had mentioned that about the critical minerals and the Chinese dominance. In the Congo, there's 15 of the 19 industrial mines are owned by the Communist country of China. And even the Biden administration agreed with this statement. 33% of the cobalt that comes into the United States is mined by child slave labor out of those mines. So with that being said, I wanted to, you had mentioned there's people are okay driving their EV vehicles or their green technology, as long as it doesn't come from our country. I had heard a term last week called, we're exporting our environmental guilt. We're exporting our environmental guilt. We're okay saying we've got, everything's green, we want green technology, et cetera. Yet we turn a blind eye when the Biden administration agrees with a memorandum of understanding to bring the cobalt here. Ms. Gibson, you cannot agree with that. Can you?
Of course, I condemn child labor. We condemn
Thank you.
child labor. I'm
I
a mother
agree.
myself.
I agree with you. And Ms. Gibson, in northern Minnesota, we've been mining for 145 years. The cleanest water comes right from the ground in the heart of mining country. Would you rather the Minnesota miners, under the best environmental standards, the best labor standards in the world, mine that cobalt so we can use in our country, rather than getting it from communist country of China using those poor labor conditions? Yes or no?
Again, of course.
Thank
we
you.
condemn
Ms. Gibson,
child
do you know how,
labor.
Ms. Gibson, do you know how long on average it takes to open up a mine from exploring to mineral extraction? Do you know the average time it takes to open up a United States mine? I'll give you a hint. It's not, I'll give you a hint. It's not 30 and it's more than 28. Can you imagine that? The only country that takes longer is Zambia. Here we are, we have a strategic national security issue in this country. And we talk about permitting. Let's get it done for all industries, as Mr. Jensen said. When we do that, we can hold the security of this country in the palm of our own hands. The only state that has more mineral wealth than Minnesota is Alaska. And the Biden administration put more sanctions on that state of Alaska than they did Iran. Unbelievable. So we have an opportunity, not only in this committee, but the Natural Resources Committee, to extract the minerals here under our labor standards. We are blessed with the abundance of these natural resources. Let's do it right and let's lead the world. I'll be damned if I'll let China control the destiny of this country. When we know better, we do better. Mr. Sweetnam, you give the example of China and the Japan example. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? We are at the crisis point in our nation as far as strategic national security, not only on energy, but critical minerals. We must secure our nation's strategic national security by mining them here, using the American labor, American technology. It's American communities for American economy. This is the fight of the 21st century, in my opinion. Energy and critical mineral dominance. And there's not a country that's set up for in the world but the United States. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the ranking member Dexter for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I very much appreciate the passion of this argument and the discussion we're having here today. I also want to just make it very clear that Ms. Gibson is here for a certain testimony, certainly not to condone any of the things that was just brought up by my colleague. I also want to just mention that despite the ongoing improvements in safety for miners and other occupations that, and despite Minnesota's high quality protections, the Iron Range mining in Minnesota has 3 times the rates of mesothelioma than is expected. And as a lung doctor, I've taken care of patients with mesothelioma from time of service, from mining. Certainly black lung and silicosis are things that we see. These are the costs of doing mineral mining, in addition to the asthma, fires, and smoke exposure that we put people through with our refineries, with our oil production. We do not take into account the human impacts of these challenges. And so I just want to make it also clear, there were some questions about subsidies, and the International Monetary Fund estimates there's approximately $754 billion in indirect subsidies in the US every year for oil and gas production. And the IRA, I'm just going to ask you, Ms. Gibson, did the Inflation Reduction Act provide subsidies indefinitely for renewable energy?
No, Dr. Dexter.
Thank you. I would agree with that. I think we certainly have subsidized oil and gas production. In fact, we have abandoned mines and different infrastructure across this country. And a stranded asset is an investment that loses value or becomes unusable before the end of its expected useful life. And in the energy context, that could mean we build a new methane gas plant and finance it over 40 years, but we can't use it after 10 years because it's cheaper to use renewable energy. And that is the trajectory that we are seeing as we continue to improve the technology for renewables. Maybe we require it to be shut down to deal with a climate emergency. These are costs that I believe are not being taken into account in these amazing numbers that we are being convinced of today. I wanted to ask Mr. Dyaratna, sorry if I did not say your name correctly, does the model that you reference in your testimony account for the economic risks of stranded fossil fuel assets as the world continues to pursue decarbonization efforts?
I'm sorry, the question was about the risks of stranded fossil fuel assets?
Just the economic risk. If we are building these methane plants or CO2 capture plants and then we strand them, as we know this is happening across the country, there's stranded infrastructure that then has to be cleaned up by the government because the industry is not doing that. Is that something that has happened in the past?
The Energy Information Agency's National Energy Modeling System, I believe that they do not incorporate for that. But at the same time, I think what you're getting, okay, well, anyway, go ahead.
No, please.
No, I was just going to comment on broader questions regarding the public health questions that I think you might be getting at, that I think you suggest are not incorporated in the analysis, which I'm happy to address.
So let's talk about the stranded infrastructure. As we are building, we're talking about taking diesel turbines off the coast of Puerto Rico and other things that have to be created because there's a shortage, correct? So if we create infrastructure and it is abandoned, is that cost accounted for? Because we have a history of doing that throughout this country. There's stranded oil wells across this country, correct?
So between the business as usual case and the high oil and gas case in the simulations that I discussed, as well as the carbon reduction simulations, those variables were all considered equal between the cases. So I don't think I think it's like comparing apples and oranges to ask a question like that, to be honest.
So you don't think it's relevant that we subsidize
when
the
you're
development
computing
of
the
this
deltas?
Infrastructure?
Excuse me?
When we are subsidizing the development and with infrastructure, there's tax deductions. We are certainly.
Oh, I see your question. My personal opinion is that there shouldn't be subsidies, period, whatsoever in the marketplace. if that's what you're asking.
I appreciate that perspective, and with that, I'm over time, so I yield back. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Mr. Sweetnam and Mr. Jensen, I just want to make a comment on both of you when you're talking about speeding up permits. And one of the reasons I came to Congress is the fact that you have got excess litigation going on out there that is actually harming and making permitting extremely long. And until we get control of these nuclear verdicts, these environmentalists that are out there that have no skin in the game, that are just suing to sue to hold up projects, until we get them, make them accountable and make them pay for that, then you're going to see continued permits to drag on and on for years. We need tort reform in this country. We need it on a federal level to make these people accountable. And as a matter of fact, you know, if they want to go somewhere to have their trade, go to China. That'd be a good place for them to start, because we are the cleanest right here in the United States of America. With that, I want to go with climate change a little bit. Ms. Gibson, you mentioned moving away from conventional forms of energy in order to curb climate change. Can you cite the actual impact on global temperature as a result of moving toward an American energy portfolio heavily, and if not exclusively, then dependent on renewables, you know, as you were talking about in your testimony?
Well, I'll just respond to some things that Dr. Diaranta
Well, I would
said
appreciate if you
earlier.
would answer my question. I've got a number of questions, but can you cite the actual impact on global temperature as a result of moving toward your renewables?
Well, I'd say even the number that was given by the doctor earlier, even with very generous assumptions for the fossil fuel industry, is bad news all around and doesn't take into account our collective responsibility.
But can you cite the actual impact of moving towards your renewable? That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking for you to respond to anything that Dr. Diaranta said. It's just a simple question that you have in your testimony. You said
Of increased,
you said it was going to
Mhm.
change. I'm just asking you how much. What's the actual impact on the global temperatures?
the actual impact on global temperatures,
Yeah,
I
what's it
think,
gonna
I
do?
think it's very well established at this point that increased harmful weather events that will impact not only our energy infrastructure,
All right.
but our
It
communities.
it was a number question, but that's okay. Dr. Diaranta, as we just heard, some claim that increasing drilling here in the States is going to exacerbate climate change. That's essentially what Ms. Gibson in her testimony was talking about. Does your modeling at Heritage offer any estimates of this? And what policies seeking to reduce carbon? What about the policies that are seeking to reduce the carbon emissions? And you got any response to the no response?
Yes, sir. Again, we use the model for the assessment of greenhouse gas induced climate change, which is not our model. It is a model by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And taking into account the increased emissions from the high oil and gas case, which again, they are not our assumptions. These are the Energy Information Agency's assumptions about a high oil and gas scenario. Using overly sensitive assumptions about the climate, there would be no more than a 0.03 degrees Celsius temperature increase by the end of the century. Now, if you go in the other direction, which I think was the second part of your question about reducing emissions through carbon-based regulation, if the United States were to completely abate fossil fuels starting today, there would be less than 0.23 degrees Celsius temperature mitigation by the end of the century, again, assuming an overly sensitive climate. You could play with our model online. It's the Heritage Foundation Climate Calculator, where you have all these assumptions and you could play with them. And these are considered the most extreme assumptions about the climate.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. That's all the questions that I have. So I'm going to yield back. I want to thank the witnesses for their valuable testimony and the members for their questions. The members of the committee may have some additional questions to the witnesses, and we will ask you to respond to these in writing. Under Committee Rule 3, members of the committee must submit questions to the subcommittee clerk by 5 p.m. on Monday, April the 7th. The hearing record will be held open for 10 business days for these responses. If there is no further business,
Actually, Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask for some records to be submitted into. So I'd just like to introduce for the record a paper that, thank you, Mr. Chair, paper that estimates the value of stranded assets in oil and gas infrastructure in the U.S. under a scenario in which climate change mitigation limits warming to 0.2 degrees Celsius by 2100, or 2 degrees Celsius, not the change. Sorry, this estimate puts the value at around 300 billion, and we have two other documents I'd like to submit for the record. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, so ordered. So if there's no further business, without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
Committee.
President Trump pushing ahead with his America First agenda.
Breaking news, Apple announced it's going to work with Foxconn to build a server factory in Texas by 2026.
The company says it is now planning to invest $500 billion in the U.S. economy.
The CEO of SoftBank pledging to invest $100 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years.
This is President Trump delivering on the promise he made to the American people on the campaign trail.
The idea is come to America, build greatness in America, build for the American customers.
Project Stargate. It's a joint venture between SoftBank, Oracle, and OpenAI, and they're going to create a data center that will eventually be expanded to other states.
Shows people are listening to Mr. Trump's pitch to bring new industry to America.
This is the latest pledge from a foreign business leader promising to spend big in the U.S. as a result of Trump's election victory.
Founder of the property development company DeMac Properties is pledging the money.
President Trump announcing $100 billion investment from Taiwan Semiconductor, bringing the company's total American investments to $165 billion.
The most powerful AI chips in the world will be made right here in America.
Things happen so quickly in the Trump world, right? It's 100 days. Right. It feels like it's 100 months. This is leadership. This is taking control of the problem for military, for everything, for industrial, for our economy. Even if it causes short-term pain, the reality is it is the right decision.
NVIDIA says it will invest hundreds of billions of dollars over the next 4 years, part of the manufacturing renaissance under President Donald J. Trump.
Furniture maker Prepack are shifting their operations from Canada to North Carolina.
Johnson & Johnson says it will invest more than $55 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years.
Hyundai announced a $20 billion investment.
With your leadership, Mr. President, Hyundai Motor Group is proud to be a stronger partner in America's industrial future.
This is the automobile industry, and now those plants largely have stopped and they're moving them to our country. Honda is building one of the biggest plants.
The trade story is certainly picking up speed here and pushing more countries to make these bigger investments.
It's another example of the Trump effect.
GE Aerospace announcing a nearly $1 billion investment into American manufacturing.
Eli Lilly announcing plans to expand its manufacturing here in the United States.
$27 billion additional spend, bringing our total to more than $50 billion.
The money's rolling in, and this is in the past 60 some odd days, Charles.
These are deep-pocketed folks who want to have a relationship, and it's just smart moves.
We are CMA CGM, one of the leaders in shipping and logistics around the world. Today, we are investing $20 billion.
Foreign leaders from around the world, investors from Silicon Valley to Wall Street to Main Street have confidence again in our economy and our markets and in President Trump.
The Trump effect this morning, a string of massive wins for American manufacturing. The numbers speak for themselves. Wisconsin-based Clarios is putting up $6 billion to expand its American operation. And what's driving these decisions? Well, President Trump's aggressive Made in America policies and his commitment to bringing industry back to American soil. This is exactly what Trump promised. America First is back.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
Oral argument on a case on whether Planned Parenthood in South Carolina can receive Medicaid funding. This is live coverage on C-SPAN.
Depends on a state's knowing acceptance of funding conditions. As even respondents concede, an individual focus and mandatory language are not enough. Gonzaga held that clear, rights-creating language is critical to creating private rights. Congress did not use clear, rights-creating language in the Any Qualified Provider provision. Consider its text and structure. First, it does not use the word right or its functional equivalent, nor does it use words with a deeply rooted rights-creating pedigree like the Fifth Amendment's no person shall. That lack should be dispositive. Second, the provision speaks merely of obtaining a benefit from a third party, unlike traditional rights-creating language, which confers a right directly. Third, it would allow the regulated entity, here a state, to define the scope of the alleged right it is not allowed to violate by deciding which providers are qualified. Fourth, the provision does not reside in a Bill of Rights. It's one of 87 items on a list of plan contents that the Secretary must look for before approving a plan. Fifth, it is unusual to find a right in a substantial compliance regime where a sizable minority of beneficiaries may fail to receive the offered benefit. And finally, Congress knows how to clearly confer a private right to choose a provider because it did so in FINRA's analogous provision, which appears in a separate Bill of Rights and uses rights-creating language connected to the beneficiary and directed to the regulated entity, a facility. It says a nursing facility must protect and promote the rights of each resident, including the right to choose a personal attending physician. Congress did none of that here, and the court should not read the Any Qualified Provider provision as though Congress did. I welcome the court's questions.
You seem to put quite a bit of weight on the use of the word right over, I think, 20 times in Tlefsky, and the absence of the word right in this case. Do you think right is absolutely necessary in order to determine whether or not a right has been created under this provision?
I think if Congress wants to be clear, right is the best word, but we would take its functional equivalent. So for example, entitlement or privilege, other words that are functionally equivalent to right, or of course the traditional no person shall like the Fifth Amendment. But this court made clear in Tlefsky that this is a high bar, it's atypical. And so if a state is going to be on clear notice, which it has to be to know what contract it's agreeing to, it needs to be really clear.
So how would you amend this statute to be clear about a right?
There's a number of things that Congress could have done. For starters, it could have set it apart in a separate Bill of Rights, like it did in Tlefsky with its provider choice provision. It could have used rights-creating language. For example, a beneficiary has a right to designate her provider. It could have taken the qualifications of the provider away from the state, the regulator, and instead made it a federal issue. Or it could have even done something like Congress did in 1396 small a, A84B, which if you move all the way down the list to near the end, it took the regulated entity, the state, it used a rights-creating shall, and it put them together in the provision. But none of those indicators of a clear statement is present in this provision.
You're not quite calling it a magic word, but you're coming very close. And an example was raised in one of the briefs that says the IRS must provide that any individual may obtain a refund of overpaid taxes. It seems hard to believe that that sentence on its face does not create a right for an individual to have a refund of overpaid taxes.
Justice Sotomayor, let me address the magic words premise and then the IRS hypothetical. With respect to the premise, I'm not going to fight the court if you say that these are magic words, because that's really what.
No, you would like us to, but assume that I don't want to.
That's a clear statement rule. That's what states need. But in the IRS hypothetical, there's a number of problems with that. First, as we point out on page 9 of our reply, it could be clearer. But more important, the IRS provision is not a spending clause provision. It's not this conversation between a state and the Secretary of Health and Human Services about what must be done.
It seems a little bit odd to think that a problem that motivated Congress to pass this provision was that states were limiting the choices people had. Some states were saying only state facilities would provide the benefit. Other states were identifying a more limited subset of providers. It seems hard to understand that states didn't understand that they had to give individuals the right to choose a provider.
Justice Sotomayor, certainly a state would understand it has to provide a benefit, but absent clear rights creating language, it wouldn't know that it had to honor a right. And I can make that same statement about what's important to people or what's significant about dozens of other provisions in 1396A. If you're talking about equal protection or the right to services, how about being reinstated on the Medicaid program after you've been in prison? There are countless things in that statute which people would consider important and vital, fundamental. None of those words actually appear in the any qualified provider provision.
In your brief, you had 8 provisions of the Act that were part of this same list of rights, and you said, if we recognize a private cause of action here, these 8 are open to dispute. I looked at the 8 very carefully, and there hasn't been much of a dispute among the circuits. There hasn't even been a challenge. You mentioned one of them, because it's hard to see how a state can't understand it. There hasn't even been a challenge to it about providing Medicaid to juveniles in prison. And there's been no dispute over that because no one doubts that the state knows what it has to do, and it doesn't. The others, again, none of them have disputes. Some uniformly, the courts have said don't create private rights, and others they have said they do. Where they say they do, to me, it's a simple issue. You have to provide a fair hearing before the state agency of any individual who claims coverage. Most states have a hearing of some sort. But so I don't understand why that is important here.
It's the difference between a benefit and a right, and whether this court is going to hold the line it stated in Talevsky that this is going to be atypical when Congress creates a right without using the so-called magic words.
Well, could we talk about that, Mr. Bursch, the difference between a benefit and a right? I mean, I assume from your answer to Justice Sotomayor that you agree that the state has an obligation here. Is that correct?
To provide benefits on the plan, but significantly,
the state has an obligation to provide this particular thing, right, which is the state has an obligation to ensure that a person, I don't even know how to say this line without saying right, has a right to choose their doctor. That's what this provision is. It's impossible to even say the thing without using the word right. Has a benefit to choose their doctor? The state has to ensure that individuals have a benefit to choose their doctor. The state has to ensure that individuals have a right to choose their doctor. That's what this provision is.
Well, the language that you're focused on, may obtain, is not clear rights creating language for 4 reasons.
I don't want 4 reasons. I want you to answer my question. The obligation is to ensure that individuals can choose their doctor. And when we speak of that, the obligation is to, there's a correlative right. There's an obligation, there's a right. And the right is the right to choose your doctor.
Justice Kagan, I won't go through my list. There's many reasons why that analysis is wrong. But simply because we understand colloquially that something might be a right doesn't mean that Congress has put a state on clear notice that it could be sued in federal court under 1983 and subjected to liability and attorney fee shifting if it doesn't follow that provision, particularly in a substantial compliance regime.
Well, here's what the state knows. The state knows it has an obligation. The state knows that that obligation runs to individuals, and that individuals are specifically discussed in the statute. And the state knows the content of that obligation, which is that every individual has a right to choose their doctor. So what doesn't the state know that's important here?
Whether it's going to be sued in federal court.
Well,
and that word,
if you know that you have an obligation and you know that the individual has a right to choose their doctor, that suggests that there's some kind of enforcement.
Gonzaga makes clear that there's a difference between a duty to provide a benefit and a right that subjects you to 1983 liability. We would expect a provision like this to use individual because, of course, a doctor treats an individual, but the word individual can't be rights creating. It appears more than 400 times just in 1396A. That's hardly atypical.
One of the benefits provided by the Act is that you may choose your own doctor. If the person thinks that's not being provided, what remedies do they have?
They have a very specific remedy if they are denied benefits. There's an administrative appeal process that they can go through, but there is a separate remedy for providers who are disqualified. They also have an administrative appeal that could go through the state court system and that could come to this court if necessary. And it makes sense that Congress would create the appeal right for the disqualification in the provider, not the beneficiary.
I'm sorry. The Medicaid recipient can only sue a denial for services that were actually rendered.
Yes.
If a doctor can't render them, then they can't sue under that.
That's correct.
And the requirement of an administrative review process is not actually required by the Act. It is something that a state can choose to give, and they can choose its limits. Here, they can only challenge, providers can only challenge a certain subset of disqualifications via South Carolina's administrative review process. They can only challenge a disqualification because of a criminal conviction or abuse. So the providers here did go through the administrative process and they were told they can't sue for this here.
Justice Sotomayor, that is what they put in their brief. That is absolutely not what that regulation says. 126.404 says that those particular things that you mentioned, like a criminal conviction or recouping
So
payments,
why were they denied here?
Well, can I finish?
They're not, but go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, those things that you mentioned, that gives them advance review before consequences take place. But the regulations make absolutely clear that they could raise anything that they wanted in their administrative appeal. And the reality is they haven't pursued their administrative appeal yet. They went straight to court, they recruited a beneficiary, they filed their 1983 suit. The state responded to that with a brief in opposition to preliminary injunction motion and said, hey, your remedy, which you agreed in your contract was your exclusive remedy, is to go through the administrative appeal that we offer you.
So, Mr. Burns, can I just ask you, to what extent is the administrative appeal scheme relevant to the first step of this inquiry? What I'm a little worried about is that your argument seems to be conflating what had traditionally been understood and what we reaffirmed in Tlefsky as two different steps of the analysis in 1983. And the first relates to what extent is this provision unambiguously rights creating? And then the second step asks whether Congress has created some sort of alternative remedy or what is the enforcement scheme such that we might believe that 1983 is not available. So can you just help me to understand whether you're now suggesting that we evaluate whether this is rights creating, as we talked about in the first step, relative to an understanding of what Congress has done with respect to enforcement?
To be clear, Justice Jackson, we are not making a step 2C clamors argument. Never have, are not making it here. But as this court made clear in Gonzaga, that the remedies available can buttress the interpretation of whether there is clear rights creating language in step 1. And that's what you said in the Souter decision in footnote 11 as well. And so we're using the provider's remedy and the lack of any beneficiary remedy to be able to challenge a provider's disqualification.
Confusing. I mean, there isn't a whole lot of indication that lower courts are confused about this. I looked very carefully at Judge Wilkinson's opinion. He lays out very clearly how this works and what we've said repeatedly. And I guess my concern is that the kinds of things, and I appreciate you had a long list of reasons why you think this isn't rights creating, but one of them had to do with the nature of this, the enforcement mechanism. And I just see that as a step 2 concern. And I'm worried about us getting people confused if we start putting those considerations into the first analysis.
Well, I think the analysis is distinct. If you're making a step 2 analysis, the argument is that the remedies are so comprehensive that it bars the ability to go to federal court. In step 1, just like in Gonzaga, just like in Souter, the court is entitled to consider remedies like the fact that the disqualified provider has an administrative appeal to determine whether there is a right to go to court. And I would note that one of the reasons it's significant Congress gave that administrative appeal to the disqualified provider and not to the beneficiary is because the provider is the one who has all the information. Under respondents' theory, if a provider commits malpractice and they're disqualified for that reason, there's still a beneficiary right to go to federal court and bring a 1983 action. And that makes no sense because what does a beneficiary know about a provider's medical malpractice involving other patients?
Can I just turn your attention back to what I understand to be the classic kind of step 1 inquiry here,
yes,
and get us back to Justice Kagan's point about and the state being aware of an obligation to do this. And I note that although you suggest that it would be easier if the word right was in the statute, in this particular statute, 1983 itself talks about rights, privileges, and immunities. So even if we were to have a magic words test, it seems to me to be too narrow to just say that Congress has to say rights, because we have in the 1983 concept, in the actual text of the statute, rights, privileges, and immunities secured by the Constitution and laws. So with an understanding of what 1983 was about, can you speak to why an obligation of this nature that runs to an individual in the way that Justice Kagan described doesn't get us sort of in the realm of rights, privileges, and obligations secured by the law?
Yeah, 2 thoughts on that, Justice Jackson.
Yes.
First, we're not limiting this to right. As I mentioned earlier, entitlement, privilege, I would even spot you immunity because that's in Section 1983. I think any of those have the same rights-creating pedigree, but it is a high bar. An obligation is not enough. Telling a state that it has an obligation to do something or that it must provide something isn't the same as saying you have the ability to sue them in federal court and have 1983 fee-shifting opportunities.
Well, it's not any old obligation. I mean, you're absolutely right, of course, that not any old obligation would be enough here. It's an obligation that runs to the individual beneficiary and that concerns an individual beneficiary's entitlement to choose something. And once you're at that, you're at a right. And, you know, if the language in the statute said right, as it did in Tlefsky, you would still say, oh, well, the state doesn't know that that right is enforceable. What this language does is the same thing that the rights language does. It says you have an entitlement. It's your option to choose a doctor. Now, you know, we've never said, oh, and the statute has to say, and this can be enforced in court.
May I respond, Mr.
Yes, sure.
Justice Kagan, what you said in Tlefsky is that you need rights-creating language with an unmistakable focus on the benefited class. So the fact that you identify individuals and that
This is an unmistakable focus on the benefited class. The benefited class is Medicaid beneficiaries who have the right to go see the doctor of their choice. That's what this provision is.
But Justice Kagan, it's missing the connective tissue to the rights-creating language. You need clear rights-creating language that the beneficiaries are subject to and that is directed to the regulated entity, here a state, and all of that connective tissue is missing because there are no clearly rights-creating words in this statute. If you would lower the bar, those provisions that we mentioned in our brief are just the start. That's already 10% of Section 1396A. The atypical high bar that you articulated in Tlefsky would be abandoned, and courts will continue discovering rights in all kinds of statutes.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, Justice Alito. Anything further? Justice Gorsuch?
On the administrative review process, your
Yes.
friends on the other side say it would be futile because it's controlled by the state. Thoughts?
The state gives a full de novo review to a disqualification decision. That's clear on their website. It's clear in the administrative rules that govern that proceeding.
Yeah, but
have
they
counsel.
also report to the governor, right?
They do, but let's say you get a bad decision there. You've got an appeal right to the state courts. And you've got an appeal right to this court. So it's a remedy that is fulsome and allows them to make any argument they want.
You emphasize Gonzaga and Tlefsky, but we have other cases too. Wilder, Wright, Blessing. Thoughts about our jurisprudence in this area?
I do. Obviously, Gonzaga and Armstrong have cast a lot of shade on decisions like Wilder, Wright, and Blessing. And I noted that in the Chalefsky decision, this court did not use any of those cases to reach its conclusion in that case. But the problem is that the lower courts are still in a state of confusion about what the status of those cases are. So for example, in Chalefsky, I believe Mr. Chief Justice asked a question to counsel or observed, haven't we put a stake in Wilder? Well, outside the walls of this courtroom, lower courts have not gotten that message yet. Otherwise, Judge Wilder in his concurrence would not have said, well, we're still bound by Wilder and Wright and Blessing until this court says that those are actually dead cases that we should no longer follow. The problem with a case like Wilder is that the standard it applies is so low. Wilder says the inquiry turns on whether the provision was intended to benefit the putative plaintiff. Well, that kind of sounds like the test that Justice Kagan is propounding this morning, where you don't need rights-creating language. But if that's the case, there is no high bar, there is no atypical case, then the federal spending clause statutes are replete with private rights that can be enforced in federal court.
Justice Kagan?
I think you gave me the option already.
Oh, I'm sorry. Justice Kavanaugh.
We're here obviously because of the confusion in the lower courts, which has been, we're on kind of a 45-year odyssey.
Yes.
And it's not the fault of any one judge, but collectively this court has failed to give guidance, obviously, that lower courts can follow, that states, providers, and beneficiaries can follow. So one of my goals coming out of this will be to provide that clarity. Your word right or its functional equivalent, that or its functional equivalent strikes me, as some of the questions have revealed, potentially lacking the clarity that I hope we can provide one way or the other going forward. So don't you think it would be better to actually tell us the words that are rights creating, rather than having something like or its functional equivalent, which could be another decade of litigation?
Yeah, that's certainly possible, because you'd have to keep that to a pretty small class. I wouldn't be able to really do any better than Justice Alito's partial concurrence in Chalefsky, where he describes it as explicit rights creating language. And the list I would give you is rights, entitlement, privilege, and immunities. When you're using the word—
That's it.
You could define it as that universe. I don't think that's a magic word, but if it is, then it's a clear instruction.
I'm not allergic to magic words, because magic words, if they represent the principle, will provide the clarity that will avoid the litigation that is a huge waste of resources for states, courts, providers, beneficiaries, and Congress. So.
Right, exactly. And so when Justice Kagan was bringing up the may obtain phrase, if I could just quickly talk about that, may obviously has its own ambiguity. It's not even clearly mandatory, much less having a rights-creating pedigree. When you pair it with the word obtain, may obtain, it's even less rights-creating, because it's not giving anything directly to anyone in explicit terms. It's odd that that alleged rights scope is defined by the state, which is the gatekeeper, to determine who is a qualified provider. And then, of course, all of this is subject to the substantial compliance provision. And so long as this is in the plan, the state can administer it any way it wants. And if the secretary doesn't complain, if they don't honor any of the provisions, any one of the provisions, then there's no penalty for that. So you can see how quickly, once you move away from those core words like right, entitlement, privilege, immunity, that it's easy to cascade and find rights in any provision that mentions individuals and a benefit. Like that's the problem I think you're trying to solve. And if this court doesn't toe the line, if it doesn't have the high bar, the atypical, not 10% of 1396A, you're going to be seeing these cases for the next decade easy. I mean, every term we could have.
In your response, I think you said this, but I just want to get it nailed down. Your response to the idea that those words, those terms you've given us, create an artificial divide between provisions.
Well, it's not artificial, because if we step back and think about this, this is a state entering into a contract, and it knows that it has to provide benefits. We've talked about that. The question is whether it's on notice that there is a private right that can be enforced in a Section 1983 action with attorney fee shifting, where all of a sudden money is flowing into attorneys' pockets instead of into the beneficiaries who are supposed to be getting the benefits of the congressional appropriation. So if you don't limit it to those few words, then all of a sudden you've got the floodgates are open. And I know their contention is, well, there is no real floodgates. Well, we've cited circuit case after circuit case about all kinds of different provisions. In the context of the any qualified provider provision alone, we're talking about 9,000 providers who have been disqualified across the country, any one of whom, if you rule in favor of respondents, can recruit a beneficiary and go to federal court and then line their pockets with the attorney's fees. So I think your instinct to try to keep this as clearly defined and as narrowly defined as possible is consistent with putting the state on notice, which is the whole purpose of this spending clause exercise.
And last point on the clarity, you think we need to say something specific and explicit about Wilder and Blessing, I gather.
I didn't think you did after Talevsky, but when this case was GVR'd and Judge Richardson says, what are we supposed to do as lower court judges when the court doesn't say explicitly, don't follow Wilder or Blessing or Wright anymore? I think you do need to be more clear. If you really want to put a stake in those cases, you're going to have to do it in writing, just like you did with Lemon.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about Justice Jackson's question about how the availability of alternative remedies in a C-clamor sense might bear on step one.
Mm-hmm.
Is it totally irrelevant, or would it affect the bar in some way? And this is how I'm thinking about it. If you do have some alternative scheme, and it might, under C-clamors, you might say, listen, that scheme isn't complete enough, that Congress was directing something only to that. But wouldn't the presence of a scheme cut against? I mean, would it adjust the bar, the amount of clarity that has to be showed at step one? Because if there is some scheme, some method, mechanism by which the beneficiary can challenge the state's denial of her ability to seek the provider of her choice, I guess it doesn't seem like it's completely sealed off is a different question. Do you agree, or how should I think about it?
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's exactly what the court did in Gonzaga, where it said that the available remedy there, you could go to the federal government and register a complaint, buttressed the analysis that there was no clear right created in that FERPA provision. And I think it's the same thing here, where you've got a provider remedy and you've also got a beneficiary remedy that does not involve reinstating the provider. That's exactly the kind of clarity that should make the bar even higher. So when
but the beneficiary remedy, as Justice Sotomayor pointed out, that's if your claim is denied, right? So then that's the beneficiary taking the risk, going to the provider she wants to see, and then potentially having to pay out of pocket, right?
Well, it's a little bit different than that. If she's denied up front, say she applies to be a Medicaid recipient and she's turned down, she could appeal that decision. It's really about the status of her ability to get Medicaid benefits or whether a particular procedure is covered. But it's significant, we think, that Congress gave the beneficiary the right to challenge what the beneficiary has personal knowledge of, her care. And it gave the provider the right, what the provider is familiar with, the reasons why they were disqualified.
Well, Mr. Birch, I mean, like, don't you think, if I want to go see Dr. Jones, and Dr. Jones, that's the provider of my choice, and the state has disqualified Dr. Jones, and as Justice Kagan points out, the statute says may obtain the benefits. There's no mechanism, am I right, for the beneficiary to say, well, you're depriving me of my ability, we won't call it right, we won't use the loaded word, but my ability to see the provider of my choice. And nobody's disputing that Dr. Jones can provide the services in a competent way that I want to have.
Well, in a sense, what all that means is that the beneficiary doesn't have the ability to whip out a magic wand and then just hit on the head the doctor that they want, and then they must be qualified under Medicaid. And this is getting a little bit more into the question of what's qualified, but that's not the right. The way that the statute conceptualizes this is it's like when I go to Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and I don't get to pick any doctor that I want. If I want to go to Johns Hopkins, I can't request a doctor unless they're on the list. And this any qualified provider provision works the same way. The state decides who the providers are who are qualified, and you get to choose among them. And they decided that Planned Parenthood was unqualified for many reasons, chiefly because they're the nation's largest abortion provider.
What about substantial compliance? So do you conceive of substantial compliance as giving the state a little bit of wiggle room to maybe not be entirely in compliance? And if so, how does that really affect the step one, the Gonzaga analysis?
Yeah, absolutely. So substantial compliance says that everything has to be in the plan, but when the state administers the plan, it doesn't have to meet 100% of every jot and tittle in the statute. And if they start to deviate in any way, they don't enforce this provision or they modify this provision, there's experimental flexibility in there, and the secretary is the one who makes the call. he or she says, you've gotten so far out of whack, I'm going to withhold some or even all of your funding. But as long as the secretary's happy, they can continue on their path.
But how does that bear on whether it's rights creating language?
Thank you for that follow-up question, Justice Barrett. It's because if you have a right, it's something that can't be taken away. And so in a context where the state can not be following or administering that provision at all, and the secretary can say, no harm, no foul, that's the exact opposite of a right. And that's why this structure, in addition to the language, makes it so clear that this is not a right.
Justice Jackson?
So was there an administrative appeal process in the Talevsky scenario?
In the Talevsky scenario, there was an ability for someone to register a complaint with the federal government.
So there was a process there, and
Yes.
yet we still held that there was rights creating language.
Oh, sure, because you had a separate Bill of Rights that mentioned the word rights 24 times, and that rights
So
creating
it's
language.
not about whether or not there's actually an appeal process. It's about, again, your magic words. You have to say rights.
Well,
pretty much.
Like I don't want to offend any justice. We're fine with a magic words test if you want to do that, because then it would be clear.
Right, but I'm
I'm
trying to evaluate the import of the separate appeal process. You're saying in a situation in which Congress has used the word right, it doesn't matter.
It's just one of many factors. And so in Talevsky, you had a separate provision. It was a Bill of Rights. You had the word right. And most importantly, there was the connective tissue where that rights creating language, the beneficiaries were the subject of that, and the states were directed to follow that. The nursing facilities.
All right, let me ask you about clarity and Justice Kavanaugh's argument. So you indicate that you believe that lower courts need greater clarity, but we took this case on the basis of a pre-Talevsky split. So as we sit here today, we actually don't have any idea what the lower courts in the main are doing post-Talevsky. And I'm looking at Judge Wilkinson's opinion in this case, and he seems to have a pretty good sense of what our cases mean. I mean, he goes through all the cases, summarizes the evolution of our case law, from Wilder to Blessing to Gonzaga to Talevsky. He explains in a very nuanced way how each case refined the test for Section 1983 enforceability. And I understand you disagree with how he's applied what the test is in this situation, but is there any part of his summary of the cases and where we are in terms of the evolution of the law that you disagree with?
A number of things, as you might expect.
Please.
First, Judge Wilkinson cites Blessing, he cites Wilder, cases that this court did not rely on in Talevsky, but as Judge Richardson points out in his—
No, he cites and explains how we've moved. So now he had this case that we are looking at today, both before and after Talevsky. Before, he says, 1983, rights creating language, you're fine. Talevsky comes down, we GVR, which we standard practice when there's an intervening opinion. He reads Talevsky and he says, this actually confirms what I understand the law to be. And he explains very clearly how we get here, what the analysis is and what the test is today. So I guess I don't understand what the remaining confusion is. And certainly we're only 2 years out from Talevsky, so there is no confirmation that lower courts are still confused about what they're supposed to be doing now.
Two very specific responses to that, Justice Jackson. First, he did not eschew the cases that this court was no longer using. That's the confusion we were just talking about. But more important, he didn't understand the clear or explicit or an unambiguous rights-creating language component of the test. It's exactly what Justice Kavanaugh was describing.
So you just disagree with what he says, but it's not like we need to go back and revisit the old cases. We've arrived at this point. You think he's getting it wrong. I totally understand that, but it just seems to me odd that we would, wind back the clock many, many years and talk about what these old cases said when we've all agreed that we've evolved to this current point.
I don't think you need to go back other than to make clear to help judges like Judge Richardson to know what cases are still good law or not. But
all right,
what
let
we're
me
talking
ask you
about—
another question. To what extent?
Can I just finish?
Yes, please.
Yeah, but the important thing is Judge Wilkinson doesn't get the explicit rights creating language. It's not just a misapplication. It's a misunderstanding of the test. When he looks at 1396A and sees that a plan must include these things so the secretary can approve it, he thinks that that's a directive to the state, and it's not. He looks at words like may obtain or the fact that the statute references individual and thinks that's clear rights creating language when it's not.
All right, so you disagree with him. Let me ask you about the part of your list of things related to whether or not this is rights-created language that relates to the fact that this is part of state plan requirements. I think
Yes.
you say, you know, that's one indicia of it not being rights-created. But I guess I'm looking at section 1320A2 in the statute, which applies to the Medicare Act, which Congress enacted in response to our decision in Souter, which had said a similar thing.
Yes.
Souter had held that a Social Security Act provision was not privately enforceable because it appeared in the list of state plan requirements. In response to that, Congress enacted a statute that specifically says, quote, a provision is not deemed unenforceable because of its inclusion in a section of this chapter requiring a state plan or specifying the contents of a state plan.
Yes.
And that provision is applicable to the Medicare statute. So if we take into account or give any weight to the fact that this is in the listing of a state plan, aren't we doing exactly what Congress has told us we're not supposed to do?
No, because the key phrase in that statutory first sentence that you read is because of, and we know that's a but for. And so what that means is when a provision is simply on a list, that can't be the standalone reason why it doesn't create rights. But as the
But that's a
plurality
reason
did,
we can take into account as to why it
just like the plurality in Armstrong, absolutely, 20 years after that statute was adopted. And we're not just
So how
relying
would
on the
Congress
list.
have made it clear that we're not supposed to do that? They would have to, the statute would have to say you can never look at this as a factor in determining whether or not.
Yes, I mean,
Yes.
that's very different than because of.
All right.
And so, of course, we're not just relying on the 87 list. We're relying on the fact
Sure,
that
you
this
have a
is-
whole list. I'm just
Yes.
trying to understand the extent to which this factor is consistent with the will of Congress.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
counsel.
Chief Justice.
Mr. Hawkins?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, the text, context, and structure of A23 confirm that it does not create a private right. Starting with the text, A23 lacks the unambiguously rights-creating language we saw in the FINRA statute in Tlefsky, which used the word right nearly 24 times in its own Bill of Rights. And read in context, A23 is part of a conversation between the federal government and the states. It's buried deep among 86 administrative provisions arranged in no discernible order and directed to a plan administrator and the HHS secretary. Structurally, it's part of a substantial compliance regime, which, as Gonzaga recognized, shows a concern with compliance only in the aggregate. That's not usually how we think of rights. On top of that, A23 compliance can be waived by the federal government, which makes the creation of a right all the more implausible. Finally, A23 includes multiple enforcement mechanisms of its own, including state administrative remedies subject to judicial review and the denial of funding. Tlefsky emphasized that rights-creating statutes are atypical, but this is a run-of-the-mill spending clause statute, and holding otherwise would invite line-drawing problems. I welcome the court's questions.
What do you think is left of Wilder and Blessing after Tlefsky and Gonzaga?
Well, Justice Thomas, we think that the star footnote in the Armstrong decision effectively overruled Wilder. It specifically said that Wilder was repudiated. We think that's functionally the equivalent of saying overruled. And it didn't mention right by name, but we think right and Blessing are no longer good law either. I heard my friend, counsel for petitioner, note the confusion in the concurring opinion below about those cases, but I thought it would have been clear after Armstrong.
Mr. Hawkins, you talked a lot about the structure of this statute and the fact that this is one of 87 and so forth. And we heard that argument some years back in the Souter case from the government, and the court accepted it, and Congress did not. Congress came right back and passed an amendment and said, the fact that this is listed in this big 87 item list should not be thought to have anything to say with whether something in that list is a right. Not everything in that list is a right, but the fact that it's in that list is pretty irrelevant to the question of whether something is a right.
Well, respectfully, Justice Kagan, I don't think we read 1320A2 quite the same way. I think we're effectively aligned with petitioner on this, that the because of language is creating a but-for requirement. It's saying that the sole reason cannot be that it appears in this list of plan requirements. And we think that's the best reading because that's consistent with Gonzaga and the sort of
Yeah, I would have thought that if Congress goes to the trouble of passing this statute, what Congress was looking at was like, oh, you know, we agree with their result in Souter, but if we look at their reasoning, I mean, it was a very kind of nuanced way to react to our decision. We look at their reasoning, and if their reasoning is that it was on this list, we want to say that that should be no part of anybody's reasoning, because we think that there are things on this list that are rights, and we want to make sure that in the future, when those other things come up, that the court doesn't do the exact same thing. That was the whole point of the Souter fix.
Well, Your Honor, we think that the best reading of it is that Congress said we don't want that to be the only reason the courts.
But that wasn't the only reason in Souter. There was a central argument in Souter that the standards set forth were not intelligible, which is part of our review. So I'm not sure how we can read the Souter fix as a don't use this only fix approach.
Well, Your Honor, 1320A2 also notes that it's not disagreeing with the outcome in Souter, and I think the best way to interpret that is saying this can't be the sole reason. And I think I heard my friend mention the Armstrong plurality. I mean, I think it's worth noting that 1320A2 was briefed in that case, and the Armstrong plurality nevertheless reached the conclusion that it did, that the inclusion in this plan list was a relevant consideration. And as I said earlier, I think that does flow fairly from Gonzaga.
Now, for 20 years, the government took the position that the free choice of provider provision was enforceable via Section 1983. You now say that Tabelsky made you change your mind, but I'm confused by that. I thought Tabelsky just reiterate that Gonzaga analysis governs step one. So you took the same position after Gonzaga. Did you need a hit over the head or?
Well, respectfully, Your Honor, I think we note in our brief that with the—
Meaning, did you need for us to say it a second time before you understood it, or?
Your Honor, as we note in our brief, with the change in administration, the federal government reevaluated its position in this case, and we believe that the view we're advancing today is the best reading of the statute.
Now, the government takes the position, as have many, that for spending clause legislation, that the remedy is only that of Congress, of the agency withholding money from someone who violates its provisions. Does seem awfully odd to think that that is a remedy at all, because what you would be doing would be depriving thousands of other Medicaid recipients of coverage in a particular state over the fact that an individual has been denied something that the provision says they're entitled to. Is there much sense in that?
Well,
if you have something, as Justice Kagan said, is an individual obtaining a privilege of choosing its provider, why would we say that because it's spending clause, somehow the only remedy is suspension of benefits?
Well, Your Honor, I guess a couple things. I mean, first, that's been the basic spending clause framework since at least Pennhurst, and maybe going even farther back. That's typically how any spending clause statute
yes,
works.
But the question is, you don't disagree that there's no magic word formulation for a right. And I assume in your brief that you accepted that may obtain formulation could confer rights depending on the circumstances. Here you say the circumstances don't. But why can't or why shouldn't we take into account that the act itself doesn't provide a mechanism for redress by the recipient or by the provider, that the states are free to put in state administrative remedies, but they don't have to by the act. So wouldn't a circumstance like that inform someone that it's a right that the individual should be able to enforce in court?
Well, I guess there were a few parts to that, Your Honor. Let me see if I can hit all of them. First, you mentioned the may obtain language. What we're trying to indicate in our brief is that we don't want to foreclose the possibility that somewhere, someday, Congress could enact a statute that used a phrasing like that to create a right. I mean, it's difficult to predict the future.
The Bill of Rights does it all, doesn't it?
Sorry, Your Honor.
The Bill of Rights itself doesn't.
So
no person shall, and then it says, no state may, person.
The Bill of Rights doesn't use the phrase may obtain.
No,
I think
well,
that
Mr. Hawkins, may obtain in this language is just to say, I mean, a person doesn't have to go see a doctor. It's the person may go see a doctor, but it's of their choice. The may has nothing to do with the question that we're talking about now. The may is just like, you don't have to see anybody if you don't want to.
I respectfully don't think that's the best reading of the statute. I mean, we're looking for unambiguous rights-creating language, and I think that our problem with may is that it's inherently ambiguous. It's usually used to create permission, and I think there's a difference between permission and a right.
It depends on the context. Yeah, I mean, the may is just you may see a doctor. You know, we don't expect that, you know, we're not forcing people to see doctors. So that's the way the may functions in the sentence.
Well, if that's right, Your Honor, I think that would be unique. I mean, in respondent's brief, I don't think I saw one example of any federal statute anywhere that creates a right using the phrase may obtain. It's just not something that has that sort of, I think I heard my friend say, like a rights creating.
Can I ask about this idea that you have to say right or entitlement, or what was the other words that privilege? Privilege is sort of not a right, but okay, right, entitlement, or privilege. I mean, this is kind of changing the rules midstream, isn't it? Congress wrote this statute a while ago. And if we come in now and say you have to use one of these three words, I mean, that's good going forward for the statutes Congress wants to write in the future, but it's not a fair way to interpret statutes that Congress passed many moons ago, and that then Congress amended by way of the Souter fix to say, you know, by the way, that list of requirements for the state plan, we think that there are some rights in there.
May I answer the question, Mr. Chief Justice?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think this came up in Alexander versus Sandoval. I think it's page 288 of that opinion. The court recognizes that we evaluate older congressional laws through modern jurisprudential lenses. I believe Justice Stevens' dissent objected to that, but the majority nevertheless concluded that that's the appropriate framework to evaluate congressional statutes. And indeed, I believe that happens in other contexts with statutes going back much farther.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? Justice Alito? Justice Kagan? Justice Kavanaugh?
I just want to isolate the role of the alternative enforcement mechanism in your analysis. Could a term be rights enforcing if there's no alternative enforcement mechanism, but the same term be not rights enforcing if there is an alternative enforcement mechanism?
Justice Kavanaugh, I guess I'm trying to think of an example where that would be true. I guess I have to answer the question yes, because it's hard to know how that would play out in any given statute. I mean, we know from Tlefsky that we look at terms as they're situated in structure and context. So we're always taking structure and context into account. And so it's.
So are you saying that a statute without an alternative enforcement mechanism is more problematic in your analysis? I think that is what you're saying.
Well, we do think that the alternative enforcement mechanisms here, I think buttress is the word that's used in Gonzaga.
Well, that's why I'm trying to isolate the role in your analysis, and yeah. maybe you're saying you can't do that.
Yeah, so I do think that it's relevant. I don't know that it would move the needle here in this particular case. So if there were no back-end remedies for providers who are excluded, I still think we're missing the clear, unmistakable rights-creating language directed at a specific party that has specific duties as to specific people. And since we're missing all of that, I don't think the back-end remedies matter, but I think the fact that we do have the back-end here reinforces our conclusion on the front end.
Do you agree with Petitioner's counsel on the universe of terms that you think are usually or always rights creating?
Well, Your Honor, I don't know that I've got a specific comprehensive list. I mean, I think I heard my friend say the word right. I think I heard entitlement.
Privilege.
I think I heard privilege.
And immunity.
Yeah, those all sound right.
Well, if you don't, you come up here and you say, you know, we're concerned about line drawing problems, but you're not. What's the line exactly? You want us to do a line? Well, tell me what the line is.
Sure. I think those three words would count. I think, you know, looking at Title VI and Title IX, you know, no person shall be subject to discrimination. I think that gets the job done as well. I mean, maybe a helpful way to think about it, Justice Kavanaugh, is we're looking for words that have a real rights creating pedigree in our nation's history and legal traditions. I think the words.
Well, I think Justice Kagan's raised good points about how once you open it up like that, there are going to be line drawing problems. You're not going to solve the issue that you came here to solve.
Well, Your Honor, I don't know that there's a way to avoid line drawing problems without saying that we need the word right and exclusively right and nothing else. And I don't.
Well, you're right at the beginning. You said you wanted to avoid line drawing problems. But
well, I think that the court could avoid a lot of the difficult cases by making clear, as it said in Tlefsky, that we're looking for atypical language with this clear rights creating pedigree. The mine run of cases are not going to clear that bar. There may be a few that do.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
You might not know the answer to this, but I'm just wondering about the consequences of saying that this cause of action can be brought under 1983 here. I mean, so both you and your friend have talked about the possibility that many other statutes and many other provisions then might be understood to be enforceable through a private cause of action. But what about this one? I mean, so here we're here because of Planned Parenthood not being a qualified provider in South Carolina. But would this open the floodgates of people bringing 1983 suits because they can't see the provider of their choice? Or is this kind of a pretty unusual circumstance?
Well, Your Honor, it's hard to say it's unusual. There have been a number of lawsuits in a number of states about A23 in specific. I think it's the most litigated provision within 1396A.
Is it all about abortion providers?
No, I don't believe so. I believe there have been other instances. I believe, I'm worried about misspeaking. I think one out of the Seventh Circuit didn't involve abortion providers. It was in another context. We're not resting on any particular floodgates argument.
I didn't mean to suggest that you were. I was just wondering. Okay, thank you.
Justice Jackson?
Yeah, 3 quick points. Just clarifying in your response to Justice Sotomayor about what motivated the government's change in position here. I heard you say it's the change in administration that caused the change in position, not necessarily anything new or different in Tlefsky. Is that right?
Well, Your Honor, we think that the Tlefsky approach, in Your Honor's opinion for the court, gives us more confidence in the position that we're advocating.
I understand, but you don't see daylight between what Tlefsky was saying and what Gonzaga said, which is what the Bush administration and many, many other prior administrations relied upon in reaching the opposite conclusion here.
So I think Tlefsky does a couple of things that maybe reinforce what Gonzaga said in a way that helps think through the issue more clearly. I mean, number one, Tlefsky emphasizes that these statutes are atypical. And so we're looking for the atypical situation, not the run-of-the-mill situation. And second, in Your Honor's opinion for the court, I think it's in part 3.2, it's noteworthy that it begins looking at the overall placement of the text within the structure, within the statutory structure. And we think that that's an indication that it really is important to marry text, context, and structure all together. And when we do that here, it's not just about looking at words in isolation, but looking at the big picture.
All right, can you point me to the section in your brief that endorses any particular words or bright line rule? I was kind of struck because I thought that was the difference between you and petitioner. When I read your brief, I didn't take the United States to be adopting that kind of test. So well, you're saying something different here at the podium than you were in your brief.
Oh, I don't think I mean to, Justice Jackson.
So the United States is on all fours with the idea that we need to tell Congress exactly the words that have to be used in order to create rights.
Well, I think what we've argued in our brief and what I'm certainly mean to argue today is that we're looking for unmistakable rights creating language. I think that's what we say in our brief. And in our conversation this morning, we've elucidated some ways that Congress could do that. And I think that's consistent with what we've been saying.
All right. Finally, has, to your knowledge, HHS ever withheld Medicaid funding from a state for violating this free choice of provider provision. I mean, to the extent that we're talking about, ways of enforcing this particular provision, it would be helpful to know if there is an actual alternative here.
Your Honor, we don't know of any instance in which funding has been withheld in connection with A23. We noted in our brief that we have denied plan modifications for failure to comply with A23, but as to funding, we don't have an example of that happening. I wouldn't read too much into that. Again, this is a substantial compliance regime. We've been concerned with compliance in the aggregate, and the lack of funding denials, I think, suggests that states are complying in the aggregate.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Saharsky?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. As this case comes to the court, it is established that South Carolina violated the statute by denying Julie Edwards her choice of a qualified and willing provider. The only question is whether she can do something about it to sue under Section 1983. She can for 4 reasons. First, look at the text. It refers to individuals, any individual eligible for medical assistance. It gives them a right to choose their own doctor. They, quote, may obtain such assistance from any qualified and willing provider. And it's mandatory. The state must do it as part of the federal-state bargain. This language satisfies the standard that the court set out in Gonzaga and Tiletsky. It uses mandatory, individual-centric, rights-creating language. The only thing it doesn't do is use the word right. And this court has repeatedly said that magic words aren't required. Second, look at the context. Congress took this language from Medicare, which uses the same operative text. That text makes clear that it gives an individual the right to choose a provider. It's titled Free Choice by Patient Guaranteed. The family planning provision, which comes right after the language at issue, confirms that this is a protected choice. The state, quote, shall not restrict the choice. 3, there's no doubt about what Congress was trying to do here. It enacted this statute because states were artificially limiting the providers in Medicaid. And that's the same thing that the state is doing now. And Congress made this an individual right because it recognized that when the state does that, it hurts individual patients. It is the individual's right. It is not the provider's right. And 4th, there is no alternative federal remedy. There is no way for individuals to challenge the state's decision to deny them their provider of choice. There's no federal cause of action. There's no administrative remedy. Congress expected that an individual would be able to sue in the rare instance when a state is keeping a needy patient away from a qualified and willing provider. If the individual can't sue, this provision will be meaningless. I welcome the court's questions.
Do you think that rights creating language under the enumerated powers is different from the language required under the spending clause?
Well, so the court has said in spending clause cases that the Congress has to speak unambiguously, but at the same time, there's many cases in which the court has required clear statements from Congress, and it has said we don't require magic words from that. Our job is to figure out what did Congress intend. So we look at the words and what that Congress enacted and figure out what Congress intended. And I think the way that you can tell that the word right is just a magic words test here, I think from my friends on the other side, and why you don't need it, is because the statute here would do the exact same thing if it said the word right as opposed to what it says now.
So how would this, if it's more demanding under the spending clause, how would the statute differ under the commerce clause? What language would you use if it were if this right were created under the Commerce Clause?
Well, I think it creates a right either way. I think Congress can write statutes.
Well, I'm talking about the language. If it's more demanding and it's atypical, what language that we have here, you would not need in the Commerce Clause.
Well, first it's talking about a state obligation, and it's something the state must do to participate. So it starts by saying that it's a mandatory obligation. Second, it says that there's any individual may obtain care from any qualified and willing provider. So it's the combination of any individual may obtain care from any qualified and willing provider. It disables the state from doing something the state might otherwise want to do. Like we want to take this provider out of Medicaid for a reason that's unrelated to medical qualifications, which is what the state is doing here. And so it's just the combination of this language makes clear what this provision is doing. I don't think anyone disagrees what this provision is about. Maybe
do you think that language is more exacting than would be required under the Commerce Clause?
I'm not certain. I think the court has said that in the spending clause context that Congress needs to speak clearly. My point is just that Congress has spoken clearly here because it has used what this court requires. The court says we want to look to see if there's individual-centric rights-creating language that imposes a mandatory obligation. The court has never said it has to say the word right or it has to be magic words or anything like that. And just to pick up on this idea that we heard maybe for the first time today that there are only certain magic words that count. There's some real problems with that from a separation of powers perspective. Congress writes statutes. It's this court's job to interpret them and figure out what Congress intended. And here it's not like Congress just wrote this statute 50 years ago and nothing has happened. Congress has come back when this court has interpreted the statute in a way that that Congress thought was inappropriate with the suitor fix. And that's a case where, as one of the factors that was considered for whether language created an individual right, not the sole factor, but as one of the factors, this court said in the suitor decision, we see that it's part of the state plan requirements. And Congress came back with language that I think was quoted by one of the justices that said, no, that can't be a reason. Why? Because
I'm sorry, finish your sentence, please.
It just can't be a reason why.
Okay. Do you think our opinions in Talevsky and Gonzaga narrowed Wilder in any way?
Well, the court didn't mention Wilder.
Is that a way? Is that a way?
Well, I think the court made clear in Gonzaga that to the extent that Wilder could be read in a certain way, which is to readily imply individual rights and not to require unambiguous rights conferring language, Gonzaga says, don't read Wilder that way. And so I thought that was clear in Gonzaga. And then in Talevsky, the court said, we are using our established test, which was set out in Gonzaga. So I think that Gonzaga is the one that explained that to the extent that Wilder Verde's decision. And so, the court has, I think, used that reasoning in Wilder. That's the only reasoning that the Fourth Circuit cited below. We think that's good reasoning, but even if you act like Wilder doesn't exist, we think it gets you to the same result in this case because we're basing our argument on the requirements set out in Gonzaga and in Talevsky. Just to go back to—
I think the difficulty arises because of trying to draw the distinction between benefits and rights, and Gonzaga draws this line, and that's trying to make sense of prior precedent, and it's very elusive, and I think that's why there's a search for how can we draw the line. What guidance would you give us on how to do that going forward, or how to set out a principle that's not going to be just eye of the beholder?
Right. Rights creating language confers an individual entitlement. It's for an individual, and it is a protection and entitlement to something. Benefits, language that addresses benefits or creates benefits, which is often policy or practice language, is aggregate language like that refers to a policy or practice that has a beneficial effect on individuals, but it's not focused on protecting some particular right or entitlement of the individuals. And if we look at the language here, here's how we know that it's not a benefit, but protecting a right. It says that the individual may obtain care from any qualified and willing provider. So that stops the state from doing something. It's not just, you should have a list of a lot of providers and try to get as many providers as possible on the list. It's that Congress saw that there was a particular problem, happening out in the world in terms of providers being excluded from Medicaid for arbitrarily. Same thing that's happening here, and the Congress said no to that. So it's the may obtain from any qualified and willing provider, any, which says that this is something that stops the state and that this is something that has to be followed.
To go back to the first part of your answer, something that's mandatory and is a benefit seems like a right. Or how would you distinguish a mandatory benefit from a right?
So I would look to Gonzaga, for example. So you could have something that is mandatory, that was about educational privacy, like that you must have a policy or practice about individual consent for educational records, but that just isn't written in the circumstances of an individual being able to enforce a particular right. And so that was where there were individuals who were benefited by these policies that were required, but it wasn't saying an individual gets to do a particular thing and the state has to protect that and the state can't stop them from doing that.
Well, just to follow up on that, Ms. Saharsky, one can imagine a statute written as an individual benefit that's mandatory on the states, but isn't a right creating. I mean, I think we can agree on that.
Sure, I think there are a lot of provisions in the state plan requirements that are like that. They don't create rights.
So they focus on the individual and says that person's entitled or shall receive a benefit, but it could be limited to state compliance substantially with the overall scheme. I mean, that's an imaginable scenario.
So I don't think that the language in the state plan requirements that there's no other place in the state plan requirements that says any individual may obtain like the language here.
So once it focuses on the individual, I'm just trying to drill down on Justice Kavanaugh's, bright line. Once it focuses on the individual and says you're entitled to some benefit, that's the line you'd have us draw?
I think the court in Gonzaga and Tlefsky set out 3 requirements. First, it has to be mandatory. Second, it has to be individual focused. And third, it has to use rights creating language.
Well,
and we focused on what
the third one's the tricky one, right?
100%. And I think that's where we're talking about an individual entitlement that the state has to provide something, or that the state cannot do something to someone, like no state shall. We talked about the discrimination language that's in like Title VI.
What I'm trying to drill down on is, it seems to me Congress could hypothetically say an individual should be entitled to these benefits, but not want to create a right of enforcement, but allow it to be subject to the state's overall substantial compliance with a larger rubric. I mean, that's imaginable, isn't it?
Congress could write statutes in a lot of different ways that would provide a benefit that would be not like the statute here. So let me just hone in on the particular thing at issue in this case. Let's say that it said a state plan shall include a policy to allow participants to choose their provider to the extent practicable.
Well, let's see the extent. Let's take that out. Then what? What would be the answer there?
So I think in that case, if it's, it talks about a policy, so Gonzaga suggested that that's more of an aggregate focus. And so I think the question would be, to allow participants, that doesn't use the same, what we call rights creating language, like may obtain from any. So we think the may obtain from any language is stronger.
So a statute that says states shall create a policy that allows individuals to choose their doctors would not be a rights creating statute.
I think it would be a more difficult case because it doesn't say the any qualified and willing provider. I just think that would be a potentially more difficult case.
What if it did? What if it said states shall create a policy to allow individuals to pick a provider? Would that be rights creating?
Well, it still doesn't say from any qualified and willing provider. And I think it's the any qualified and willing that makes clear that if a provider is medically qualified, that the state can't take the provider out of Medicaid for a different reason, because that was the problem that Congress was addressing in the first place. But the point is that Congress has flexibility in how it writes statutes. It sometimes says in statutes like this provision does not create any individually enforceable rights.
Well, that's a magic words requirement the other direction.
It's not a magic. I don't think it makes sense. I respectfully suggest that this court should not think of it in terms of magic words. And in all of the court's cases that have required clear statements in other contexts, the court has said, look, it's not magic words. We don't tell Congress how to write statutes.
So it doesn't need to do that either. So, okay. All right. Thank you.
I mean, that's the same thing that Judge Wilkinson said. He said, we're just trying to interpret what Congress did here. Like what were they focused on? What were they trying to do? Would they think that an individual could enforce this?
Well, I don't know that I'm sorry, keep going. I don't think magic words is the proper term. Just what words convey rights, unambiguously convey rights creating language. And we take a step back, and maybe this is what's the broader separation of powers concern. The broader separation of powers concern is that Congress creates rights of action and remedies, not the court. And in Gonzaga, and that wasn't really the view in the 70s and 80s. And in Gonzaga, the court specifically linked this issue with the implied rights of action case law. And since Gonzaga in that other implied rights of action, we have really tightened up, whether it's Bivens or otherwise, and said essentially that far and no further. And I'm wondering how we should square Gonzaga's linkage of those two lines of cases. If we said something like that here, or how you think we should just deal with the fact that we no longer really engage in the process of creating implied rights of action or inferring rights of action because we leave it to Congress.
Okay, so this is not an implied right of action case, as you pointed out, because there is an express cause of action under Section 1983. And we accept from Gonzaga and Talevsky that where this court is that it is a high bar to find that Congress put in place an individually enforceable right. What we're saying is that this provision meets the bar. We don't think that there are a lot of others, if any, in the state plan requirements that would meet that high bar, but this language here may obtain from any qualified and willing provider does. I mean, this is a very individual choice that Congress was trying to protect. It's individuals who are hurt. I don't think anyone disputes what this provision does that allows them to choose an individual Medicaid provider to choose from any qualified and willing provider. And I guess that just the thing I would say about how to write this, and I of course understand that the court wants to provide guidance, there's just different ways Congress could have said this, and they all get to the same place. So we have what Congress said here, you know, and any individual may obtain care from any qualified and willing provider. If it said any individual has a right to obtain care from any qualified and willing provider, it does the same thing. It's this exact same effect like out in the world in terms of placing the limitation on the state. It could also say, I think the state would agree, or maybe it used to agree, any individual has the freedom to choose from any qualified and willing provider, or no person shall be denied the free choice of any qualified and willing provider. It just, you know, Congress can write these in different ways. And, you know, Judge Wilkinson said, I think very reasonably, we as the federal courts can't limit Congress to a thin thesaurus of our own design. And this court, of course, wants to provide guidance in terms of what the standard is in Talevsky and in Gonzaga. But what we're telling you here is that this statute meets that requirement. And I might just speak briefly about the other state plan requirements, because I understand that the state has like raised this specter of how there are 86 other state plan requirements, and what if they're all individually enforceable, and there could be so much litigation.
Well, before you get to that, would you agree with the proposition that what we need to find in order to say that a provision in spending clause legislation enables enforcement by a private party under 1983, something that's quite extraordinary? Because the norm for, let's start out, if we back up, spending clause legislation is an agreement between the state and the federal government. Yeah, it's an offer the state can't refuse, but nevertheless, that's the form of it. And the standard mechanism for the enforcement of that is for the counterparty, the federal government, to take some action if the state doesn't meet up to its obligation. And the state, part of the obligation that may be imposed under spending clause legislation is something that is helpful in some way to an individual. Now, if we say whenever Congress uses the word individual, the suit can be brought under 1983, then all sorts of provisions could give rise to 1983 liability. So would you agree we need something that's out of the ordinary, that signals to the federal court, this is not just something that that the state must do. This is something that allows the individual to go into court and get enforcement?
Yes, let me say three things about that. First, we don't think that just a mere reference to an individual gives an individually enforceable right. It's here, it's any individual may obtain from any qualified and willing provider. Two, we also don't think that the fact that it's a mandatory obligation on the states creates an individually enforceable right, because as you pointed out, once the state agrees to the bargain, these are all things it has to do, even if it's just a policy or practice that benefits an individual.
So just to make that, this is helpful. So individual is not enough, mandatory is not enough. You need something more. And what is that more here that tips this or makes this really atypical, not typical?
May obtain from any qualified and willing provider. That's the rights creating language, the third ingredient that this court has talked about. The may obtain in this context, I think, is a natural way for Congress to talk about obtaining health care, because you don't have to get it. It's just if you need health care, you may obtain it.
But what Congress may, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, there's a suggestion, I think, from the state that like may is not strong enough language, but may is used in a lot of contexts to reflect like a protected choice or a right. There are a lot of judicial review provisions, for example, like of the Federal Trade Commission orders or the SEC orders that say any person may obtain judicial review of such order by filing in a court of appeals. There's also may language used in the Constitution, which I think is pretty powerful. You know, the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. Now, that's a little bit different in that it's a power of Congress as opposed to rights creating language from an individual. But my point is just this idea that may is like too wimpy of language, I just don't think is a good line
Well,
to
the
draw.
problem is that Congress may well have had in mind, maybe it's likely that what they had in mind is simply that this is something that the state has to do, but not that this is something that allows an individual to sue in court. So don't we need something more than that?
Well, there's the reference to the individual and there's an entitlement to the individual. And then we have on top of it what is called the Souter fix, which is Congress coming back to this court after the decision in Souter versus Artist M and saying some of these plan requirements we expect will be individually enforceable. The fact that it's a state plan requirement doesn't make it not individually enforceable. So then the question is, you know, is this one of them? And that's where we get to, I think, the discussion of the other 80-some state plan requirements. Now, there have not been lawsuits to try to figure out whether all of these other requirements are individually enforceable because the vast majority of them obviously aren't. I think that the most that the state and the federal government suggest is that there are 8 or 9 other provisions that, you know, one might look at to see are they sufficiently clear language that they could be individually enforceable. Most of them, like most of the other provisions, have been never litigated in the courts of appeals. There are a few that have, but you know there has not been a flood of litigation here, really, under this provision or any of these other provisions. And you know this has been the longstanding position of the federal government. The first decision on this issue with this statute was, you know, Judge Sutton's opinion for the Sixth Circuit more than 20 years ago. Like, if the flood of lawsuits was supposed to happen, you know, we would expect to see it. And you know, the only other thing I might say there is that I think it's wrong to suggest that like Medicaid, individuals on Medicaid are like, you know, seeking to file lawsuits to try to get attorney's fees or some kind of financial benefit. They're not getting damages from the state under Section 1983. This court already has precedents like saying that that generally can't happen when a state official's acting in their individual capacity. What they're seeking is declaratory and injunctive relief. That's what all these cases that led to the circuit split are about, getting declaratory and injunctive relief when a state has, for reasons unrelated to medical competency, just kicked out a provider and the individual said, you've denied me my right to a provider of choice and I just want some health care. These aren't people getting rich. You know, they're just trying to get health care here.
Mr. Artsky, can I ask you a question that kind of steps back to the legal standard? So I just want to put aside for a second whether you satisfy the standard. You have framed your argument in terms of Gonzaga and Talevsky, and I agree that those are the relevant cases. But, you know, Judge Richardson asked for help. I mean, I guess I feel like it's been clear that that Blessing and Wilder have been eclipsed. Judge Richardson says, you know, can you please just explicitly say so? Do you agree that they've been explicitly eclipsed by Gonzaga and Talevsky? And do you have a problem with our just saying that? I mean, you framed your argument in terms of Gonzaga and Talevsky, so just, you know.
Right, but to the extent the court thinks there should be additional clarity on that, the court absolutely should provide it. And we don't see an issue with the discussion that we've had here today about the way in which the court in Gonzaga said, look, if those decisions have been read a certain way, that is a wrong reading. Like, don't do that. So, you know, whether you would need to overrule Wilder or not, that provision's not even on the books anymore. Right. So that seems like a bit much, particularly when there's pretty strong statutory stare decisis considerations. But certainly the analysis set out in Gonzaga focuses on whether there's unambiguous conferral of an individual right. And to me, makes pretty clear you can't just look at 3 factors in, you know, Blessing.
I entirely agree. I mean, so, and I agree that we're only talking about the analytical framework, that we're not talking about the results of particular cases. It just seems like it already was pretty clear, but maybe we should just say it. And it sounds like you're okay with that, saying Gonzaga and Talevsky are set out the framework that we need to follow.
Yes, I thought that was clear. If the court wants to make it more clear, that seems right. I think the Fourth Circuit here, like many of the other courts of appeals, Judge Wilkinson tried very hard to like trace this court's case law and talk about how those decisions had been limited. His analysis seemed right to us and was, you know, very careful in doing that. But to the extent that the court thinks that there needs to be more clarity here, please, you know, go ahead and provide it.
Well, we could save him several pages, right? So that he doesn't have to trace the case law. He can just cut straight to the chase.
Sure. I think the one thing that we don't think the court should do is adopt some kind of magic words test. We just don't think that that's appropriate from a separation of powers perspective to Congress. It's not really fair to the Congress that you know wrote these statutes, and it takes away from what the central inquiry I think is supposed to be here, which is so Congress enacted a statute. And we're supposed to figure out, like, does it want individuals to be able to enforce that? And, here, starting with what we call Talevsky step 1, we think it's pretty clear from this language that it confers rights on individuals. I mean, if it's not doing that, like what is it doing? It clearly is giving
we could say it again, what we said in Gonzaga and Talevsky, or we could say we meant it when we said it.
Yes, although I don't think it's right to think that the courts of appeals aren't getting the message. I think they're getting the message. And let me just give you a few examples. First of all, you have Judge Wilkinson's opinion for the Fourth Circuit here. And he says many times, I understand that Gonzaga provides the test. I understand that it has to be unambiguous language. I understand that we cannot find individual rights in these statutes willy-nilly. We need to be absolutely sure about it. But all three of the judges on this panel, including the concurring Judge Richardson, found that this statute unambiguously confers individual rights, that it is guaranteeing an individual the right to their provider of choice. And then if you look at, other cases, as I said, there haven't been a lot of cases where people have litigated provisions, other state plan requirements. But, the courts of appeals have routinely said, no, these things are not individually enforceable. We gave one of them in our brief, an example, in section A32, which is about paying only the provider and not third parties. There are many other provisions, but if you're looking for some kind of, issue here in the courts of appeals, like the courts of appeals aren't getting the message, frankly, that's just not true. It's just that this is a situation where we're talking about an intensely personal right that Congress wanted to protect. I mean, there aren't that many things that are more important than, being able to choose your doctor, the person that you see when you're at your most vulnerable, facing, some of the most significant, challenges to your life and your health. And Congress said a long time ago, this is something we want to protect. We want people on Medicaid who are insured through Medicaid to have the same right that people who have private insurance enjoy, because it's so foundational to individual dignity and individual autonomy. And it makes sense for Congress to have said that. I guess a couple other things that have been discussed that I just wanted to make sure that we address. We understand that there needs to be clear notice provided to the states here about their end of the bargain. But, as I said, I don't think that there's a disagreement about what this provision does. I think everyone agrees that it's, you have the right to any qualified and willing provider. Now, the state has an argument that they think they have an unfettered right to define qualified as being something other than professional qualifications and medical qualifications. That is an argument that was made and rejected below in a long discussion by the Fourth Circuit. The court denied cert on that. But just to maybe give the court some confidence in the Fourth Circuit's decision, if this were a case in which there were real question about medical competence, like, is this provider qualified to be a medical provider in the state? The Fourth Circuit said, of course the state would get a healthy dose of deference in those circumstances. The Fourth Circuit said that multiple times in its opinion. But the Fourth Circuit also said, this is an easy case. There has never been an argument through the long history of this litigation that Planned Parenthood is unqualified, medically, professionally unqualified. It is only that there is something that Planned Parenthood is doing outside of Medicaid that the state wants to disqualify it from the program. And so if it were a real case about qualifications, it's something where the state would get deference, but it's absolutely wrong under the scheme here to say that the state can just deem any requirement it wants, that a provider's unqualified. Too many people who work at the provider have blue eyes, or they support green energy, or whatever else.
I mean, Mr. Harsky, if every state thought that, right, we would have every state deciding what their various, policy justification, it could be people who do provide abortions, people who don't provide abortions, people who do provide contraception, people who don't provide contraception, people who do gender transition treatment, people who don't. And, every state could split up the world by providers like that, right? That does not seem what this statute is all about, is allowing states to do that and then giving individuals no ability to come back and say, that's wrong. I'm entitled to see my provider of choice, regardless of what they think about contraception or abortion or gender transition treatment.
That is absolutely right. I think if one accepted the full argument that the state makes, including on the question for which the court denied cert, it would be that a state can just say providers disqualified for any reason unrelated to medical competency, and that could cause a whole host of problems. But the main problem, as you identified, is that it would make the free choice of provider provision not mean anything.
But isn't that the real problem here? Like, isn't that, I mean, if you really kind of boil down the dispute, the real problem is that Planned Parenthood was considered not a qualified provider. If you take it out of that, and you know, there's a dispute about that, as you're saying with Justice Kagan, but if we take it out of that you've disqualified a provider because of non-Medicaid services that they provide, be it gender transition, contraception, abortion, whatever, that's a different issue, right? Then can you imagine if the state, in an area that we would all agree that the state gets a healthy dose of deference, like let's say, you know, a doctor had malpractice, a certain number of malpractice suits, or had violated, you know, standards in some other way. Does it make sense in that circumstance for plaintiffs to have for Congress to have wanted plaintiffs to have a right to come in and sue to say, well, you shouldn't, that's my provider of choice. He may have violated these standards, and then litigate the qualifications of that provider who might have been disqualified for reasons that are within the state's authority. Does it make sense that Congress would have wanted the patient to litigate that issue?
Well, Congress wanted the patient to have the ability to see their provider of choice if it's a qualified and willing provider. And so that's the limitation that Congress put on the statute. And, you know, as I said, if it were a case in which the state asserted that it was about a medical qualification, then the statute does say, you know, qualified to provide the services at issue. And so as the Fourth Circuit said, a court would interpret, you know, what does that mean? It means professionally qualified, medically qualified. And in those circumstances, the state would get deference. But, you know, those cases haven't arisen. That's not happening. And I think the reason for it, if I can just finish, is pretty simple, which is states aren't, for the most part, keeping needy patients away from qualified and willing providers. It's just not happening.
Thank you, Counsel. Justice Thomas, Justice Alito, Justice Sotomayor.
I don't want to get, I do want to have you address the substantial compliance issue. The other side says when it's a substantial compliance issue, that always brings everything into question as to whether a right was granted. That's the only way you could read that argument. But do you have another way to address it? And number two, Mr. Bursch said that you were wrong that providers could challenge this in their review mechanism. Could you explain why they can't? He says you were reading 126-400E wrong.
So let me start with the substantial compliance question. I think the state's argument is wrong for three reasons. One, that is flatly inconsistent with Talevsky, if you said that, because Talevsky was also a substantial compliance regime. Two, it is inconsistent with Congress's judgment in the Souter fix, because those state plan provisions that Congress was saying could confer individual rights also all are substantial compliance provisions. And three, just to provide the reasoning for it, the question of substantial compliance is a different question from whether the statute creates a right. There is a right, and then there are mechanisms for enforcement of that right. Substantial compliance limits HHS's mechanism for enforcement. I think understandably, Congress said this is a blunt instrument where it's going to be cutting off health care to people that are saying that they were denied health care. So we're only going to have Congress be able to, or have HHS be able to do that in situations where they're not even in substantial compliance. But I think that shows that the 1983 remedy was expected here because it would be a scalpel to that blunt instrument, a more tailored remedy to be able to say these people have been denied health care and they can get that health care to get that declaratory and injunctive relief. So that's substantial compliance. The second is about enforcement proceedings. So I'll just say off the bat there, I think there is agreement that there is no individual enforcement proceeding that can challenge the denial of a provider of choice. There's only a claim denial proceeding that is available in a state administrative proceeding. But you asked about provider proceedings. So the statute itself, Medicaid, does not require the state to have a provider proceeding, but a federal regulation, so not a judgment by Congress, but federal law, a federal regulation does require that type of challenge, the state to have a procedure for the provider to challenge. The grounds of that are pretty limited to provider competency. As we discussed, you know, you can look at the grounds in the provision that you mentioned. And here, the state admitted that process was futile. And you don't just need to take my word for it. Both the district court and the Court of Appeals found that. On pages 101A, note 4 of the petition appendix is the Court of Appeals. And then the district court petition appendix 137A to 138A. And this came after a colloquy that the state's lawyer had with the district court, who said, what is the hearing officer in the state procedure for the provider supposed to do here, because the governor's made this determination? Can they offer any relief? And the state attorney said no. And the only other thing I would say is, I don't think it really matters whether the provider has a remedy here, because it's the individual's right that Congress was protecting. Congress wrote this in individual terms because those are the folks that were denied, health care when providers were cut out of Medicaid before this statute was enacted. And Congress said, they're the ones being hurt, so we need to do something that, allows them to be able to see their provider of choice.
Thank you. Justice Kagan? Justice Gorsuch?
On the alternative enforcement mechanism, though, we did say in Gonzaga that is relevant. The fact that there is one buttresses the conclusion that those provisions fail to confer enforceable rights was the language in Gonzaga. So you agree with that language?
Well, I think there's a question about what buttress means. This court explained it later in Talevsky as there being step 1 and step 2. And that explanation makes a lot of sense to me, because the first question is, look at the text at issue and does it confer a right? And then the way the court explains step 2 is, well, okay, so we have this right, but there's all these other ways of enforcing it. So we would have thought that those other ways of enforcing it make us think that there's not a Section 1983 remedy. So, I think the court explained those as separate in Talevsky, and that seemed to be a correct clarification. I read, if you read all of the Gonzaga, opinion together with the buttress language, the court also does it in 2 steps. It says, this language doesn't say anything about individuals. It's all about policy and practice. That's not going to create any rights. And then it says this buttress language, like, by the way, you've got this other problem too, which is this enforcement mechanism where there's a federal hearing board where an individual can go and get a hearing on their own particular complaint. So to me, that's kind of still the 2-step thing. I don't exactly know what buttress means, but I also don't really think it matters here, because this is nothing like the Gonzaga ability to get, a hearing before a federal hearing board where an individual can bring a suit. There's no individual cause of action. There's no individual administrative remedy. I mean, it's just so far away from, C. Clamors and those cases that said, there is enough of an enforcement scheme that means that there shouldn't be individual enforcement. Like if this provision is not enforceable under Section 1983, individuals, it's not going to be enforced. I mean, this provision will become meaningless. HHS has never cut off funding.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
So let me just clarify that Congress adopted this provision in response to a specific problem. That's my understanding, which is that in the first 2 years of the Medicaid program, some states were trying to steer their Medicaid beneficiaries to certain providers and away from others. Is that your understanding of what the Congress was responding to when it enacted this provision?
Yes.
So to the extent that the state is arguing here that this provision is merely meant to serve as a directive to the secretary, I feel like that might be inconsistent with the understanding that the primary target of the statute was not the secretary, it was the states who were restricting people's rights or restricting people's choices of healthcare provider.
Correct. It is like the statute at issue in Talevsky that it speaks both of the individuals who have the rights bearers, and the people that might infringe those rights, which in Talevsky was, the nursing homes, and here is the state. So it has both components, the individuals who have the rights and the people that might not, protect those rights, but it tells the state, you have to protect this right to any qualified and willing provider.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, Mr. Bursch.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. In the spending clause context, private rights are the exception, not the rule. That's why Congress must use explicit rights-creating language, words with a rights-creating pedigree. Justice Kavanaugh noted that the clear lines dissolve quickly if you don't require that explicit words, and this argument proves that. Justice Kagan started describing our provision as a right to choose a doctor. The word right doesn't appear in the statute. Justice Sotomayor at one point called it a privilege of choosing your doctor. The word privilege doesn't appear in the statute. Justice Jackson called it a free choice of provider provision. The words free and choice don't appear anywhere in the statute. My friend, Ms. Saharsky, said the provision is mandatory because the state must do these things. That's not what it says. It says that the plan must provide these things. In a substantial compliance context, that's a distinction that makes a difference. My friend also said twice that the statute would do the exact same thing if it used the word right, but that's absolutely wrong. If the statute said right, it would put the state on notice that it could be subjected to 1983 lawsuits. My friend also says that requiring explicit rights-creating language is a separation of powers problem. That's not correct. The absence of that language is a federalism problem because it doesn't give clear notice to the states. To the extent there's a separation of powers implication, it's because not requiring clear rights-creating language disperses the Secretary's discretionary authority to federal district courts all across the country. A couple quick points. Our reply brief, pages 22 to 23, explain why the respondents are wrong about their understanding of Regulation 16404. Page 22 gives the statutory citation that contemplates the provider administrative appeals, and reply 23 explains that the administrative appeal remedy is not futile, and our counsel did not admit that below. My friend admitted to Justice Gorsuch that a statute can require the provision of a benefit, yet not have rights-creating language. That's this case. And the fact that the 12 of us can have such a robust conversation about whether this statute is mandatory or not, whether it's rights-creating or not, demonstrates that the rights-creating language is ambiguous, not clear and explicit. And if there is any ambiguity in this context, the state has to win because it's not being put on notice of when it might be sued. At the end of the day, putting states on clear notice requires explicit rights-creating language, as this court has said. Because the any qualified provider provision lacks that language, we ask that you reverse. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
The Honorable Court is now adjourned until Thursday, the 17th of April.
You've been listening to live coverage of Supreme Court oral argument in Medina versus Planned Parenthood South Atlantic.
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, U.S. dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Psy-War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A. The heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Oh, that's weird. You're muted.
Boom. What's up?
I don't know. I thought he should have rebuked the demons in the name of Jesus, but what are you going to do? Separation of church and state, I guess. The demons have rights in a court of law, maybe.
Fill me in on that because I was on Breaking History, so fill me in on what we just watched.
Yeah, it's about specific provisions and declaring Planned Parenthood abortion providers as healthcare providers, medical providers, and that locks down a number of rights. So you heard there in the rebuttal talking about rights creating language and saying that this has to fail because Congress didn't intend to create that right that they're claiming. It's a sad day. It's a sad day when resources are being used this way, but we'll see what happens. I don't know which way they're leaning. I didn't hear all of it, but I heard the Planned Parenthood attorney in the rebuttal. So I will go back and listen to it. But it's the moment that we have been waiting for. It is now. We're moving from the child sacrifice court hearing to the Palestinian Liberation Organization's rights arguments. Have you looked at the questions before the court? I can pull those up if you want.
No, I was going to say I have zero context for what this is even about. So I literally have no understanding of what we're about to witness.
Okay. So it's a consolidated case. Let me share my screen. Fuld versus the Palestinian Liberation Organization and United States versus Palestinian Liberation Organization. The question, hold for processing. That's not what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for, I think. Can you see this? Is this up? No.
No. There we go. Yep.
All right. The Anti-Terrorism Act, 18 U.S.C. 2331, provides an extraterritorial private right of action for victims of terror attacks committed against American nationals abroad. In 2019, Congress amended the ATA by enacting the Promoting Service and Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act. Under this act, the Palestinian Liberation Organization and Palestinian Authority, quote, shall be deemed to have consented to personal jurisdiction in an ATA action if A, more than 120 days after the statute's enactment, they pay any terrorist convicted of or killed while committing a terror act against an American national, and the payment is made by reason of the conviction or terror attack. Or B, more than 15 days after the statute's enactment, they conduct any activity while physically present in the U.S. with limited exceptions. The PLO and PA engaged in both categories of conduct after the trigger dates, but in the decisions below, the Second Circuit facially invalidated the act. The court held that the Fifth Amendment forbids Congress from specifying conduct that triggers a defendant's consent to federal jurisdiction unless a statute provides that the defendant with some governmental benefit in return and that the PLO and PA had not received such benefit. So this is about the Fifth Amendment rights of the Palestinian Liberation Organization and the Palestinian Authority, their Fifth Amendment rights, because this act, the Promoting Security and Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act, basically triggers their consent. Like it makes them consent. They consent by default.
Consent to what though?
Consent to personal jurisdiction under this act for whoever's bringing a claim.
So what does that mean? I'm trying to understand what that means. So consented to personal jurisdiction. So like at the bottom where it says they facially invalidated the act. What is like facially invalidated?
Saying that it violates the Fifth Amendment. So I think what we're going to hear are arguments about whether or not these organizations have Fifth Amendment rights and whether or not the triggering of their consent, meaning it's really kind of like you're withdrawing their consent because you're commanding it, right? If this happens, then you're deemed to have consented. And they're saying that you can't do that to me because it's a violation of my Fifth Amendment rights, but they're foreign organizations. So that's what we're hearing today. And it's two cases that have been consolidated into one oral argument. So we'll probably hear a lot of attorneys.
Huh. So and this all has to do with self-incrimination with the Fifth Amendment. So is that what they mean
Well,
when they say personal jurisdiction? Is that what they're referring to?
that has to draw directly to the language in the act, which I don't have in front of me. But that consenting to the personal jurisdiction is, I would imagine, however it's defined within that act, which has an acronym that is impossible to articulate.
Yeah.
We'll just refer to it as the act.
The
Okay,
act,
so the
I
Fifth
agree.
Amendment is self-incrimination, but it also protects due process. It protects people from being deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process, requires that the grand jury present or indict a person before they can be tried for a crime, capital or infamous crime, prevents people from being tried twice for double jeopardy, and requires that private property not be taken for public use without just compensation. And so it might not just be self-incrimination. It might be self-incrimination. I don't know what arguments they're going to make. We'll hear them, though. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
Excited?
Yeah, absolutely. I
didn't know the Palestinian Liberation Organization had Fifth Amendment rights, so I'm quite excited to hear this.
This whole thing is very, very strange to me. It's all like, it's strange that this is in front of the Supreme Court, but I guess this is about their ability to be sued. Like that's what this is all about. Is about civil lawsuits being brought against the PLO and the PA.
It is. So if they engage in those two types of conduct after the trigger date, then they are deemed to have consented to being liable effectively, or guilty, right? Because I think that's a criminal code we're talking about. That they're consenting, but they're saying you can't demand my consent. You can't trigger my consent in that way. That's how I understand it.
Okay. Okay.
Sarah Mello 7 says, Happy Liberation Day. And indeed, but also Palestinian Liberation Organization before the Supreme Court on Liberation Day. That's interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
That is synchronicity. Yep.
All right. Do you have it? The stream?
Yep, I do have it. Let me add it. Let me remove yours and add mine.
All right, everybody. This is going to be super fun. Please hit the thumbs up button for us.
I'm going to put it on playback speed. I'm going to put it at 1.25. Is that okay?
How long is it?
It's 2 hours.
Okay.
So that'll get us. So that'll get us through like an hour and a half.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
We'll hear argument this.
If we can't understand it, I'll slow it down. But just people in chat, just say something if it's too hard to understand. But
morning in case
you do 1.5 or 1.25?
Palestinian Liberation Organization.
1.25.
Okay, that's good. All right, everybody. We'll see you on the other side.
And the consolidated case. Mr. Yelowitz.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. The United States can take many actions in response to terror activity abroad by the PLO and the PA that kills American citizens. The government could, for example, prosecute them under our criminal laws, and they admit doing so would not violate any due process rights. They contend, however, that bringing a civil action crosses a red line, is unconstitutional under the Due Process Clause. That is incorrect. The federal government's sphere of sovereignty is sufficiently broad that it follows American citizens wherever in the world they might travel. The government could, for example, simply ban terror payments to terrorists who have killed Americans, and concomitantly could establish federal jurisdiction when that ban is violated. Here, the government took a smaller step of providing that if the PLO and the PA make post-enactment payments to terrorists or engage in post-enactment U.S. activities, that will be deemed a submission to the jurisdiction of federal courts in a narrow class of cases closely related to terrorism. The statute gave the defendants fair warning. Their conduct was knowing and voluntary. The statute reasonably advances legitimate government interests in the context of our federal system. The judgment of the court should be reversed. I welcome the court's questions.
If we analyze this under the Fifth Amendment, what limitations would the Fifth Amendment provide for personal jurisdiction?
So first of all, the Fifth Amendment requires fair notice and opportunity to be heard, which the defendants had. In addition, it protects persons against arbitrary government action. Here, the statute reasonably advances a legitimate government interest and within the context of the federal government's power.
How would that differ from analyzing it under the 14th Amendment?
Under the 14th Amendment, there is a territorial limitation on each state. The states, because they're bounded by each other within the context of our federal system, at least the court has ceded horizontal federalism in the 14th Amendment. And so that limitation would exist.
When you say horizontal limitation, what do you mean? And exactly how would the 14th Amendment apply, and how would that differ from the application of the Fifth Amendment?
So we don't think that the 14th Amendment would apply at all here. However, if the test were the same under the 14th and the Fifth Amendments, the court would have to look at the interests of the federal government in the same way that it looks at the interests of the state governments, because the state governments are bounded by limitations that the other faces, that California can't infringe the sovereignty of Ohio, for example. The federal government doesn't suffer from that limitation. The federal government's powers are more expansive.
Well, there have been many courts that think that just as in the 14th Amendment, we look to see whether a defendant has minimum contacts with a particular state. These courts say so too, we should look to see whether a defendant has minimum contacts with the United States when it comes to the Fifth Amendment.
Certainly, if Congress has not spoken, that would still be the rule under our proposed test. So for example, in the Daimler case, there was no statute providing for federal jurisdiction. Minimum contacts would apply because the plaintiffs would have to travel under the 14th Amendment in the Alien Tort Statute. But where Congress has indicated the jurisdictional contacts that are relevant, due respect for Congress's judgment would provide for a more expansive view.
Well, why is that? If the minimum contacts test is a constitutional test, why does what Congress says in a particular statute bonify that?
Because the minimum contacts test grows out of 14th Amendment cases that provided for limitations on state governments. Those limitations do not apply to the federal government. The court has said that even in the Lochner era, when the court was imposing those kinds of limitations, the court said that those limitations don't apply when the federal government's powers are at issue. And I'm thinking of Burnett against the United States, Bennett against the United States, Burnett against Brooks, Cook against Tate.
Well, why would it be relevant even if Congress hadn't spoken? I mean, if they're really a feature of the interstate federalism, and that's their role under the 14th Amendment, why would we care about the minimum contacts analysis even in the absence of a statute where Congress tried to override it?
So the court has said in the Omni case that there has to be a statutory basis for jurisdiction. And if there's no statutory basis for jurisdiction, then plaintiffs obtain jurisdiction by service under state law.
So it would be that the 14th Amendment, so it's not, I guess maybe I misunderstood you. You're not saying that Congress would be overcoming some background principle that would otherwise be applicable to the jurisdiction of the United States. You're simply saying that there would be no statute authorizing service of process.
Correct.
In that hypothetical.
Correct.
But can I unpackage your argument? You're basically saying there is no due process protection whatsoever under the Fifth Amendment, even for U.S. citizens, because I don't know why it makes a difference that this is a foreigner or a U.S. citizen. If there is, as you're advocating, no Fifth Amendment due process constraint on government, then Congress could, at its own whim, say you committed an act in New York, it violated a federal statute, get tried in California. Get tried in Alaska, get tried in Hawaii. You might say political factors could constrain that, but haven't we said when we've analyzed the 14th Amendment that there are two components? One is the interstate interest of constraining the states from expanding their jurisdiction. But we've also said there's a second component, which is fairness. And it doesn't seem, and we've not limited that to the interstate concerns. Why would we take it out of the Fifth Amendment altogether?
I don't think you would. So the rule that we're recommending would include a fairness or a reasonableness component that protects citizens and non-citizens alike from arbitrary federal action. So for example, if Congress passed a law that said, if you enter Paris, France, you're subject to the jurisdiction of the district court in Paris, Texas, that would be a arbitrary government action that would violate the due process rights of anybody being tried under that statute. However, when it comes to U.S. citizens, Congress and the courts are nationwide actors anyway. And so, for example—
Yeah, but if I live in New York and I've never left New York, which is highly unlikely, but or I'm in Idaho or somewhere else on a farm, I've never left it, and all I did was something there that happened to violate a federal law, I might have a problem with being hailed to Hawaii or Alaska.
So Congress has in some cases provided for nationwide jurisdiction. For example, the U.S. Court of Federal Claims is a nationwide court. And what the courts have done as a practical matter and sensitive to the problems that individuals might have is the courts will go to them, or by rule, the courts have said, your trial subpoena will only be 100 miles from where you live. We're not advocating a rule that would eliminate
some sort of fairness requirement.
Right.
You're just saying that here it's met.
Correct.
By fairness, are you talking about principles of individual liberty? I mean, I'm sort of focusing on the Insurance Corp of Ireland case and the idea that due process, not only in the 14th Amendment context, has this notion of principles of federalism and interstate sovereignty, but also the concern that Justice Sotomayor was picking up on about sort of a liberty interest in not being hailed into a court far away. And I would think that would apply even in the international context.
Right. I think that I agree with that. I think that there's not a reasonableness problem in this case.
Right.
Nobody said, oh, it's too difficult for us to go from 65th Street down to.
No, I understand on the facts of this case, but to the extent that we are trying to assess what the Fifth Amendment requires in terms of personal jurisdiction, isn't there some idea in addition to what the 14th Amendment says about federalism, which you say doesn't apply in the Fifth Amendment context? Is there still some notion of a personal jurisdiction limitation in the Fifth Amendment that is rooted in these principles of liberty?
I think so. Yes. We're not advocating for a complete removal of any protections that an individual might have because it's traveling under the Fifth Amendment. What we're saying is these very tight territorial limits that we've seen in the 14th Amendment cases have no place in an analysis dealing with a federal statute.
So what again do you think is the Fifth Amendment test?
Sure. So we would say that the statute has to provide fair warning and that it has to reasonably advance a legitimate government interest in the context of our federal system.
What's an example of an illegitimate government interest that is unreasonably advanced?
Well, I think that my Paris, Texas.
What is it again? What is your Paris, Texas example again?
Sure. If you drive a car in Paris, France, then you're subject to jurisdiction in district court in Paris, Texas. They're both called Paris. So,
I mean, you think could Congress say that if one American driving a car in France causes injury to another American driving a car in France, a suit may be brought in the United States?
Well, that would be a more difficult case than ours because it's hard to see what the federal.
No, I understand it's more difficult,
right?
Of course, but and maybe we don't have to say what the Fifth Amendment test is, but you've offered a Fifth Amendment test, so I'm trying to understand what it means.
It would be difficult to see what the federal interest is in regulating traffic laws or auto accidents.
Providing compensation for Americans who are tortiously injured, no matter where the tort occurs.
Sure, and I think that Congress has very broad foreign commerce powers, and obviously, if Congress legislated to the limit, then that would be a interesting and difficult case.
Mr. Yalowitz, I'm struggling to see any of this in your brief. I had understood your argument in your brief to say that under the Fifth Amendment, due process just requires service, a judge, and an opportunity to be heard. And now you're saying that there's some sort of balancing test or reasonableness requirement, and I just didn't see that in your brief. I saw hints of that in the government's, but not yours.
So,
and I guess I'm asking is, where does this come from then? If I'm right that it's not in your brief, where did these requirements come from?
So we see three threads of due process jurisprudence from the founding. Service at a court, as you say, and then there's a debate among scholars about whether due process included a substantive component.
Yeah, you say substantive due process precedents require no more than what I've just described. That's page 22 of your brief.
Right. So
Now I'm hearing a slightly different version of your argument.
I would say that for those members of the court who believe that there is a
I'm really not interested in your attempt to assemble 5 votes. I'm interested in your views on what the law is.
Look, I think that a form of substantive due process has been a long tradition in the court and in this country, and we're not arguing in this case that an arbitrary statute would be constitutional. We think that.
Well, one man's arbitrariness is another man's brilliance. I mean, and no member of Congress who votes for something and the president signs thinks that what they're doing is arbitrary.
I don't disagree with that. I understand the point you're making, and I don't disagree with it.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito?
All of our cases have spoken about, under the 14th Amendment, have put in a substantive due process component that's independent from the interstate question.
That is the court's jurisprudence to date, correct?
So all of our cases have spoken about some version of fairness.
Right, and particularly given the foreign policy, national security issues in this case, I would think.
No, I know you want to win, but that's no. But I would. But Justice Gorsuch was saying that there is no substantive due process component to due process.
There are those who have that view. We don't need that to win the case, particularly given the deference that the deferential standard of review that the court engages in a case involving national security and foreign policy.
Thank you.
Justice Kagan?
And just so I understand your test, it's a non-arbitrariness test or it's a fundamental fairness test? What is it?
Non-arbitrary.
Is that different from a fundamental fairness test?
I understand it better. I find fundamental fairness to be squishier.
Squishier. But we have used that squishy concept when it comes to the 14th Amendment, yes?
Indeed.
And when it comes to the 14th Amendment, we've said that along with federalism concerns that don't really play here, but that also fairness concerns lead to a minimum contacts test. So why wouldn't we say the same thing here?
There's no reason not to say the same thing here. In this case, I think that the concerns that Justice Sotomayor were talking about having somebody without resources required to travel far and defend a case, those don't exist in this case. So to the extent fundamental fairness is worried about deeply unfairly burdening a defendant with the act of defending a case in a faraway locale, that is not a problem in this case.
Okay, I mean, I guess I am a little bit, maybe I'm just not understanding the test, but I do want to understand it, so let me press you a little bit more. Sure. It's not a problem in this case because you think that there are minimum contacts here, so even if there were a minimum contacts test, it would be satisfied here? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what we're saying. Well, let me back off of that a little bit. I think that one way to consider the minimum contacts test is to ask, did the defendant direct its activities at a person within the protection of the sovereign? And here that test is certainly met. These defendants directed their activity at U.S. citizens who are within the protection of the United States.
I don't think that would be usually the way that we would explain what minimum contacts was looking for. We would usually talk in terms of something like purposeful availment of the sovereign. So here that would be the entire United States, something like that.
Well, that's true in a commercial case, but here we're talking about intentional torts. So the analysis is a little bit different with an intentional tort because you're not really availing yourself of anything by blowing up a bomb.
But you're not taking issue of and I guess like Justice Gorsuch, I thought maybe something different from your brief, but as I understand it, you're not taking issue with some sort of substantive component, call it non-arbitrariness, call it fairness, and you're not really taking issue with a minimum contacts test as long as it's kind of your version of minimum contacts?
That's fair. I mean, you say our version.
Well, which is like if you direct yourself to individuals direct yourself to the sovereign entity, to individuals within the protection of the sovereign entity.
Right. So the sovereign sphere of the state of Nevada ends at the border. So when the plaintiffs in Walden against Fiore traveled to Georgia, they were not within the protection of Nevada anymore. It's different for U.S. citizens. Wherever in the world you travel, the protection of the United States travels with you. And so the sovereign interests are different. So when you think of, in some of the, like the lower court in this case, talked about they didn't conduct any activities within the territory of the United States. That's the wrong way to think about the sovereignty of the United States. It's a sovereign by sovereign analysis. Sovereignty of the United States is much broader than the sovereignty of the state of Nevada.
Justice Gorsuch. So I've got it right. You want us to adopt the fundamental fairness language from our 14th Amendment jurisprudence, but give it different content in the 5th Amendment. Is that fair?
I don't think you have to adopt the fundamental fairness.
No, but to get your 5 votes, that's that you're willing to do that.
I would be willing to do that.
Okay. And if we did that,
not going to lie.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm just trying to understand where the ball is bounced, because it's bounced considerably from your brief. And this fundamental fairness test, do you have any historical pedigree for it? And because it's not what we do in the 14th Amendment, you conceded that. So where does it come from?
So
if I'm not just making it up.
The fundamental fairness test comes from international SHU.
Okay, but that's the minimum contacts test that you were discussing with Justice Kagan. And you're saying, no, it's going to apply very differently because it's the United States rather than a state. But you get into the same, if it's fundamental fairness, you get into the same notice and opportunity to be heard, and you'll get into whether it's reasonable to be hailed into Paris, Texas, and all those kinds of questions, don't you?
I think that if you adopt a substantive due process overlay, then that's where the law takes you. That's where the court's precedents take you.
Do you have any basis in history for that?
No, I think that if you go back to what the founders were doing, what this court was doing in the early years, you don't have any.
I mean, back then it was, yes, there's an international law of nations.
Correct.
But Congress can defease that when it chooses. That was the law.
Correct. Very clearly. There were jurisdictional limitations that the courts applied. They came from the general law of nations. They did not come from the Constitution.
But, Justice Story said if Congress says otherwise, we have to follow that. And
correct.
Then it becomes a political question between international sovereigns.
And not just Justice Story.
Sure. He famously said it.
Right. It's all over the cases.
Yeah. Okay. Now, let's say we have to apply our minimum contacts test, because you've kind of taken us there a bit, or at least close to it. I'm wondering, I understand, there's A and B in the statute here.
Right.
And A had to do with the payments abroad.
Right.
B had to do with maintaining an office here. I acknowledge that B is sort of like, a little bit like, what we would do in the 14th Amendment context. You maintain an office in a particular jurisdiction, you're kind of opening yourself up to all manner of suits. But A is purely extraterritorial behavior. And I'm wondering, is B enough for you in this case? Do you need anything more than B to bring this suit?
We don't need more than B,
so
but Congress gave us both.
I understand that, but if the court were to say, and follow your lead today and say, well, something like fundamental fairness and minimum contacts, let's just say we did a straight up 14th Amendment analysis under our existing precedent and said B is a lot like having an office in a particular jurisdiction. Is that enough for you? Is that enough of a victory for you to pursue the suit?
That would be a suboptimal solution for us. Because in candor, because the defendants have contested whether they have come within B, they don't contest that they've come within A.
Yeah.
And the case is old enough to go to law school.
Well, they say, I appreciate that. As I understand it, they say with respect to B, they're maintaining their offices extra legally, and that therefore should make a difference. If this court were to say that doesn't make a difference, that they're maintaining offices here through the grace of executive non-enforcement, that's enough to open them to jurisdiction. Is that enough for the suit to proceed?
If the court were to apply the statute
yes.
and say the record is sufficient, if this court were to say the record is sufficient to conclude that the activities set out in the record are within the text of the statute, which is unambiguous, then that's enough for us.
And so there'd be no need to opine on what limits may or may not exist under the Fifth Amendment. We could simply say there are 14th Amendment jurisprudence analogy. It's enough.
Correct.
And that would satisfy you.
If the court, I want to be very clear.
If we applied B.
Right. I want to be very clear because.
I want to be clear too.
Yeah, we've had a very long journey.
I do appreciate
it. And a remand back to the panel for further application of
that's not what I'm asking about
for us.
But if we were to say B applies, you're good to go.
The Congress has made it an either or.
Yeah. Okay, right. Thank you.
All right.
Justice Kavanaugh.
I understood your argument in the brief to be arguing in the alternative.
That's correct.
And to have what I would say a broader argument that Congress there are no limits on Congress, constitutional limits other than service of process, et cetera, but there's no extra personal jurisdictional limits on Congress. And then that you're arguing, even if that were rejected or even if that's not correct, we have a second argument that even under the 14th Amendment precedents, you still win.
That's correct.
Okay. And you're not giving up that first argument.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay. And then what role does international law play? Any? Congress can override that, I assume to be your position, but I just want to make sure I have that nailed down.
Right. So if Congress hasn't spoken or hasn't spoken clearly, then the international law, will there be a presumption of compliance with international law? In this case, there's no conflict between what Congress has done and international law, but Congress is free to override international law.
Thank you.
Ms. Barrett?
So I want to describe one way to understand your argument, and I'd like you to tell me if this is one way to understand your argument. So the Fifth Amendment obviously predates the 14th Amendment by quite a bit, and we have a line of precedent, Justice Story's cases being a prime example. We have others that understand the Fifth Amendment in the way that you propose for your broader argument. Then we have a distinct line of cases that pick up with international that interpret the 14th Amendment differently. So we have competing lines of precedent. It's one way to understand your argument, like let them just keep going separately in parallel. Maybe international shoe is wrong, maybe the 14th Amendment precedent is wrong, but don't disturb it. Just stay the course with the Fifth Amendment precedent, and if their intention, so be it.
Right. This is not the case to resolve how the court should deal with 14th Amendment.
Well, do we ever have to resolve that question on your view? Could we just let the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment precedent? Because, I mean, is in your view, would we be overruling some of these other cases? These Fifth, not the Fourth, don't shake your head too soon. If we treated the Fifth Amendment as having the minimum context type requirement, would we have to be, if we treated the Fifth Amendment that way, would we be essentially overruling some of the 19th century cases that take the Justice Story view?
That's an interesting question. So I think that I think it wouldn't be overruling those cases to say that the sovereign power of the government is sufficient to protect Americans abroad. And the reason I think that is—
Well, that's not quite the question. I mean, I'm asking if we say, Justice Kagan's questions were pointing out that we have treated the 14th Amendment as containing a fairness component. And I don't understand your argument to be in a full-throated way, your broader argument, in a full-throated way to say, yes, there's a fairness component that would lead us to embrace the minimum context analysis for purposes of the Fifth Amendment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if that is your argument, you are arguing for the Fifth Amendment to be interpreted differently from the 14th, correct?
Correct.
If we say, no, the 14th Amendment analysis, not the interstate federalism prong, but the minimum context prong, the fairness prong, applies in the Fifth Amendment context, is it your view that we would be overruling cases from the 19th century in, say, the Justice Story line, or at least rendering a decision that would be in some tension with those cases, which took a different view of the Fifth Amendment?
I think that a decision to that effect would be in tension with those cases. Yes. At the time that the Due Process Clause was ratified, there was no—
Which Due Process Clause? The Fifth Amendment?
1791.
Okay.
The one we're here about. There was no territorial limitation at all embedded in it in any way. And so, and in fact, the founders quite frequently litigated cases arising outside of the United States. Famously, the Philadelphia Convention was packed with lawyers who had litigated those cases.
So was Pennoyer wrong to house a territorial understanding of personal jurisdiction within the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment?
I think that what Pennoyer, the way I read Pennoyer and the way Professor Sachs reads Pennoyer, is that Pennoyer was constitutionalizing kind of a narrower view of due process, which is there has to be a judge with jurisdiction, there has to be opportunity to be heard. The Murray's-Lessee view of due process. I think the territorial restriction, the idea that there was a territorial horizontal federalism basis, I think that came into the court's jurisprudence in the Lochner era.
Do you agree with Professor Sachs's amicus brief?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Justice Jackson?
Yeah, I just want to know, is that amicus brief and Professor Sachs's opinion the basis for your certainty about what happened at the founding? I mean, is there other
It's
evidence?
confirmatory of our views. Judge Sofair also put in an amicus brief that talked about founding era evidence.
But did you did you go to the original sources, or are you relying on them for your view as to what the ratification state of affairs was?
As a matter of fact, I spent a lot of time with the original sources.
And you found no evidence? How many sources? What is the scope here of our understanding of what actually happened then?
I think it's very clear that at the convention and at the Philadelphia Convention and at the ratifying conventions, the members of the convention and the founders urging ratification viewed the power of the judiciary and the power of the legislature to be coextensive. That's in the ratifying conventions. That's in Hamilton's Federalist Number 80. It's also clear from, this is secondary sources, but they're cited in my brief, Bergen Young, for example, and Deirdre Mass's article, that the founders litigated those cases, those extraterritorial cases. And then the only question is, well, did the Fifth Amendment change that? Did the Due Process Clause erase that baseline understanding? And when you go to what Randolph said in his report on the Judiciary Act, when you look at the Judiciary Act, which was Senate Bill 1 in the first session of the first Congress, written in the hands of Ellsworth and Patterson, you see people who were in the room who thought that it was perfectly okay to allow for extraterritorial.
But you concede, as Justice Barrett pointed out, that we do have a 14th Amendment due process set of cases and interpretations that have a different view about the extent to which there are limitations that relate to contacts.
Right. So I agree with that. And I would say two things about it. First of all, seated within that jurisprudence is the idea of this horizontal federalism, which even if you want to say it's the same standard, it's going to be a sovereign by sovereign analysis. That's what Justice Kennedy's plurality said in the—
How do you explain Insurance Corporation of Ireland then?
Insurance Corporation of Ireland,
where it was very clear, or the fact that we have waiver in these kinds of situations, meaning isn't there some concept of individual liberty? If not, you couldn't waive this if it was all about territorial sovereignty.
Right, and as Your Honor pointed out in Mallory, it's a waivable right. There is a right, and it's waivable. Of course.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Kneedler.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, the act of Congress at issue here is an integral component of the foreign policy and national security policy of the political branches, including the securing of compensation for victims of terrorism. Congress determined that it is fair to deem the PLO and PA to have consented to personal jurisdiction in suits under the Anti-Terrorism Act if they made payments to or on behalf of persons who injured or killed Americans in acts of terrorism or engaged in certain activities in the United States. Both of those forms of conduct that are jurisdiction triggering are knowing and voluntary. They have a clear nexus to United States territory and to United States nationals, and to the compelling U.S. interests in deterring terrorism. And the scope, of the resulting submission to United States jurisdiction is very limited. It is not a general jurisdiction. It is narrowly limited to terrorism cases. Congress has the constitutional authority and institutional capacity to weigh the very interests, including the distinct status and international engagements of the PLO and PA, the United States' unique and long-term relationship with those entities, the imperatives of national security and foreign policy, and fairness to the claimants and to the foreign defendants. Congress' judgment on these issues, as in all issues of national security and foreign policy, are entitled to great deference. The act providing for jurisdiction here is eminently fair and does not deprive of due process. This court should sustain the statute. I welcome the court's questions.
Mr. Kneedler, just to take a step back, do the PLO and the Palestinian Authority have constitutional rights?
We have not taken a position on that question. We have assumed that they do. That question is itself of some sensitivity to have the court determine or a court determine in a judicial proceeding whether a particular entity is like a sovereign, is a sovereign. To what extent is it like a sovereign? We urge the court not to delve into that. We have not taken a position on that because of the sensitivity in this particular arena. But we do think that the status of the PLO, assuming arguendo that it has some, NPA, that they have some constitutional rights, that status
is still relevant to the application of due process because, for the reasons that I gave, the United States has a long-term relationship concerning them. It's complicated, it's nuanced, but the deterrence of terrorism has been at the center of that policy for the last 4 decades, and the United States has taken consistent efforts to dissuade the PLO and the PA from supporting terrorism.
Didn't the Justice Department take a different position in the 1980s that the PLO did not have constitutional rights?
Well, you say a different position. We're not taking a position here, but in those cases,
well, it's different from the non-position.
Those cases were not about due process with respect to being held into U.S. courts. They were First Amendment cases by and large, but had to do with the permissibility of the United States closing the Palestine Information Office or limiting the expressive conduct of those entities in the United States. So we think in those situations, the United States surely has the authority to expel the PLO, to close an information office, to close any office for that matter, and to limit what they may engage in the United States. I think that the due process question of being deemed to be have submitted to the courts of the United States may present a different question.
Counsel, you articulated your jurisdictional approach in the terms of the particular facts of this case. I mean, could you articulate it more generally, how it would apply? In other words, you focus on the facts, and that's perfectly appropriate. But if we were to articulate the general test and how it would apply, how would you articulate it?
Well, I think there are maybe different circumstances. This case is where the statute here is worded in terms of consent to jurisdiction, where the PA and PLO are deemed to have consented to or to submit themselves to the jurisdiction of the United States courts. In that circumstance, we have proposed a test that depends on whether the conduct that is jurisdiction triggering is knowing and voluntary, and whether the resulting submission to jurisdiction is fair and not exorbitant. That the dissenting opinion from Rehearing en banc in the Court of Appeals also said that there should be a nexus between the United States and the conduct involved. I think the nexus. I'm sorry, but if you're not relying on consent, then you have perhaps a different analysis.
Well, it sounds like it's a grab bag. I mean, it sounds like though it's got to be fair. It can't be exorbitant. There has to be a nexus. I mean, that's a bunch of words. I mean, could you be a little more precise about what exactly we should be looking for? Or
well, what I was describing is went to the question of consent, and we were building on the consent theory that came from this court's decision in Mallory and other cases under the 14th Amendment, where the conduct has to be voluntary and I think some element of fairness or nexus to the jurisdiction. So in that part of what I was saying, in that part of our argument, we were saying that the circumstances here can be analyzed under the 14th Amendment standards. It's obviously not the 14th Amendment itself, and the United States is different from states, but with respect to consent, the factors that I've identified, and the statute is written in terms of consent, would be relevant to consent. If you're not talking about a situation of consent, then you get into something that's more parallel to international shoe. I do want to make an important point here, though, in response to
Mr. Either, though, I'm sorry. Are you asking us to apply the 14th Amendment standards, or are you saying the Fifth Amendment is different?
We do believe the Fifth Amendment is different, but even if
the Fifth Amendment, as Justice Barrett was pointing out, was historically understood to assume the law of nations, general law applies, but Congress can reject that.
Yes.
And when it does, this court has to follow it. That was the historical rule in the Fifth Amendment, as I understand it, unless I'm mistaken.
Well, that was the understanding, certainly, that Justice Story expressed that. I don't think any of those cases
and the Charming Betsy and a whole bunch of others, right?
Right. With respect to sovereign immunity or other aspects of jurisdiction, yes. But those decisions, particularly the Justice Story ones, were not presented with a case in which Congress actually had disagreed with international law. And we think that back.
And here we do have that. And Congress has adopted A and B. And is there any, and you talk about the importance of the sensitivity of foreign relations, and that this court is not well positioned to do that, and the political branches are. And if all that's true, then how do we have this fundamental fairness overlay that you're now discussing in your brief in the Fifth Amendment context?
Well, again, the articulation of that test was looking at it under the rubric of consent, which
under the 14th Amendment rubric. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, yes, but
okay, I'm talking about the Fifth.
No,
Amendment.
I understand that. All I meant is that because the statute is written in terms of consent, if the court chose to analyze it under consent,
and I'm asking you to put aside the 14th Amendment concepts for now.
Okay.
And under the Fifth Amendment, does this court have any role in saying that what Congress has done is improper?
don't think it has a role here. I'm reluctant to say that there is no role because one could imagine any sort of act of Congress. I think
yes, and that's the tension I see in your argument. On the one hand, you say historically the Fifth Amendment was understood to mean we respect what Congress does in this area, and you started off your introduction was all about how we owe deference to the political branches in this area. But it seems at the same time you want a safety valve for this court to overrule some instances in which Congress does speak and defees international.
No, all I'm saying is that the court doesn't have to go there, and we think it would be prudent for the court to wait for an act of Congress because it takes an act of Congress to provide for personal jurisdiction other than following the rules of the state. I think it'd be prudent for the court to look at the particular act of Congress involved, what the rationale for that statute was, and see whether it would comport with due process.
Last question. I'm sorry, I'm almost done. If we were just to analyze this under the 14th Amendment precedents, same question I asked your friend earlier. B, I kind of understand you have an office, okay, and I get the Mallory analogy. I do. I understand that. Whether it works is another thing. But A is a little bit different. It's purely extraterritorial behavior. And that's a little harder to square in my mind with our 14th Amendment jurisprudence. Do we need to decide A? Is it enough to say this case survives under B, even applying our 14th Amendment?
Well, we agree with the plaintiffs that it would be prudent for the court to address both.
But do we need to? I mean, if there's jurisdiction under B, do we need to say there's also?
Well, with respect to the activities, the lower courts have not decided whether the activities that are alleged would be protected or not protected, so there would be yet a further remand. And we think the payments, and I do want to address, I think, a premise of your question, because the payments occur outside of the United States, there can't be minimum contacts with the United States. But this is a place where we think the Fifth Amendment would differ.
Okay, that answers my question. If you say it's different than the 14th, so we need to do something different. I'm sorry, Justice Kagan.
No. That was helpful. I hear you, Mr. Needler, as being reluctant to go to a place where you say that anything Congress says goes. I mean, obviously, you're saying here what Congress said goes, but you're reluctant to say anything. May I continue?
Sure.
Anything Congress says goes. There are constitutional constraints, and is that because there would be foreign policy implications that would result from an extremely broad congressional assertion of jurisdiction over foreign nationals?
There could well be. I mean, I think that would be one of the reasons. And Congress proceeded cautiously here and tried a number of ways to provide for these suits. It could, but one can imagine, especially in these days, if you subjected someone around the globe to general jurisdiction in U.S. courts, the court might be troubled by that. And this is far from that.
The court may be troubled. I'm really asking whether the Solicitor General representing the United States is troubled by that. I could understand an argument which would say that if Congress does something that really stretches very long, could have foreign policy consequences. It could encourage other nations to retaliate and treat U.S. citizens in the same way, that sort of thing, where the United States might be, you tell me if you are, but might be reluctant to have a court rule that says anything Congress says goes in this area.
Yeah, there could well be problems with other countries' reactions to that, and retaliation, perhaps. I do want to complete the thought, if I could, about why the Fifth Amendment would be different.
So you want to narrow a rule than sort of anything Congress says goes?
We would be pleased with a rule that is broader than what we've urged here, but we think it would also be useful to proceed incrementally. The court wouldn't have to confine it to these precise circumstances, which are compelling. But the point I wanted to make, which I think could be part of the test if you're not looking at consent, is that I don't think minimum contacts would be the right way to look at it. It would be, I think, at most a nexus of some sort to the United States, which is what Judge Massey in his dissent opinion in the Court of Appeals said. Here you have the nexus. It doesn't have to be territorial context because, as plaintiff's counsel pointed out, the United States has sovereign authority to extend laws and judicial jurisdiction beyond the borders of the United States. Here, the conduct abroad plainly has a nexus to the United States. The payments prong concerns acts of terrorism that injure United States persons abroad.
Thank you, Mr. Needler. It might help me get a handle on the positions of the respective parties if you could tell me in what significant respects the position of the United States differs from that of petitioner.
I don't think there should really...
not necessarily the judgment, the analytic approach.
I think the analytical approach that I've described is entirely consistent with what plaintiffs have argued. They are making a broader argument sort of categorically and affirmatively at this time. We have not, which is not to say that we may not embrace that at a later time, but we think that that's an issue that this court should decide on the basis of full briefing and analysis in a situation where it might really matter. But here we think this fits comfortably into even 14th Amendment principles, but certainly the Fifth Amendment principles with respect to Congress's ability in this area to provide for jurisdiction.
Thank you. Justice Thomas?
Mr. Needler, the Chamber of Commerce amicus brief indicates that the Justice Department has had a consistent view that these organizations did not have constitutional rights. Do you think the brief is accurate? And if it is accurate, is this now a change of positions?
Again, the cases that from back in that era concerned, I think all of them concern the First Amendment and Congress's ability to deal with the PIO and the Information Office and the PLO with respect to their domestic activities. In the prior round of the Sokolov case, where the Second Circuit held that the respondents here do have due process rights, we did not take a position on that question at the time, and we urged the court to deny certiorari in the case. So that has been, once we have now looked at the due process question, and this goes back, I think, at least 10 years. I forget when the prior was. So we have not advanced a position with respect to due process in those intervening years.
Justice Alito?
Mr. Needler, I understand that you're trying to wend your way through some sensitive territory, but I could use some help about problems that I see along the course that you are recommending. We start with the argument that we could say that that there's jurisdiction, there would be jurisdiction under the 14th Amendment case law because of consent. What limit do you see on the ability of a state to impose a regime of constructive intent? I mean, suppose that a state said that anyone who commits a tort against one of our citizens is deemed to have consented to our jurisdiction, regardless of where the tort occurs. Would that be consistent with our 14th Amendment case law?
No, it would not. And I think maybe I misspoke or wasn't clear about the 14th Amendment. I didn't mean literally the 14th Amendment standards as if the United States was a state. I meant that the 14th Amendment principles as applied to the United States rather than a state. And so with respect to a state, there may be issues, as you suggested in Mallory, with respect to the ability of a state to condition subjection to jurisdiction on the basis of doing business in the state. But Congress has a much broader authority with respect to, under the Commerce Clause, for example, to condition someone's participation in our economy than an individual state does.
So then it does seem that you're not really saying we can find that there's personal jurisdiction here simply by applying the 14th Amendment. We have to look to a different standard.
No, what our brief said or tried to say is you could look at 14th Amendment principles, not the literal application of 14th Amendment principles with respect to consent, apply those to the somewhat distinct situation of the United States under the Fifth Amendment, where Congress is not limited in the way a state is in conditioning access to the economy or to other aspects of the United States interests in the way that a state is.
And then on the question whether it would be enough, whether there would be personal jurisdiction because the PLO has an office in the United States. That's not, that is a factual issue, isn't it? That has not been resolved by the lower courts. So we would have to do that in the first instance.
Or remand to the Court of Appeals. Remand. Yeah, it's really activities. There are no offices aside from the UN office, other there are allegations that office is being used or has been used for activities extending beyond the role at the UN.
And so then if we say, if we look to the 19th century cases, the statements that Justice Story made, you don't want us really to say, you don't want us to adopt that fully, that we'll presume that Congress is respecting international law, but if it says it's not, if it's authorizing jurisdiction where that would be contrary to principles of international law, that's fine. You really don't want us to say anything goes. But if we don't say anything goes, then we have to say what doesn't go. Or we have to explain why this would meet, why the facts here would meet whatever standard is required. How do we do that? You don't want us to say anything goes. We have to say what the test is, and then what is the test?
Well, so we don't want you to say, I mean, we are not disagreeing with the basic proposition that Congress has broad authority in this area.
Well, let me just rephrase it. At one point you said I thought you just said a few minutes ago, you'd be pleased with a decision that says Congress can do whatever it wants. But I understood your argument to mean that you really don't want that.
I did not mean to say that. Okay. And I think that the question of how far Congress's powers go could, as Justice Kagan pointed out, the farther it goes may create other problems.
No, I appreciate that. But how can we, if we don't say Justice Story was right, end of case, then we have to say that there is some standard that has to be met. And then we would have to explain why this case does or does not meet that standard, right? So then we have to say what the test is.
Well,
and that gets more difficult.
Yeah, well, again, there may not be one test. We laid out a test for consent. There may be a different, probably would be a different test where consent is not the basis of the jurisdiction, but something akin to minimum contacts, which I think would be a nexus to the United States. Because the United States has interests abroad. If those interests are affected, like U.S. citizens or terrorism or other actions of the United States in the Middle East, if whatever's being done has a nexus to that, that would be a basis for the exercise.
Okay, well, just to wrap up, you want on consent, you want us to say there's consent here, even though there might not be consent or there would not be consent if the state tried to do something analogous and had to meet the 14th Amendment.
There may well not be, because this is conduct, the payments prong is conduct occurring outside the United States. So if minimum contacts is thought of in terms of a territorial connection, we don't think that that applies to the United States.
Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor?
Let's go back a moment to your response to Justice Gorsuch. Justice Story did not have a case in front of him involve establishing personal jurisdiction over a person who had no connection to the United States whatsoever, correct?
Right, yes.
That was not at issue there. It's interesting that he and other commentators spent so much time making these broad statements when Congress consistently, that's what Professor Sack pointed to, for over 100 years, pretty much stayed within international shoes limitations, no? In all the acts that it created.
Well, it created nationwide service of process or even worldwide service of process, like under the antitrust laws. It has proceeded, but it has regulated some things outside the United States that affect
absolutely, but the absolute statement, it never did.
No, it's never gone to that extent.
So okay. Now, going back to your concession, I think, to Justice Alito, don't think that this fits within our minimum contacts theory of the 14th Amendment. So go with me.
All right, I'm going to, people are saying that my stream is glitching, which is strange because I'm not getting a glitch on my end. Let me try to reboot real quick. I'm going to try to remove this. 149. I'm going to see if I can refresh. I'm going to try to refresh my YouTube feed. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's my connection to StreamYard or the YouTube for me seems to be clean. So I don't think it's the YouTube video itself. Let me try adding a stage again. PBS always glitches. Well, maybe I should try. So people are saying PBS always glitches, although I'm not hearing the glitch. I did hear the glitch once I started playing the Rumble video on my phone, and I did hear the glitch, but I'm not hearing it on my computer, just playing it from the YouTube. Let me see if I can run it from C-SPAN. Maybe C-SPAN will have a better luck. Let's see. I'm thinking it's my connection. Okay, it was definitely StreamYard because it was 100% StreamYard. Because when I went to switch the tabs, it like my entire internet shut down. So it was definitely StreamYard that did that. Here, so it's not my connection to YouTube. It's definitely my connection to StreamYard. All right, so let's try to maybe just me backing out and having to reboot the StreamYard. We'll fix it. Let's see.
Did nationwide service of process or even worldwide service of process, like under the antitrust laws. It has, but it has regulated some things outside the United States that affect
Absolutely, but the absolute statement, it never did.
No, it's never gone to that extent.
It's always, okay. Now, going back to your concession, I think, to Justice Alito, don't think that this fits within our minimum contacts theory of the 14th Amendment. So go with me. If I can't see this as consistent with the 14th Amendment, then those circuits who have said that the 14th and the 15th, like the second, are identical, are wrong. The Second Circuit was wrong in that assumption.
We think it was clearly.
All right, so now we go to Justice Alito's point, which is if the Fifth Amendment is different, your colleague, Petitioner's Counsel, argued somewhat what you ended up with in your response to Justice Alito, which is that Congress the Fifth Amendment has some sort of limitation because there has to be some nexus to a federal interest, correct?
Well, I think the court can assume that. Again, if Congress passes a statute.
We can't assume it if we're going to apply it to this case.
No, I think the court could assume that there's a nexus requirement. If Congress passes a statute where there isn't one, then there will be time enough to decide whether that's
So I guess
valid.
the opinion, the way we would write it is to say we don't have to reach the question whether Congress has the constitutional power to submit to our jurisdiction something without a federal interest, but this federal interest is enough.
I think that would be sufficient. It may also, another different context may be if it's a U.S. citizen as opposed to somebody outside the United States.
Now let's go to another part of this question, which is the office or lack thereof. I understood that the provision at issue here, B, as opposed to A, which is the payment prong, but the B prong, do they have to have an office or could they just be present here at all? Meaning, I thought any activity, whether it was I think Justice Gorsuch got to this at one point, B could be read, whether they have UN immunity or not is irrelevant. The US could choose, if it wanted, couldn't it, to say, we won't respect UN immunity with respect to this person, correct?
And yeah, first of all, there's no personal immunity here. The UN agreement provides for access to the UN by observers like the PLO and PA.
But nothing says that the US has to give them that activity of having access.
The headquarters agreement does, but Congress. I mean, the United States acceded to that. So
it acceded to that, but it didn't have to.
Yes, well, and we don't want to suggest that.
No, so if we said something like what Justice Gorsuch said, which is the fact that they're here for whatever reason is enough of a connection to the U.S.
I think the court could hold that. I mean, and process was served in the United States.
Well, exactly.
As well. But the only office is the UN-related office. The allegations are that
but that's
that
irrelevant
office was abused.
that's irrelevant to the point we're discussing, which is if the statute is written so that any presence for any reason in the United States subjects them to jurisdiction here for purposes of service.
If there was such a statute here, the statute itself providing for personal jurisdiction protects or doesn't include or doesn't count the UN office and activities that are ancillary to that or meeting with US officials. Those are not activities that count for purposes of triggering personal jurisdiction.
You don't think it triggers B or it can't trigger B? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, the statute exempts from triggering activities at the office that are connected to the UN.
I don't think that's what I'll let petitioners counsel address that. All right. Thank you, counsel.
Justice Kagan, Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh.
Just want to make sure I understand. This is a national security and foreign policy case, as you started with, right?
Yes.
And Congress and the president have agreed, acting pursuant to the national security and foreign policy principles set forth in the Constitution on what the proper rule here is, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And there's no doubt that in terms of regulating the conduct, that they acted pursuant to those Article 1 power, the Article 1 and Article 2 powers, correct?
Right, and Article 3, or I guess Article 1, Congress establishing the lower courts.
So it seems like, it's Youngstown Category 1 situation where the president and Congress have acted together. Now, there is still a role for judicial review to make sure they're not crossing some other constitutional line, but usually that's a very sensitive judgment for a federal court to make, and usually we would require something in either the text of the Constitution or in the historical practice over the years that would suggest some principle that the courts could rely on that would disagree with the foreign policy and national security judgment of Congress and the president acting together.
Right, that's absolutely correct. And even to the extent there is a fairness element here, Congress is in a position to weigh
Congress and the president, I think you're going to agree with what I'm about to say, but Congress and the president are the ones who make fairness judgments when we're talking about the national security and foreign policy of the United States, unless it crosses some other textually or historically rooted constitutional principle. Courts shouldn't be coming in, I don't think, without that and saying, gee, what Congress and the president are doing here to advance the national security and foreign policy interests of the United States strikes us, from our perch as unfair.
I completely agree with that. And as I said, Congress and the president's assessment of what's fair in these circumstances, what could be problematic in these circumstances, the ongoing relationship in which terrorism has always been a central element of the foreign policy and national security.
And that's why you see bipartisan amicus briefs from the House of Representatives, bipartisan amicus briefs from the Senate.
Yes.
This is not, this is a considered judgment that is across the two branches. So I think you said you started with great deference as the principle, and I agree with that, obviously, based on what I've said so far. I'm wondering when the great deference runs out.
Well, as I stand here, I can't think of a circumstance in which it would, particularly with respect to entities such as the PLO and Palestinian Authority, which are foreign, non-sovereign entities. Yes, they exercise some governmental power, but there's a unique relationship. They have diplomatic relations around the world. So Congress should have particular latitude, and a court, I think, should be reluctant, if ever, to second guess that judgment.
And I think you'll probably agree with this too, but it also doesn't strike me as the proper judicial role to seize on international law principles that might be lurking out there somewhere to tell the president and Congress together, acting together, that somehow they've crossed some line.
No, Congress is perfectly, and the president are perfectly capable to take into account whatever international law there may be. And it's my understanding, although I haven't looked deeply into this, that international law doesn't place so much emphasis on personal jurisdiction the way we do, but it's up to Congress and the president to weigh whatever, even if it's not international law, what international practice would be, or what the reaction of other nations might be in a particular circumstance. But this is narrowly focused on a particular recurring problem that Congress desperately wants to address. This is its third try in doing
the recurring problem of terrorism.
Yes.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
Mr. Kneedler, I just want to follow up on Justice Kavanaugh's questions. Given your answers to Justice Kavanaugh, I just want to make sure I might have misunderstood your colloquy with Justice Kagan earlier, but I had thought that you said, and I may well have misunderstood, that one reason for us not to go the full bore route as broadly as petitioner has asked us to is because that might have foreign policy implications, or that might have national security implications that would blow back. But is that what you said?
Well, I'm not in a position to say that categorically, but I do think there's some reason for caution.
Why? I mean, as you just told Justice Kavanaugh, these judgments about foreign policy considerations are for Congress and the president to make. So if at some point in the future, Congress and the president passed a statute that went farther than this one on personal jurisdiction, why would what we do be a foreign policy? I mean, wouldn't we defer to president and Congress then? I guess I'm just struggling to see what the foreign policy concern is with our take.
If you announce a categorical view here in a situation which it is not, when the court wouldn't be required to do so, it's that statement that
like, even if it's true, like the government, like you've said that you're okay with that rule, you think we should just not say it. So even if it's true, or even if it's the accurate interpretation of the Fifth Amendment, you're saying, shh. I don't think I didn't mean to say we're okay with that. I think we would want to examine questions of fairness to see whether that should be an element or not, or whether Congress in fact has plenary power. And it may well be that the court, if a situation actually confronted it, that the court would conclude that, or that we might submit that. I can't say we wouldn't, but I think it's important, particularly given the parallel development of the 14th Amendment, not to dismiss that out of hand in a case that doesn't require that analysis. Also, there could be other situations in which Congress would provide for personal jurisdiction, like in the commercial sphere, which would not present as starkly the questions of national security and foreign policy, although there would obviously be some foreign policy concerns about extending jurisdiction, but the circumstances might be different.
Justice Jackson?
So can I go back to your colloquy with Justice Gorsuch? I didn't read your brief as conceding that historically the Fifth Amendment imposed no limits. In fact, on page 47, you say that theory is not easily confirmed as a historical matter. And there's nothing in your brief that seems to embrace the proposition that as a historical matter, there were no limits on Congress's ability to do this sort of thing. So I just want to give you an opportunity to clarify what the position of the United States is related to Justice Gorsuch's point about whether what the history shows.
Yeah, but we are not making that affirmative argument, and if we were going to make that argument, we would want to present a full argument on it. Either way, and fully addressing.
But to the Chief Justice's point, this then creates some daylight between you and the other petitioners, because they are in fully on this kind of originalist take on what the Fifth Amendment requires, and are encouraging us to adopt that broader theory.
As one of two alternatives.
Yes, that's one of the alternatives. Yes. I appreciate that, but the government is not asking us to do that.
We're not asking you to do that. But we are also not saying, we're just not addressing.
Yes,
that
understood.
question either way.
Understood. But going to Justice Kagan's point in response to Justice Barrett, I mean, I would take your point to be that there could be foreign policy implications either way, and that to the extent that there are announcements that the Constitution of the United States imposes no limit on Congress or the president with respect to their activities internationally or concerning international citizens, that you could conceive of a world in which that could be problematic.
Yes, I can conceive of that world, and I think, again, before the court, I doubt that the court would want to announce that without the executive branch and Congress supporting it.
So that's one reason why the broader theory might be we should be cautious in going down that road. I wonder if another possible reason is that we, as far as I can tell, have never applied this sort of methodology to considerations of the Fifth Amendment. And there could be all kinds of unintended consequences to starting to do that. Like, how do we interpret the scope of the due process clause? Do we do it as an originalist kind of exercise? And we haven't done that in other areas. And the concern is that that might open cans of worms that would imperil, for example, what we said in Bowling versus Sharp, the idea that the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause is reverse incorporated through the Fifth Amendment's Due Process Clause. We didn't reach that through an originalist methodology. And so if we're starting down that road, it just seems like there's all kinds of problems that might arise that we should be worried about.
Yeah, but I can't say, as I stand here, that all those problems would be true, but I do think that they would benefit from an analysis by
We've had
Congress.
different methodologies, and we just have to be careful in thinking about how we go about interpreting the Constitution and the implications that might have on existing precedents in other areas that deal with these same constitutional provisions, correct?
Right. Now, with specific reference to personal jurisdiction, this issue should not come up unless Congress first passes a statute providing for personal jurisdiction, and then we would know what Congress found and what the rationales
yes, and in this case, we have the statute, and I appreciate your consent theory. I'm just trying to understand, though. You say that you agree that consent has to be knowing and voluntary, and you said that both forms of the conduct in this statute both forms of the conduct are knowing and voluntary. But I thought the knowing and voluntary had to go to the assent to jurisdiction. It's not that they continue to do something that they've already done. It's that if they agree to do this, they are consenting to the jurisdiction.
They're deemed to consent.
No, I understand. But the question is, how fair is the deeming
yes,
in a situation like this?
And that's where fairness, I think, comes in maybe in a case like Mallory or a case here on consent. But like in the Carnival Cruise Lines, the passengers probably did not consciously submit to the jurisdiction of the court that was designated in those contracts. So there doesn't have to be a conscious awareness. All
right, one final question. I'm sorry, I'm mindful of the time. The Second Circuit in this case said, as Justice Sotomayor pointed out, that the statute does not suffice to establish personal jurisdiction because the 14th Amendment standards apply in the Fifth Amendment context, and they read those as precluding personal jurisdiction here. Would it be enough for this court at this time to just say, if we agreed to this, that the 14th and 5th are not equivalent with respect to what is required, the minimum tax test, and send it back for an assessment of what the Fifth Amendment requires as it relates to the facts of this case?
I suppose you could do that, but I would urge the court to actually decide the question. It was held unconstitutional. We think the circumstances for this statute are compelling, that it would be useful for the court to decide that and enable this, at least in the Sokolov case, long pending case to be resolved finally.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Berger?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, PSJVTA purports to be a constructive consent statute, but it fails the due process test for constructive consent to jurisdiction established in Bauxite. Bauxite requires that the defendant's actions support a presumption of legal submission to the jurisdiction of the court, but as alleged here, the defendant's actions do not support a presumption of submission to the court's jurisdiction. Among other things, the DC Circuit and the Second Circuit previously held that the same types of PA and PLO conduct are constitutionally insufficient to support jurisdiction over them. Continuing to engage in jurisdictionally insufficient conduct is the exact opposite of submitting to the court's jurisdiction. And there is no limiting principle if Congress can change that equation and say conclusively what conduct shows submission under the Bauxite due process standard. That would entirely collapse the distinction between prescriptive and adjudicative jurisdiction in all federal question cases. Bauxite also holds that jurisdiction cannot be imposed as mere punishment, as it is here when the alleged actions of the defendants do not support submission. The PSJVTA also fails due process under Mallory. Mallory, of course, upheld a reciprocal exchange by which Pennsylvania permitted access to its markets in return for submission to the state court's jurisdiction. Applied here, the Mallory question is, does the United States permit the PA or PLO to do anything on condition that they submit to federal court jurisdiction? And the answer is no, three ways. First, the PSJVTA itself doesn't permit any conduct at all. Second, the statute gives no notice that its deemed consent condition attaches to any permission granted elsewhere. And third, the United States has never identified any permission granted elsewhere to which the deemed consent condition attaches. And also to address the questions of several of your honors, Mallory and Bauxite tell us that federalism plays no role in consent jurisdiction. As a result, Bauxite and Mallory apply equally here under the 5th and the 14th Amendments and support the Court of Appeals decision. I welcome the court's questions.
Mr. Berger, I know this is not the center of your argument, but could you just explain how PLO and PA are persons within the meaning of the 5th and 14th Amendments?
Yes, absolutely, Justice Thomas, and I would respectfully draw the court's attention back to the February 2018 amicus brief filed by the United States in an earlier round of this case, in which the government's non-position was considerably more of a position and basically said there's only one type of person that this court's precedent has recognized as excluded from the Due Process Clause, and that's sovereigns. And because the PA and the PLO are not recognized as sovereign by the United States, they are by default persons entitled to due process protection. That's at pages 8 to 12 of their CVSG brief.
So an actual state would not be covered by the 5th and 14th Amendment, but an organization that is substituting for that is protected by the 5th and 14th Amendment.
Well, I think the line, as it's correctly been drawn, at least in the lower courts, is that if it walks and talks like a government, it's not a sovereign state until the United States recognizes that it is sovereign. And there are plenty of entities out there that exercise so-called governmental functions, but ultimately it's binary, right? If you're either a person for purposes of the Due Process Clause and entitled to due process protections, or you're a sovereign state and you're entitled to the protections of the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, but there's no man's land where you're neither a sovereign state nor a person.
What if other countries recognize respondents as a state or a sovereign?
Excuse me. I think this court's decision in Zivotofsky makes it very clear that there's only one vote that matters on this issue, and it's not the 140 odd other countries that recognize Palestine as sovereign. It's the vote of the President of the United States, who has exclusive authority to recognize the sovereign state.
Counselor, can I ask you to step away from the 14th Amendment? Assume you're absolutely correct that this statute fails every test we have applied under the 14th Amendment. I'll even grant you that, because I think it does, okay? But assuming that, the argument here has not centered on that. It's centered on the 5th Amendment. And so would you address why, if we find that the 14th Amendment jurisprudence is not enough of or equal to the Fifth Amendment, why do you win? Meaning there's been a variety of tests proposed. The other side and the government seem to say the Fifth Amendment would look to whether there is a federal interest that and jurisdiction reasonably relates to the protection of that interest. I think that's their test. How do you fit that?
Well, I would say this is a situation where we don't need ad hoc new standards that clearly at least some members of the court are struggling with here today. We have a very old standard that I think makes sense for the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah, but their struggle is, why don't we say there's no limitation? Their struggle doesn't appear to be with creating a limitation. Their struggle seems to be, well, there's no historical basis for a limitation on Fifth Amendment federal jurisdiction. I don't know why it has to be limited. Their theory has to be limited to the international or foreign affairs. Their theory would say, if there's no limit, it applies to US citizens as well as to foreign citizens. So we can step past that, okay.
Well, so I guess I'd build a Fifth Amendment test this way. And I'll start with Your Honor's observation, I think, in your concurrence in Daimler, that fundamentally jurisdiction requires reciprocal fairness. And that's going to be true under the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment equally, because both protect liberty interests. And if it protects a liberty interest, there's no suggestion in any of the previous case law that a liberty interest is worth less under the Fifth Amendment than it is under the 14th Amendment. And if both protect a liberty interest, then it remains true, as the court said in Murray's lessee, that Congress cannot simply say what due process is. It's not up to Congress entirely. And I think that goes to the government's concession that the earlier cases where Justice Story writing circuit or otherwise, they were opining on cases that weren't decided. Murray's lessee is this court's precedent that says the legislative will is not enough to define due process. So what is the test? And I would say the test has developed by the Court of Appeals is the correct one, which is that you adjust the forum for which a forum connection is required to be the United States as a whole, because of the distinct federal interests rather than state interests. But you still apply a minimum contact test because of the reciprocal fairness that underlies the minimum contact test.
Do you think that that reciprocal fairness applies as well when one's speaking of foreigners as it does to a domestic context? I mean, even our view of fairness here as in large sense being about reciprocity, I would think doesn't quite translate as well into the international context, in which we're not used to thinking that way.
If anything, I would say respectfully, Justice Kagan, that the fairness component is probably exponential when it comes to dealing with foreigners because of the kinds of concerns that the government has articulated here, the kinds of concerns that were articulated in Daimler about overly grasping jurisdiction, that if we purport to have exorbitant jurisdiction for foreigners, but not for domestic citizens or residents, then you are really inviting an international comedy problem. But there's no reason doctrinally to read into either the Fifth Amendment or the 14th Amendment a different definition of person that would exclude foreigners. A lot of the earlier case law, including those that Justice Gorsuch alluded to, are dealing with foreigners. And there's no assumption that, well, we're dealing with foreigners because they deserve less. If I may give one example that I think helps exemplify this and gets us back to any concern about original public meaning. Nobody likes pirates, right? Pirates have been bad from the founding. Nobody ever thought that even though piracy is a crime against humanity, or it's a crime that fits in the define and punish clause, that certainly the United States can define piracy as an offense. But the United States does not try pirates in absentia, because there's a delta between what Congress can prescribe as laws and what courts can do in adjudicating individual claims against someone who violates a law with extraterritorial effect. Justice Sotomayor, in her commentary, I think, in RGR Nabrisco, notes that why are we dealing with the concern about the extraterritorial reach of a statute when there is separately a jurisdictional defense that would have to be considered. And there's always been an understanding from the founding that personal jurisdiction in the custody of the judicial branch is something over and above what Congress can prescribe.
Certainly that's true in the piracy. You can't try them in absentia. You got to get personal jurisdiction service process on them and therefore have a court of competent jurisdiction. But the court's never gone further in the Fifth Amendment context than that to start using principles of substantive due process. There's that oxymoron again, from the Lochner era, no less, to say that more is required beyond the original understanding. And it seems both sides would ask us to kind of play with that toy a bit. You perhaps a little more aggressively than your friends on the other side.
I think it's a toy that should be left in the box because there's no reason. To sort of paraphrase something that Your Honor said in Mallory, this is a case where you don't need a new rule. This is a case where a very old rule really applies, and the old rule that applies, albeit at the Court of Appeals level, but uniformly, is that the fairness that always underlay the Fifth Amendment and due process, even Piquet and Tolan and all these ancient cases, where they talk about principles of fundamental fairness.
Ancient cases being our precedent.
Well, I'm not sure that
some of them
Piquet
are.
is,
Some of them are lower court opinions, but they're precedents on the books,
right,
and perhaps worthy of respect as well as our newer stuff.
Not only do I
or the
respect
Lochner era, no less.
I think I share that Your Honor's fondness for Murray's lessee, because you alluded to it in Jarkissi. And Murray's lessee is a 19th century precedent of this court, not some justice riding circuit opining in dictum what he thinks maybe might be the rule in some case where the question wasn't presented.
Charming Betsy, as well, right?
Right, but Murray's lessee says, as plain as you like, that the legislative will alone cannot define what Fifth Amendment due process is.
No one disputes that. But the question is, if you're going to start adding things onto it beyond what was originally understood and exists in our precedent for a long time, that's quite a toy. And as Justice Kavanaugh pointed out, you're going to be second guessing the executive branch and the Congress and the political judgments they've made about what does and doesn't interfere with international affairs.
I don't think that's true for at least two reasons, if I may. And one, there's a huge open question in this case, right, about what activity, if you're focusing only on the activity prong, as Your Honor had alluded in some earlier questions, then the question is not what does due process allow. You don't have to reach that question because, as the government conceded, the statute contains a large number of exclusions where essentially whatever sovereign power Congress had and the president signed off on, they've laid down arms. They said, okay, we're not going to count for jurisdiction. UN activity, meetings with the US government, and ancillary activities. Well, ancillary is a huge undefined term and we don't know what that means. And the reason we know that means that there's not at the moment unanimity between the legislature and the executive is the government's opening brief cites two Office of Legal Counsel opinions dealing precisely with the Palestinian government, one in 2018, one in 22. They are a rich font of guidance, I think, in this area of what is the interest of the United States.
Counsel, can I interrupt and ask a question? So even under the 14th Amendment, we do look back at historical practice. And I'm thinking of tag jurisdiction, for example. So for purposes of the Fifth Amendment, would tag jurisdiction be okay in the context of a foreign defendant?
I think that if tag jurisdiction is limited to individuals, as Your Honor pointed out in your opinion in Mallory, it wouldn't apply to entities like the PA and the PLO, but there's no reason if history tells us, right? And that's the whole purpose of Burnham is that there's an historical tradition behind tag jurisdiction than for individuals. There's really no reason to treat that differently.
Okay. So if history matters for things like tag jurisdiction, even under the 14th Amendment, could we say that under the Fifth Amendment, we similarly look at history and we see a tradition of treating foreign individuals, foreign defendants, differently from domestic or from American citizens?
I think analytically you could say that we could ask the question, but I don't think if your question implied that that's the answer that history gives, I don't believe.
I understand. I'm just asking if we could ask the question. because you agree that history informs the content of due process, even in the 14th Amendment context. And so it might not be one-to-one, right, between the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment, because history might bear differently on the United States than on any individual state.
Well, I guess a couple of points on that, if I may. One is I do think that history matters if you're writing on a blank slate, that there's a reason why foreigners have not been treated differently under the 14th Amendment. And then just to bring in one concern Justice Jackson raised, as exemplified by Judge Ho's concurring opinion in the Douglas case. He said, if we're going to start treating the Fifth and 14th Amendment differently, then we are going to have to throw out the window the doctrine of incorporation, because are we now diluting all of the rights that apply to the state?
Well, I mean, I think that's stretching it a bit far. I don't think we are throwing incorporation out. I mean, I think you can still recognize that the Fifth Amendment incorporates fundamental fairness or substantive due process right. And I think this can be about personal jurisdiction. So I think that's kind of a way of trying to I just don't think it's necessary to go that far. I think they're distinct issues.
If the court doesn't need to, doesn't want to, and for whatever reason doesn't go that far, I think that what the historical case law tells us, whether it is Justice Story writing circuit, whether it's the court in Toland, whether it's the Charming Betsy, you name it, all of the frigate cases, almost all of which involve reaching out to either a ship of a foreign nation or a foreign merchant, that there is indeed equal solicitude for foreign.
Okay, and I'll just say one other thing about incorporation. I think one distinction between your situation and that, and it was kind of what I was struggling with some of the questions I was asking your friends on the other side, is that, we have doctrine in the context of incorporation already. There's already precedent on point, and as you point out, then we're not writing on a blank slate. So in the 14th Amendment context, whatever one thinks of international issue, we're not writing on a blank slate. We have quite a long line of precedent after that. We don't have squarely on point precedent in the Fifth Amendment context in personal jurisdiction as we do in due process. And so that's why I think it's not, that's why we're here. It's still an open question.
And I do understand it's an open question. And to the extent the court is approaching it with a blank slate, I would say the factors that matter are not just what is the original meaning and what does this history tell us. It's certainly important. But if jurisdiction is supposed to mean anything, it is supposed to provide predictable, reliable rules known in advance. And I believe it was Justice Thomas who alluded to the Chamber of Commerce amicus brief here, which once it gets past the point of debating whether or not we're persons entitled to due process, lays out all the reliability concerns that says you're going to have to throw out 4 decades of 14th Amendment due process jurisprudence as understood to apply in federal question cases if you decide the Fifth Amendment provides differential protection from the 14th. And that is, given that a core function of jurisdiction is to provide predictable rules in advance, exemplified here by the fact that the PA and the PLO generally don't know. When you read the statute, when you're under the activities prong, what is it that implicates the activities prong? It has to be predictable and reliable. So if you do write on a blank slate, then you're going to already have opened a Pandora's box of the problem of people saying, all right, I got to reorder all my affairs. I would like, if I have time, and I don't see the red light is on, to just address some of the other questions that I heard from the court. I do believe Mr. Needler made an extremely important comment, and to some extent, I believe the plaintiffs have conceded this as well, that there's a large open question if you focus exclusively on the activity prong of what is covered, what is the meaning of ancillary, what is the meaning of official UN business. And earlier I alluded to, but perhaps didn't finish the thought about the Office of Legal Counsel opinions, which say 2 important things. One, it offers a view from the executive's point of view in the context of the Palestinians as to what activity is allowed. And it basically said, no matter what Congress says, we, the executive, believe the Palestinians are allowed to engage in incidents of diplomacy, like speaking to the Palestinian diaspora, like speaking to American citizens about Palestinian rights. And the only reason that matters is if we're litigating on remand, should it come to that. What is the meaning of ancillary activities? The OLC opinions are directly germane. Point 2 about the OLC opinions, it says, look, we, the executive, and this really goes to the government's point, have exclusive control of how this country interacts with the Palestinian government. To the extent any statute out there, whether it's the 1987 Anti-Terrorism Act or anything else, says we can't do something, or what they want us to do imposes a condition contrary to a condition we would impose, we view that as unconstitutional. So I would respectfully say that as far as the statute goes in its uninterpreted form, it reflects Justice Kavanaugh, executive and legislative unanimity. But the minute you get down into the details of what's ancillary activity, does the executive branch take a contrary position on a case-by-case basis, that unanimity unravels. I think perhaps
Can
it
I
was
just ask you about, just taking you back to the potential equivalence or not of the 14th and the Fifth Amendment? I guess, do you concede that there are principles of interstate federalism and sovereignty that are at play in the 14th Amendment context that are not opposite in the Fifth Amendment context?
The answer is yes, but only in the imposed jurisdiction context, not here in the consent jurisdiction context. The plurality opinion authored by Justice Gorsuch and the concurring opinion authored by Justice Alito in Mallory, which counts to 5, and a number I've heard earlier today, said does not matter for consent jurisdiction. So yes, federalism matters for imposed jurisdiction, but not for consent jurisdiction. And why? Footnote 10 in Bauxite gives you the answer. It says, someone may subject himself to powers from which he would otherwise be free, which is why federalism doesn't care if you consent to jurisdiction.
So you would have us have a Fifth Amendment doctrine that is parallel to the 14th Amendment in the consent realm with respect to consent. That's the only parallelism that
I think they're identical, Justice Jackson, in the consent realm. I think that is what 5 members of this court said in Mallory, that due process federalism concerns do not arise in consent jurisdiction.
And so then you win why? If we agree with you on that consent is the same in the two areas, then you say to the extent that this statute was one that imposed or deemed consent, then we're in that realm and you win because of the test. And I don't think the court needs a new test for consent jurisdiction, which is Bauxite tells us the defendant's actions must support a presumption of legal submission to the jurisdiction of the court. And our argument below was neither prong of the PSJVTA as applied in this case reflects submission. Payments made overseas outside of the antecedent sovereign authority of the United States, right? The United States can't say to Palestine, do or don't make that payment. That is not submission to a U.S. forum, and indeed that's what the Court of Appeals said. And as applied in this case, where our contention, unresolved in the Courts of Appeals, has been, is that all of our conduct is UN-related conduct and has previously been held to be insufficient to support jurisdiction. And the United States acquiesced in the Southern District of New York decision in the 1980s in U.S. versus PLO that UN activity can't support jurisdiction. All of those mean that when we continue to be engaged in UN and ancillary activities, we haven't submitted to jurisdiction. No new standard is required. And for more than 40 years, the Bauxite submission standard, it hasn't turned the lower courts upside down. The courts know how to apply it. It's a facts and circumstances test. And the lower courts have been perfectly comfortable with Bauxite. And not only that, all 4 opinions of Mallory in this court cited the Bauxite submission standard. It's good law. It remains good law. It shows why we win. If I will try to burn quickly through a couple of other points. I think Justice Gorsuch asked if we were operating an office extra legally. I think Mr. Needler very helpfully gave the answer, which is there's no question of extra legal. We can debate all day long whether what we're doing is legal or not. But the fact of the matter is the statute simply excludes it. So from a constitutional avoidance basis, you don't need to reach the due process question. If the statute says this conduct does not support jurisdiction, that's the end of the story. The fact that the U.S. activities prong remains unadjudicated, as I think both sets of petitioners' counsel acknowledge,
our position is that this was an as-applied case that looked at various activity, but if there's an open question as to what the ancillary activities exclusion means, then that's a matter for remand, because as I've heard from time to time, this is a court of review and not first view, and so that's grist for the mill for the Court of Appeals. I mentioned the OLC opinions, and I guess I would just close with this thought, which is whether we're searching for historical meaning, whether we're searching for what did the first Congress think about jurisdiction, I would respectfully say the one analogy that drives all the answers is pirates, right? Piracy has been illegal from the founding. The Alien Tort Statute incorporated it. Nobody from the founding has thought that Congress could say, not only do we prohibit piracy, but tell you what, since we prohibited piracy and because prescriptive jurisdiction and adjudicative jurisdiction is the same, we don't need to go to bother all that trouble of finding, extraditing, or renditioning the pirate. We'll just try him in absentia. That's never been the law, and that's because due process requires something more than what Congress prescribes.
You might think, though, that what that suggests is that there's an obligation to provide notice and an opportunity to be heard without going as far as requiring minimum contacts in the way we've done under the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, and I would respectfully say that it's not just an Alien Tort Statute issue, but it's in all of this court's extraterritorial application issues. There's been an observation, including by Justice Sotomayor, that we're dealing with a whole different problem, which is everybody obviously had notice in a case like RJR Nabisco about what the statute purported to do. But Justice Sotomayor's opinion noted that, okay, but we still have a whole different kettle of fish to deal with in terms of personal jurisdiction. So it's more than notice. And I think that's why, even if you want to give full significance to PK, and I promise I'll shut up and sit down, what the court said in Tolan, what Justice Story said in Tolan, take a look at page 613. It said, we have to deal separately with notice and regular personal appearance in court. So even Justice Story thought there was something more than notice in the form of a summons and jurisdiction. He likewise referred separately to jurisdiction and process at page 613. They are different things, and they have been different things from the founding.
What exactly is the unfairness in this case? And it would too burdensome to litigate this in New York, where the PA and the PLO conduct some activities?
Well, so
what's the unfairness?
The unfairness, as we said, I think you'll see it at pages either 56 or 57 to 58 of our Second Circuit brief in Fuld, is the notion that we can be divested of a liberty interest for, and selectively at that, for being divested of a liberty interest for engaging in activity previously held constitutionally insufficient to support jurisdiction. And a second point, if I may, which is, if you look at 14th...
That doesn't sound like a personal jurisdiction argument, but anyway, go ahead.
So, but when you look at all of the traditional 14th Amendment jurisprudence of this court, it's got two prongs, right? It has minimum contacts, and then it has reasonableness. And so when we get the commentary, like in the dissent from rehearing en banc, that it's not inconvenient for us to go from the PLO's UN mission in the East 60s to the Southern District of New York, that misses the point. That deals with the reasonableness prong, but that's prong two. Prong one is there reciprocal fairness sufficient to support jurisdiction in the form of minimum contacts? That's the unfairness, which is, you ever been on a train where it's sitting still and another train's moving and you have the impression you're moving backwards? That's what Congress keeps doing with these statutes, which is we're doing the same thing, and Congress keeps moving the context around us, and that's what makes the statute as applied unconstitutional. And so we respectfully ask that this court affirm the judgment of the court.
Before you sit down, do you think any degree of deference is owed to Congress and the president in this?
No more deference than in the context of Holder, where the court said, sure, we understand their policy judgment, but that does not require us to abdicate the judicial role when it comes to constitutionally protected rights. And that is certainly a protected right committed to the judicial branch is jurisdictional.
Well, the question wasn't whether there should be judicial abdication, but whether there should be any degree of deference. So is there any degree of deference owed or none?
I would say in the context of jurisdictional due process, the answer is none. in the context of another statute that hits four square on these same issues, like the Taylor Force Act, which says if the Palestinian government continues to make these payments, we will withhold foreign aid. Of course, deference is owed in that context, but when it comes to a constitutionally protected right, like jurisdictional due process, no, you don't defer away the protection for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito? Justice Sotomayor? Justice Kagan? Justice Gorsuch? Further? Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Jackson? No, you may sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice.
Rebuttal, Mr. Needler?
Several points, Mr. Chief Justice. First of all, with respect to reciprocal fairness, which I think counsel is deriving from the minimum context, if there are minimum contexts and you're subject to jurisdiction. But under the Fifth Amendment, minimum context is not the test. Perhaps some nexus is, and that's because the United States, in the exercise of its powers, is not limited to the territorial jurisdiction of the United States. It could criminalize the making these payments, as I had understood respondents to say at page 30 of their brief. If it could criminalize them, it seems clear that it should be able to count them as a basis for U.S. jurisdiction. But again, with terrorism abroad. And I think when one is weighing reciprocal fairness, that basis for jurisdiction, it hardly seems unfair, particularly since it is a direct corollary to the lawsuits to which personal jurisdiction attaches, which is lawsuits under the ATA, which is designed to protect Americans from terrorism abroad. So if we're talking about reciprocal fairness, I think this case clearly satisfies it. And also, the reciprocal fairness seems to be tied to some sense of an exchange or a balance on either side. We don't think that that's really comes from Mallory, but certainly in the context of the PA and the PLO, it doesn't make sense because we're talking about a 40-year relationship between the two in which fighting terrorism has always been a core part, and to try to find whether there's a bargain or an exchange at one point in time along that continuum of 4 decades of a relationship just doesn't make sense, because the Congress's statutes, and again, this is its third try to make sure that these lawsuits can be brought. It's a continuation of a policy over that period of time, and the court should not focus only on the particular statute in isolation. But coming back to what is at the core of this case, and actually the court wouldn't have to decide more, and that is that under the Fifth Amendment, Congress and the president made a judgment that is entitled to virtually absolute deference, that it is appropriate to subject the PA and the PLO to jurisdiction in this case. Respondents had a chance to avoid that by just stopping those activities, but they didn't. So whether one thinks of that as consent or just an element of fairness or overall suitability, that should count for a lot. The court should sustain the act of Congress.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
The Honorable Court is now adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
All right. I don't know if Ashe is going to join me for any commentary, but we're going to go to the Trump press conference here in a minute. Yes, I mean, interesting arguments. Let me see. Interesting. First of all, apologize about the glitches. I know people are saying there's glitching. My computer is 100% running And see, yeah, so now it's glitching. Now it's glitching with me on screen stream. So it's 100% StreamYard doing this. I don't understand why it's doing this. It's not my internet connection. It's definitely StreamYard. So StreamYard's having issues, which is nothing new. It's just something that they've been dealing with for the past couple of weeks, it seems like. So anyway,
I think it's definitely your internet connection.
it's not, because I went and did a speed test and my internet connection is like at 100%. It's super fast.
Because you're
and nothing
glitching
on
while
my
you're
end
telling
is
us that you're
glitching.
not glitching.
But I think that must be my connection to StreamYard then, and not my, because everything else, like the YouTube thing that I was running, it wasn't glitching at all. The YouTube wasn't glitching for me. It was only through StreamYard being broadcast. So I don't know. I mean, it's definitely StreamYard, but it may be my connection to StreamYard. That might be what it is.
There's something going on there. I'd say when we're done today, reboot your router. Like literally.
Now it's like glitching really, really bad. Like whenever you're speaking to me, like I can't, like it's glitching super bad. So, but it's only StreamYard. It's not like if I stream other stuff, none of that is giving me a problem. It's only StreamYard giving me a problem. So yeah, now you're completely frozen.
I'm frozen. Can you guys hear me? Because you
were
glitching.
frozen a minute.
It's like you sound just like the stream did. It's like every little bit glitches.
Let me
But
back.
is it me?
Let me
Is
back.
that on my side?
No, it's probably me. But let me back out and come back.
Okay, while
Yeah.
we're waiting for him to come back, I'm going to share this video that I saw earlier on the White House. They put out a video today about Liberation Day. Oh, and they're live now, actually. So we're going to go. Nah, it still says we'll be here shortly. So they are going to start soon, though, because they usually don't go live on X until they're ready to go. Okay, good. I'm not glitching. I thought that was the case. All right, let's watch this.
President Trump pushing
House
ahead
and
with
make a
his
live.
America First agenda.
Breaking news, Apple announced it's going to work with Foxconn to build a server factory in Texas by 2026.
The company says it is now planning to invest $500 billion in the U.S. economy.
The CEO of SoftBank pledging to invest $100 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years.
This is President Trump delivering on the promise he made to the American people on the campaign trail.
The idea is come to America, build greatness in America, build for American customers.
Project Stargate. It's a joint venture between SoftBank, Oracle, and OpenAI, and they're going to create a data center that will eventually be expanded to other states.
Shows people are listening to Mr. Trump's pitch to bring new industry to America.
This is the latest pledge from a foreign business leader promising to spend big in the U.S. as a result of Trump's election victory.
Founder of the property development company Mac Properties is pledging the money.
President Trump announcing $100 billion investment from Taiwan Semiconductor, bringing the company's total
Can you hear me?
investments to $165 billion.
The most powerful AI chips in the world will be made right here in America.
Things happen so quickly in the Trump world, right? It's 100 days. It feels like it's 100 months. This is leadership. This is taking control of the problem for military, for everything, for industrial, for our economy. Even if it causes short-term pain, the reality is it is the right decision.
NVIDIA says it will invest hundreds of billions of dollars over the next 4 years, part of the manufacturing renaissance under President Donald J. Trump.
Furniture maker Prepack are shifting their operations from Canada to North Carolina.
Johnson & Johnson says it will invest more than $55 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years.
Hyundai announced a $20 billion investment.
With your leadership, Mr. President, Hyundai Motor Group is proud to be a stronger partner in America's industrial future.
This is the automobile industry, and now those plants largely have stopped and they're moving them to our country. Honda is building one of the biggest plants.
The trade story is certainly picking up speed here and pushing more countries to make these bigger investments. It's another example of the Trump effect.
GE Aerospace announcing a nearly $1 billion investment into American manufacturing.
Eli Lilly announcing plans to expand its manufacturing here in the United States.
$27 billion additional spend, bringing our total to more than $50 billion.
The money's rolling in, and this is in the past 60 some odd days, Charles.
These are deep-pocketed folks who want to have a relationship, and
It's just smart moves.
We are CNA CGM, one of the leaders in shipping and logistics around the world. Today, we are investing $20 billion.
Foreign leaders from around the world, investors from Silicon Valley to Wall Street to Main Street have confidence again in our economy, in our markets, and in President Trump.
The Trump effect this morning, a string of massive wins for American manufacturing. The numbers speak for themselves. Wisconsin-based Clarios is putting up $6 billion to expand its American operation. And what's driving these decisions? Well, President Trump's aggressive Made in America policies and his commitment to bringing industry back to American soil. This is exactly what Trump promised. America first is back.
Good stuff.
What was that?
That was so the White House put that out today. It's a Liberation Day video.
Nice. And I know there's a Trump press conference at 2. Is he actually going to show up at 2, or are we going to be?
That's what this is.
Or not 2. I'm sorry, 4. But is he actually showing up, or are we going to be on standby until?
I think they're never on time.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're early, right?
And
so you got to monitor it, but.
And shame on his people for not getting him there, because I don't blame Trump for that. Those are like the people who keep his schedule, who are ushering him around. It's like Trump's always said that punctuality is the currency of kings. That's what Tom Barack said that Trump has always told him. And so I know it's not because of Trump that he's always late. It's because the people who are handling him, which not because he gets handled, but because people in his position, have people who keep his calendar and everything.
Yeah. So what did you think about the Palestinian SCOTUS thing?
I mean, not knowing anything about it going into it and reading into it a little bit as much as I could and listening to the arguments. I mean, it seems like a pretty straightforward thing to me. I mean, the idea is that the question is whether or not American citizens have the right to sue the PA and the PLO. I mean, that's the crux of it, if I'm understanding it right.
Yeah, so this is the Times of Israel. U.S. Supreme Court hears case on whether American terror victims can sue PA and PLO. Majority of justices appear inclined to uphold the law that would subject the Palestinian bodies to U.S. jurisdiction if they paid relatives of terrorists who killed or hurt Americans. So it's giving American victims of terrorism acts overseas the ability to sue the terrorist organization. And there's those 2 types of conduct that we talked about before the thing started. If those are true, and it was so it's either one of those are true, then Americans should be able to sue them in U.S. courts. And so kind of one of the principles of the American justice system is that Americans have the right to recoup if they've been harmed. If they can't do it in American courts, which courts are we suing them in? Israeli courts? Are we suing them in Palestinian courts? Are there Palestinian courts? What's that like?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing seems like.
Is the court next to where they keep the dead bodies that they keep returning, like the refrigerator? What is the status?
Yeah, it's like I feel like the murkiness which I didn't necessarily hear it addressed. Like I didn't hear this part of it addressed, but it's like the murkiness to me is like, who exactly is it that you're suing? I mean, are you suing the government of Palestine, which would be the Palestinian Authority? Like, is that who you're suing? Are you suing the PLO, which is basically a political faction in Palestine? I'm just, it's not clear to me who you're suing. And the standing and all of that, I think, is what they were trying to adjudicate. I did understand the argument that going back to the founding era, where about piracy and about how.
Hang on, before you move on from that, in this specific case, the defendant is the PLO. Now, the PA is also an interested party. I don't know if they're enjoined and it's just PLO for shorthand and it extends to them, or if they intervened or filed a letter of interest. I don't know. But they're the ones that are saying their rights are being violated by this provision under the Anti-Terrorism Act. Oh, here we go. It's starting. Hang on. Okay, we'll finish this after. If there's time. If not, we'll do it tomorrow.
Yep, agreed.
All right, bye guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice crowd. What a good looking group of people. Well, we have some very, very good news today, and a lot of good things are happening for our country. Please sit down. My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day, waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. Going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen. We have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago, and you are now, but you don't too often, and for many years and decades even, you didn't hear too much about. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal, that means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that. This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper, and in so doing, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen very quickly. With today's action, we are finally going to be able to make America great again, greater than ever before. Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. And ultimately, more production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back. We're going to come back very strongly. We're pleased to be joined on this momentous occasion by Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Where are you, J.D.? No, that wasn't too hard to find. I was looking, you know, he likes to take a low-key attitude, so it'd usually be sitting right in front. He's gaining a lot of confidence, Mike, isn't he? And nearly my entire cabinet is here, as well as Speaker Mike Johnson, has done an amazing job. And with the great success we had last night in Florida, we have a majority of 7. And 7's like a lot when we had it at 1, right? You've done a fantastic job. And many of the members of the House and Senate are with us. Senators, congressmen, thank you all for being with us. We appreciate it. For decades, the United States slashed our trade barriers on other countries, while those nations placed massive tariffs on our products and created outrageous non-monetary barriers to decimate our industries. And in many cases, the non-monetary barriers were worse than the monetary ones. They manipulated their currencies, subsidized their exports, stole our intellectual property, imposed exorbitant VAT taxes to disadvantage our products, adopted unfair rules and technical standards, and created filthy pollution havens. They were absolutely filthy, but they always came to us and they said, we're violating, we should pay for it. It's all detailed in a very big report by the U.S. Trade Representative on Foreign Trade Barriers. and I'll just hold it up for you. It's available, and you don't have to pay too much. As I understand it, you'll pay nothing. It's a lot of work for something, actually, because it's a special book. It's very, frankly, it's very upsetting when you read it, when you see what people have been doing to us for 30 years. This all happened with no response from the United States of America, none whatsoever. But those days are over. Let me offer just a few examples of the vicious attacks our workers have faced for so many years. The United States charges other countries only a 2.4 tariff on motorcycles. Meanwhile, Thailand and others are charging much higher prices, like 60%. India charges 70%. Vietnam charges 75%, and others are even higher than that. Likewise, until today, the United States has for decades charged a 2.5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5% on foreign-made automobiles. The European Union charges us more than 10% tariffs, and they have 20% VATs, much, much higher. India charges 70%, and perhaps worst of all are the non-monetary restrictions imposed by South Korea, Japan, and very many other nations as a result of these colossal trade barriers. 81% of the cars in South Korea are made in South Korea. 94% of the cars in Japan are made in Japan. Toyota sells 1 million foreign-made automobiles into the United States, and General Motors sells almost none. Ford sells very little. None of our companies are allowed to go into other countries. And I say that friend and foe. And in many cases, the friend is worse than the foe in terms of trade. But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen, and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe. That's why, effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles. Thank you. Brian, I'd like to have you come up here for a second, okay? I just see him sitting. He's been a fan of ours, and he understands this business a lot better than the economists, a lot better than anybody. Brian, say a few words, please, would you? Thank you. It's a great honor to have you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I grew up just north of Detroit, Michigan, in Macomb County, known as the home of the Reagan Democrats. My first vote for president was for Ronald Reagan. I thought that was going to be the best president I ever saw in my lifetime until Donald J. Trump came along. I have watched my entire life, I have watched plant after plant after plant in Detroit and in the Metro Detroit area close. There are now plants sitting idle. There are now plants that are underutilized, and Donald Trump's policies are going to bring product back into those underutilized plants. There's going to be new investment. There's going to be new plants built. And the UAW members, and I brought 20 of them with me, they're sitting right over here. We support Donald Trump's policies on tariffs 100%. So, Mr. President, we can't thank you enough. And in 6 months or a year, we're going to begin to see the benefits. I can't wait to see what's happening 3 or 4 years down the road. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. What a great guy. He got it right from the beginning. He got it before almost anybody else. This group over there, they got it too. And, you know, we won the state of Michigan. We won almost all of them, but we won Michigan by a lot. And I want to just thank you all. The auto workers were fantastic. The Teamsters were fantastic. Everyone was pretty good, I will tell you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're going to be very happy very soon. And the road, when you look a little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like it, and it's not fair. It's not fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country. And with countries like Canada, we subsidize a lot of countries and keep them going and keep them in business. In the case of Mexico, it's $300 billion a year. In the case of Canada, it's close to $200 billion a year. And I say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? I mean, at what point do we say you got to work for yourselves, and this is why we have the big deficits. This is why we have that amount of debt that's been placed on our heads over the last number of years. And we're really not taking it anymore. Through non-tariff barriers, the European Union bans imports of most American poultry. You understand? They say, we want to send you our cars, we want to send you everything, but we're not going to take anything that you have. Australia bans, and they're wonderful people and wonderful everything, but they ban American beef, yet we imported $3 billion of Australian beef from them just last year alone. They won't take any of our beef. They don't want it because they don't want it to affect their farmers. And you know what? I don't blame them, but we're doing the same thing right now, starting about midnight tonight, I would say. And China charges American rice farmers an overquota, it's called, a tariff rate of 65%. South Korea charges 50. Actually, they charge different, from 50% to 513%. And Japan, our friend, charges us 700%. But that's because they don't want us selling rice, another thing. Who can blame them, Madam Secretary? Agriculture, great job you did on eggs, by the way. The egg prices came down 50%. You got them down 50%. Once we got involved, they were going through the sky. The egg prices, they were going through the sky, and you did a fantastic job. Now we have lots of eggs, and they're much cheaper, down about 59% now, and they're going down further. We charge 2.8% for so many things that other countries are charging 200%, 300%, and 400% for. If imposing tariffs and protective barriers made nations poor, then every country on earth would be racing to eliminate these policies, and China would be the first on line. They run a very strong country, but they're not first in line, and the American people are paying a very big price. From 1789 to 1913, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem? Marco would love that problem. But we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very much longer, I will tell you. But they collected so much money, they actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start paying the money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, that's rather intricate, was built because of him. And every time you walk up, you think of him. And he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer. And we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We can be so much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable, but we're getting smart. Nearly a century later, in the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay. And then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first. And I'm sorry to say that. And today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first. In Sleepy Joe Biden's last year in office, the United States hemorrhaged 100,000 manufacturing jobs, and the number was going through the roof at levels never seen before. And our trade deficit reached a record $1.2 trillion, which is unheard of. Since the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. It was a horror show. I was able to terminate it. They all said you'd never be able to get it out. We had to get approval from Congress to get it terminated. We had to live with that deal. It was the worst deal, worst trade deal ever made by far. But since the very beginning of NAFTA, our country lost 90,000 factories. Think of what that is, 90,000. Think about putting a map up and putting tax on it. You wouldn't have enough room. 90,000. I said, is that possible? We had it checked 4 different times, and it was actually somewhat higher than that. And 5 million manufacturing jobs were lost while racking up trade deficits of $19 trillion. That was the worst trade deal ever made. As a result of these gigantic losses, foreign nations now own $26 trillion more of American assets than think of this, than the Americans own of their own foreign assets or other foreign assets. The United States can no longer produce enough antibiotics to treat our sick. We have a tremendous problem. We have to go to foreign countries to treat our sick. If anything ever happened from a war standpoint, we wouldn't be able to do it. We import virtually all of our computers, phones, televisions, and electronics. We used to dominate the field, and now we import it all from different countries. A single shipyard in China now produces more ships every year than all of the American shipyards combined. Think of that. And it was a business that we used to dominate. We used to dominate it totally. In short, chronic trade deficits are no longer merely an economic problem. They're a national emergency that threatens our security and our very way of life. It's a very great threat to our country. And for these reasons, starting tomorrow, the United States will implement reciprocal tariffs on other nations. It's been a long time since we even thought of that. We used to think about it a lot. We didn't think about it for many decades, and you see what's happened. For nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating. And because we are being very kind, we're kind people, very kind. You're not so kind when you got ripped off with your salaries. My auto worker friends and my Teamster friends and all of the unions that typically voted Democrat, they're not voting Democrat anymore because worker, whether union or non-worker, they're for the Republicans now. That's what happened. But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. So the tariffs will be not a full reciprocal. I could have done that, yes, but it would have been tough for a lot of countries. We didn't want to do that. I'd like to see the chart if you have it. Could you bring it up, Howard? This is our great Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thanks, Howard. So if you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to bring, it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So 67%. So we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset? They will be because we never charge anybody anything. But now we're going to charge. European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. Uh, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%. So we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough. Great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46% and much higher for certain items like cars, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The prime minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades. And it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China and charged them. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in tariffs. And they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand. And the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through a little tough love, maybe, but they all understand. They're ripping us off, and they understood it. Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. He was a fantastic man. He was unfortunately taken from us, assassination. But I went to him and I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. Trade is not fair. And he said, I know that. I know that. And he was a great gentleman. He was a fantastic man, but he understood immediately what I was talking about. I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. He said, I know that. And we worked out a deal, and it would have been a much better deal. But frankly, there were many years left on the deal that was made previous to my getting there. But it was something. If you look at Switzerland, 61% to 31%. Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Oh, look at Cambodia, 97%. We're going to bring it down to 49. They made a fortune with the United States of America. United Kingdom, 10%, and we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing. South Africa, 60%, 30%, and they've got some bad things going on in South Africa. We're paying them billions of dollars, and we cut the funding because a lot of bad things are happening in South Africa. The fake news ought to be looking at it. They don't want to report it. Brazil, 10%, 10%. Bangladesh is 74%. So you see what's going on. Pakistan, 58%. Sri Lanka, 88%. So what we're doing is we're taking not the full, we could take the full 88%. Thanks a lot, Aaron. He's doing a very good job. How's he doing? All right. I think you better take it with you. It's not going to last very long. He's going to put it, it's going to follow you down with the wind. I brought a hat just in case it got too windy, but here, would anybody like a hat? I'm not giving it to a cabinet. I'm giving it to the auto workers. Come here. Thank you, fellas. Get it. That's it. That's it. They deserve it more than our cabinet. Our cabinet has plenty of hats. But you see the numbers. The numbers are so disproportionate. They're so unfair. At the same time, we will establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%. You notice that on the chart. And that'll be on other countries to help rebuild our economy and to prevent cheating. So we're going to have a minimum of cheating, and we're going to be very severe on the people that at the gate that watch the tariffs and watch the product coming in, because there's been a lot of bad things happening at the gate because the money is so enormous that you're talking about. There's never been probably anything like it in terms of the enormity. And there are a lot of bad things happen at the people that do the check-in, and they're looking at 10-year jail sentences if they do play. We're going to treat them so good, but if they cheat, the repercussions are going to be extremely strong. Foreign nations will finally be asked to pay for the privilege of access to our market, the biggest market in the world. We're right now the biggest market in the world. We had a great country 4 years ago in terms of the economics. We were doubling up on China. We were doing so well. Nobody was going to catch us, but so much of it slipped away over the last 4 years under Biden. I campaigned on this policy throughout last year, and today that promise was made, and it was also a promise, as you know, that was kept. Promises made, promises kept. To any company that objects to our common sense reciprocal tariffs, again, reciprocal, back and forth, back and forth. And I call this kind reciprocal. This is not full reciprocal. This is kind reciprocal. But what we do is we cut it in half. We charge them. My answer is very simple. If they complain, if you want your tariff rate to be zero, then you build your product right here in America, because there is no tariff if you build your plant, your product in America. And we've seen companies coming in like we've never seen before. Likewise to all of the foreign presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens, ambassadors, and everyone else who will soon be calling to ask for exemptions from these tariffs. I say, terminate your own tariffs, drop your barriers, don't manipulate your currencies. They manipulate their currencies like nobody can even believe, which is a bad, bad thing and very devastating to us. And start buying tens of billions of dollars of American goods. Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm. And many people were looking to do us economic harm. Maybe not so obviously, but they were doing tremendous economic harm. But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth like you haven't seen before. And it'll be something very special to watch. I am so looking forward. And Brian, it's going to happen even faster than you said. You know, you might say, but it's already started. It's already started. Work's already begun on plants all around the country. And you see that as before. These are big, rich companies. We have $61 billion started on a big plant going up. It's going to be announced over the next 2 days, and they already started work. Many of these the biggest companies in the world, they've committed to build, build, build. We're going to build, 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 sir. And they came here to see me, and they wanted to know if they could have a press conference. I do as many as I can. I'm pretty busy trying to stop Russia and Ukraine and the Middle East. We got to stop that. We got to stop the Houthis, which we're making tremendous. They like shooting ships down and out of the water, sinking ships. They get a kick out of it, but they're not getting such a kick out of it now, are they, Mr. Secretary? They're not getting such a kick out of that now. But here are just a short list of some of the companies that have already announced and committed to investment. And this is a company that built its factories and its plants in China. Apple is going to spend $500 billion. They never spent money like that here. They're going to build their plants here. SoftBank, OpenAI, and Oracle, great companies, are investing $500 billion almost immediately. NVIDIA, a hot company, is investing hundreds of billions of dollars. They just announced. TSMC, the biggest, most important company in the world of chips from Taiwan, with no investment from us, is investing $200 billion. And they said the reason was, number one, the election of November 5th, and number two, the tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs. And the way they're not paying it is to build their plant here. So we're going to go from almost no percentage. We used to have 100% of the chip market. Now it's all in Taiwan. Almost all of it's in Taiwan, a couple of other countries, but mostly in Taiwan. And think of it, we had 100%. We lost it because of people in that office that didn't do their job. They allowed it to be stolen from us. Johnson & Johnson, great company, $55 billion. Eli Lilly, $27 billion. Meta is investing $500 billion. Wow. DeMac is investing $20 billion. CMA CGM, $20 billion. And then you have Merck and Clarios, Stellantis, General Motors, GE Aerospace, Honda, Nissan, Hyundai are all putting in billions and billions of dollars, and they're committed 100%. So. And we've never had, and this is after 2.5 months. This is after just a short, this all took place as soon as we came out with what everybody wanted to do. You know, I watched a gentleman today on television. He used to work with Lee Iacocca, a very respected automobile person. And he said, you know, because they're asking people, and they try and get as many negative people as they can, but they can't find them too much. It's pretty hard to find in terms of what we're doing, especially when they see all this investment. They said, so tell me, what do you think of what Trump is doing from the automobile standpoint? He said, I can't believe it. Somebody is finally, he's an older guy, real pro, really top guy with Lee Iacocca. He said, I never thought I'd see the day when this would happen, where somebody had the courage to go and do what has to be done. This is transforming our nation. Our entire nation is going to be transformed, not only with the cars, but on every single other item that's built. We're going to become an industrial powerhouse. And he said that so beautifully today. In fact, I'm going to find out, I'm going to get a tape. And Bruce, I'm going to get that tape and I'm going to send it to you out in Long Island, and you're going to play it for the people. And all your union workers and your non-union workers out there, you got a pretty even split. But we have, so far, it looks like we're going to have about $6 trillion of investments. And you wouldn't do that in years in this country over the last number of years. $6 trillion, and that's going to be much higher by the end of the year. And think of what $6 trillion is. You wouldn't have even a small percentage of that under this other system. We're going to be an entirely different country, and it's going to be fantastic for the workers. It's going to be fantastic for everyone. There will never have been a transformation of a country like the transformation that's already happening in the United States of America. It's an incredible thing to watch, and it's incredible to meet with the top people, people that you read about, very wealthy people, or people that are great managers and executives and presidents of big public companies. And to watch the enthusiasm they have now that they didn't have. They gave up on our country. They went to foreign countries and they built. Companies are pouring into our country at levels never seen before, with jobs and money to follow. And it's really beautiful. In the coming days, there will be complaints from the globalists and the outsourcers and special interests and the fake news. Always, the fake news will always complain. But never forget, every prediction our opponents made about trade for the last 30 years has been proven totally wrong. They were wrong about NAFTA. They were wrong about China. They were wrong about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have been a disaster if I didn't terminate it. If I didn't terminate that, United Auto Workers, you would have had no jobs in this country. You would have had no jobs. It was all going to other countries. In my first term, they said tariffs would crash the economy. Instead, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. And again, I have great respect for President Xi of China, great respect for China, but they were taking tremendous advantage of us. And I commend them for that. I say, hey, if you can get away with it, that's okay. But, you know, they understand exactly what's happening. And they probably, most of them are saying it's about time they did something. But and they're going to fight. They're going to fight fair. Everyone's going to fight. You know, it's like I say to the leaders, look, you got to take care of your country, but we have to start taking care of our country now. We can't do what we've been doing for the last 50 years. From the day of my election, the stock market went up in my first term 88%, with NASDAQ going up 155%, more than any president has ever had in any term in office, by far. And I think we're going to blow that away. And maybe the numbers won't show, but I think they're going to show much better than even those numbers. But what you're going to see is you're going to see activity, that empty, dead sites, factories that are falling down. Those factories will be knocked down, and they're going to have brand new factories built in their place. They're not only talking about renovating, they're talking about brand new, the best anywhere in the world, the biggest anywhere in the world. I have a friend who builds car plants. And I said, I want to see the biggest and the best. He said, well, we have to go to Mexico. I said, no, I want to see it in the United States. He said, we're not building them in there. This is a year and a half ago during the campaign. He said, we're not building, you'd have to go to Mexico. When I was starting to decide to run, and I went to number one in the polls very rapidly, I want to say, like, let's say in the first hour. And then shortly thereafter, it looked like I was going to win. And the fake news was saying, oh, no, don't do this. What they don't know is if I didn't win, they would have really been in trouble because nobody wants to read them anyway. But I tell you what, when it looked like I was going to win, I announced that I was going to be doing exactly what we're talking about today. Great consistency, actually, because I've been talking about it for 40 years. But because I saw what was happening 40 years ago. If you look at my old speeches when I was young, very handsome, my old speeches, and that people would say I'd be on a television show, I'd be talking about how we were being ripped off by these countries. I mean, nothing changes very much. The only thing that changed were the countries, but nothing really changes. But it's why it's such an honor. It's such an honor to be finally able to do this. If you look at China, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my term, hundreds of billions. They never paid 10 cents to any other president, and yet they paid hundreds of billions, so much so that Biden couldn't do anything. They wanted to try and terminate it because he had a very special relationship with China. You know what the relationship was? He had a special relationship. But the numbers were so big, that they couldn't do it. So they did ease it up. They did things that they shouldn't have done. They made it a lot more comfortable for them, but they couldn't do it because the numbers were hundreds of billions of dollars, and I did that. And we were on our way to doing something like incredible. And then we had a very bad election happen, a very bad election. A lot of bad things happened. So when I said we got to do it again, I said we have to make it too big to rig. And we made it too big to rig, and we won in records. And it was a monumental win. And it was such an honor to see so many of you, like Brian and your friends, here with us to celebrate, and to more importantly, celebrate what we're doing, because that wouldn't be a full celebration if we didn't do this, because this will be an entirely different country in a short period of time. It'll be something the whole world will be talking about it. The critics made the very tired predictions earlier this year, but in February, core inflation dropped to the lowest rate in 4 years. And the price of eggs, as you know, just in a month and a half, we were there for 4 weeks. And the first week I got blamed for eggs. I said, I just got here. They said eggs have gone up at like 250% and you can't get eggs. And they were going crazy. And I said, I just got here. And then we got to work on eggs, and we got to work on everything. And our great Secretary of Agriculture, you did a fantastic job. Brooke Rollins, she did a fantastic job. And as I said before, the price of eggs dropped now 59%, and they're going down more, and the availability is fantastic. They were saying that for Easter, please don't use eggs. Could you use plastic eggs? I said, we don't want to do that. We want to, and you really came through. It's an amazing job. Thank you very much, Brooke. You did great. But likewise, an old-fashioned term that we use, groceries. I used it in the campaign. It's such an old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term, groceries. It sort of says a bag with different things in it. Groceries went through the roof, and I campaigned on that. I talked about the word groceries for a lot, and energy costs now are down. Groceries are down. Gasoline is way under $3, and people are beginning to be able to buy things and live again. We brought prices way down. We created 10,000 already in a few weeks, new manufacturing jobs. And it was that took place in 1 month, numbers that they haven't seen in a long time. We had virtually no inflation under my term. We had virtually no inflation for 4 years. But after transitioning over to Sleepy Joe, it went from almost non-existent to the highest in the history of our country. They had the highest inflation in the history of our country, brought up by energy and bad spending and bad policy, and a lot of bad things happened. How about allowing millions and millions and millions of people to pour into our country with open borders, where it's so sad to see even now. And I see our great secretary you have done. Stand up, please, Christy. Stand up. Christy Noem and Tom Homan. These people are doing a great job, but gotten them out in records. And we have problems with judges that don't want them to go out. They want Tren de Araqua, and they want MS-13, the most vicious gangs ever. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Absolute killer gangs. They kill people. They don't even think about it. And we put them out, and we have judges now, radical left judges that they don't want them to go out. They want them to even be brought back. Let's bring them back. You've done a fantastic job, and please thank everybody. Homeland Security, thank everybody. Appreciate it. And we now have a border that's the best border that we've ever had, even better than it was my first term. My first term we did good, but this one we really specialized in. We've done really well. And we had records then. We had the best, safest border 4 years ago. We had the best border there ever was. And now we have, you've actually matched it and done even better. And we're going to get it down the right way. And we want people, by the way, to come into our country, but we want to come in through a legal process. We want them to come in legally. We need more people. We need people to run these plants and to help the auto workers and the Teamsters and the non-union people and everybody else. But we need people and the farmers. And we're going to let people come in, but they want to come in. We want them to come in legally. They have to have the capability of loving our country, not people that hate our country. We don't want them in our country. And now we're going to pass the largest tax cuts in American history. And that's where we're relying on Mike and John Thune. And we will not cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid benefits. And the Democrats will, because if they got in, the entire economy would collapse. This country was heading for a collapse under the people that you saw. They were horrible. I think one of the reasons people like the job, I have my highest approval ratings because I think they're comparing me to the worst administration in the history of our country. So I appreciate that at least. But Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and Senate Majority Leader, appreciate it, Mike. John Thune have been fantastic, by the way. But they've been working tirelessly on taking the next step to pass the plan for our one big, beautiful bill. I'd like to name it that if you can. One big, I made that statement about 6 months ago, and everybody calls it one big, beautiful bill. And it will be that. It'll have everything, the big tax cuts and every incentive there is. And it'll be fantastic. And by the way, for the cars, we're asking for an interest deduction on a loan. So if you build the car, only in America we do it, Brian. If the car's not built in America, you don't get the interest rate deduction. But if you build the car in America, if you buy a car, if it's built in America, then you get an interest rate deduction, tax deduction. And that's a big thing. That's going to be a big thing. I think that's going to pay for itself very quickly, that deduction. Never happened. We've never had anything like that before. Somebody said, where do you get the idea? Because it's so basic. You would think that would have happened a long time ago. It never did. And I'm very happy it didn't, because now I can say that was my idea. But we're going to get us closer to the debt extension. We have to get the debt extension passed. And I know you're going to be able to do that, Mike. And it's very important that you do that. And all of the other things that the Senate budget plan gives us, along with working, because I know they're working together, John and Mike, and the two bills are going very well together. We need to get our shared priorities done, including certain permanent tax cuts. We want the tax cuts to be permanent, spending cuts, energy and historic investments in defense, border, and so much more. We're covering everything. These will be phenomenal. There'll be no bill like this going to straighten. One bill is going to straighten out our country for many, many years to come. And we said, let's just do it and let's get it done. And some guys will love it and some guys will like it a little bit less because they're not getting what they were exactly looking for, but they're getting a lot. They'll never, if we get this done, it'll be the most incredible bill ever passed in the history of our Congress and Senate and congressmen, the senators and the congressmen, many of whom are here today, will be very proud of themselves. I really believe that it's going to set us on a whole new prosperous path. We're going to cut spending and right-size the budget back to where it should be. We're going to do that very strongly. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, John. Thank you. Oh, look at all of our senators over there. Oh boy, that's a nice group of people. But I won't like them so much if they don't get this bill done. That's a great group. And Congressman, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Tremendous people. The Senate plan is my complete and total support, and the House plan likewise is very similar. They're moving along pretty much at the same clip. And as soon as you're ready, you'll show it to me, and I'm sure it'll have my support, Mike. Every Republican congressman and senator must unify. We have to unify. We can't be separated. We have to get it done. We have to get absolutely everything we can, and we have to take care of the American people. That's the only thing that matters. We have to take care of the American people first. We need to pass this bill immediately, get it done, including debt extension. From this day on, we're not going to let anyone tell us that American workers and families cannot have the future that they deserve. We're going to produce the cars and ships, chips, airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America. The pharmaceutical companies are going to become roaring back. They're coming roaring back. They're all coming back to our country, because if they don't, they got a big tax to pay. And if they do, I'll be very happy, and you're going to be very happy, and you're going to be very safe. We're going to build our future with American hands, with American heart, American steel, and we're going to build it with American pride like we used to. We're approaching our 100th day as president, and have been given credit by a lot of people, actually, even some of the fake news. Can you believe it? Which in this case, hopefully isn't fake, for having done more in that time than any other administration in the history of our country in the first 100 days. I think we've had an amazing, in terms of what we've done, what we've gotten accomplished. I'd like to see if we can get that war ended and another war from not starting in the Middle East. We have to get Russia. They're losing 2,000 on average, 2,500 people a day, young people, soldiers, Russian. Think of that. 2,500 through some days, but on average, probably over about a 1 week period, it's 2,712, they say. They're losing those soldiers. They're dying. They're being decimated. And they're not from our country, but they're from other countries, but they're human beings. They're from Russia. They're from Ukraine in this period, most of them. And we're going to get it stopped. It's a senseless war that would have never happened if I was president, and it shouldn't be allowed to go on. And I think we're being given good cooperation by Russia and by Ukraine, but we have to get it stopped. It's humanity. It's humanity. It's a terrible thing. This will be a very big moment. I think you're going to remember today. It's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come, and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, that was cool. Ash, I don't know if you want to jump on or not. If not, that's cool. But I'm just going to say a few things. Yeah, so not 100% reciprocal tariffs. I saw Ash and I were kind of going back and forth on X about this, and I saw her saying stuff in the chat. Like, we can start with this. So it's a 50% tariff. The people, like, if they put 80% on us, we get 40% back to them. I think, given the size of the U.S. economy and the size of the consumer base and our GDP and what we spend per year, that's probably going to be very significant. Okay, Ash isn't going to join me. That's fine. That's fine. I'm only going to be on for a second. It's going to be really significant. I think this is going to be transformative. I think it's going to totally ignite the U.S. economy. And, if there's short-term pain, whatever, but there's 100% long-term is going to be good. However, with all that said, we all have to recognize the elephant in the room. We all have to look at the thing in the room and look at this. Why couldn't it be 100% reciprocal? Now, the reason Trump said is because it would destroy the foreign economies. The foreign economies couldn't handle a 100% tariff. I don't believe that for a second, because I think that there is a way where they could have lowered their tariffs. Like the people like Vietnam that was imposing a 90% tariff could have lowered their tariff to a certain threshold where we could meet them halfway. So maybe instead of imposing like a 45% tariff, like we impose a 50% tariff, they drop to a 50% tariff, something like that. But the idea that we have to be worried about the foreign economies, that's BS. The foreign economies fend for themselves. That's not our problem. This is, to me, and this is a knee-jerk reaction, but this is the transnational gangsters who have long controlled our country, still having too much influence and being able to negotiate with Trump in order to get it down to 50%. 50% is a major milestone. I think, as Ashe and I covered this morning on Badlands Daily, nobody thought this was going to happen. All of the experts, all of the Wall Street guys, all of the City of London bankers, all of them thought this was a bluff. They thought Trump was going to kick this can down the road and it was never going to happen. The fact that he's actually imposed these tariffs is enormous. And maybe we don't ever need to do 100% tariff. Maybe 50% is enough. Maybe I will be proven wrong in that respect. But the symbolism of what it represents, the fact that we're only able to impose a 50% tariff on these countries that have been looting us, stealing our wealth, extracting our life force from us, is outrageous. And it should demonstrate to every person out there that even with Trump in office, even with Donald Trump back in office as president, there are still bad guys out there who have influence over our government. And if you don't think that that's the case, I think that you're kind of kidding yourself. I mean, you're kind of living in like a Disney film, like you're living in like a superhero movie, believing that evil doesn't exist. And we have to stop groveling in front of evil and begging for its affection and begging for it to show mercy on us. We need to have the courage to stand up to people and say, no, the elections are actually fake. The elections are actually flawed. We do need election integrity. We do need 100% reciprocal tariffs. We do need to abolish the income tax and abolish the IRS and abolish the Federal Reserve. We do need to do all these things that people say are impossible, that can never be done. No, they can be done. The only reason they can't be done is because too many people who are alive right now in America, calling themselves Americans, would rather drop to their hands and knees and grovel before evil and beg for table scraps. And they feel more comfortable doing that than standing up on their feet and taking back what's there, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, this is I think the one thing that I would say is that the idea that this whole thing is going to be resolved in one foul swoop, that there's going to be like that one moment, that one climatic moment, like the Blackhawks roll in and arrest everybody and, roll credits, and that's a Disney movie. That is a fairy tale. That is, that's Hollywood indoctrination. It's like we've watched too many Hollywood films to think that that's how this is going to go. This is going to be incremental. It's going to be milestones. It's like it's going to be step by step by step by step. We're going to win these battles, and all of our victories are going to amount to a total victory in the end. But and even after the total victory, I mean, we're still going to spend the rest of our existence fighting off evil and making sure it doesn't return to power. I mean, the real war never ends. This war that we're in right now, which is reclaiming our sovereignty, reclaiming our control of American society and restoring it to what it should be, that's going to be a process. And we just all have to be comfortable with that. We have to be prepared for the fight, and we have to stop telling one another to sit down and shut up and, to just trust the plan and just be ready like for the next fight. We have to be ready for it. So I'll get off my soapbox now. I think that's really all there is to say. But stop being the crab in the bottom of the bucket who's pulling the other crab back down. Be the crab who's crawling out, who's getting out of the top. I don't see any rants, so we're going to go ahead and shut this thing down. It's 5:02. All right, guys. I'm on hour 7 of streaming today, nonstop. So, yeah. And I will be on DPH tonight, and I will see you there. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.